The Patriot, Book 9 in the Titus Black series, by R.J. Patterson. Performed by Kyle Tait. Chapter 1. Tajik, Russia. Sergei Lukin eased to his knees in the dirt as he examined his blossoming crop of bull's heart tomatoes. He ran his fingers along the smooth surface, examining every inch with a satisfied grin. After mopping his brow, he staggered to his feet and glanced up at the sun, which was warmer than usual for an early July afternoon. He stepped back and surveyed his tomato plants again. This might be my best crop yet. Sergei shuffled across his garden and up his porch steps. He winced as he grabbed his lower back, the pain resulting from years of hard work as a farmer. For the better part of the past 5 decades, he'd been the most productive farmer in the hamlet of Tajik, as well as the entire region. But that wasn't even the achievement that he was most proud of. That was reserved for the patch of land without a single thing growing on it. He whistled for his dog, Stalin, who bounded toward him. The Chortai skidded to a stop, his long tail whipping back and forth as he stared at his master. Sergei kneeled next to the animal and scratched behind his ears. "Want to go for a walk?" Stalin panted before darting back and forth in front of Sergei. The old man chuckled at his dog's enthusiasm. "You know where we're going, don't you?" Sergei asked. Stalin darted down the path leading away from Sergei's house. The dog knew exactly where they were headed. As Sergei walked, he looked skyward in the direction of the sun. The heat wasn't something he was used to, but he didn't mind. He spent more than half the year bundled up, so a little warmth didn't bother him. The recent heat wave had made his joint pain all but disappear. His knees felt great as he plodded through the long grass toward the designated area. Sergei watched as Stalin sprinted back and forth over the area devoid of any growth. After Sergei enjoyed the moment, he shuffled over to a tree and pulled a lever. A few seconds later, the ground trembled as the circular area of dirt began to slide to the side, revealing a deep hole in the ground. Though he'd seen it many times, Sergei always felt a sense of pride as he looked deep into the cavern. Nearly 100 feet beneath the surface, he spotted the tip of a missile and smiled. "My Lisichka," he said with a grin. "How are you doing down there? Are you ready to destroy some Americans?" He nodded as if he understood the hunk of metal situated underneath him. "Of course you are," he said. Sergei ambled over toward the pine tree a few feet away and yanked down on the lever. The ground rumbled before the lid swung over the hole and the hydraulics pressed down, closing the open space. He whistled at Stalin, who'd wandered off chasing a butterfly. The dog's head snapped in the direction of his owner before scrambling toward him. "Good boy," Sergei said as he knelt next to the dog. "I have a treat for you at the house." Stalin panted, his tongue hanging out as he looked up at Sergei. After surveying the area one final time, Sergei headed back toward his house, a modest one by any standards. It had been where he'd raised his daughter with his wife, who'd recently departed after falling ill with pneumonia. Due to her failing health, he'd wanted to move closer to the Caspian Sea, maybe build a small waterfront home. Such a decision would have delighted Sergei's wife, had she still been alive. But he couldn't uproot everything he'd ever known. And he certainly wasn't about to abandon his post, as outdated as it seemed at the time. The Cold War had ended with the thud of the Iron Curtain collapsing in a heap of rubble in Germany years ago. Soviet states crumbled, and then demanded their freedom. The once great country of the USSR had dissolved in an instant when viewed in light of the history of the world. But Sergei was convinced that dissolution of the Soviet Union was temporary. The world would come to its senses and recognize just how important the Soviet Union was. It was more than just an ideal to be accepted. It was a way of life. And more than anything, it was Sergei's way of life, although a tenuous one now. 43 years had passed since Sergei received his commission, and the deed to more than 200 acres of fertile farmland to go along with it. His duties were simple, albeit monotonous. Once a week, he climbed down into the silo that the Soviet military had constructed on his farmland and checked to see if the light was green or red. Then he reported his findings by calling a hotline. His method of registering what color the light was had changed slightly over the years. At first, he read back a code that was mailed to him each week from Moscow. But when he received a push-button phone, he was able to enter a number that corresponded with the colors. 1 for Zeleny, 2 for Krasny. The technology had advanced to the point that he merely had to dial the phone number and say the color to the automated voice when prompted. However, none of that changed the fact that Sergei had to climb down the ladder and climb back up again, something he wasn't sure he could do much longer. Sergei's wife had warned him that he needed to bring up the issue with his contact in Moscow, but she died 8 years ago from cancer, and he wasn't about to yield his duties. His country still needed him, and as far as he knew, the Americans still posed a threat. As long as he was physically able, Sergei was going to complete his task each week, and be proud of the fact that he accomplished it, as insignificant as it might seem. Sergei Lukin was a patriot, and he made sure there was never any doubt about that fact either. The bronze bust he fashioned of Nikita Khrushchev spoke volumes about Sergei's allegiance, even if Khrushchev tried to make Joseph Stalin a footnote on the timeline of the Eastern superpower. He stopped on his way back to the house and yanked a couple of bull hearts off the vine before heading inside. When the screen door creaked and then slammed behind him, he placed his new harvest on the kitchen table and then called the number that had been seared into his memory. After a few seconds, a woman answered and requested his password. He dutifully recited it and then delivered his verdict. "Zeleny," he said. A high-pitched tone acknowledged his response, and Sergei hung up the phone. He washed his tomatoes and then started slicing them for his dinner. After preparing and eating his food, he had just finished cleaning up when he heard Stalin break into a barking fit on the front porch. The low rumble of a pair of vehicles arrested his attention. Drying his hands on a dish towel, he walked to the front door and peered outside. A pair of SUVs skidded to a stop in his gravel driveway. "Privyet," Sergei called with a wave and a grin to his visitors. He was a little taken aback by the surprise visit, but he had grown accustomed to Russian military officers dropping in unannounced to inspect his lisichka, his little fox. The man who got out of the front passenger side of the SUV didn't smile or even acknowledge Sergei. He started to hyperventilate as the man stormed toward the house. "What is the meaning of this?" Sergei asked. The man signaled to the rest of his crew. They hustled out of their vehicles and rushed towards Sergei, who didn't move as he covered his head with his hands. "What are you doing?" he asked. None of the crew replied as they picked him up and carried him into the house. They placed him in a chair at the kitchen table. Hot tears streaked down Sergei's face and splattered on the placemat in front of him. He knew they weren't going to answer his questions, let alone offer up an explanation that made any sense. Years ago, he'd seen neighbors whisked away without warning, never to return. And while the Soviet government no longer existed, the one that took its place in Russia was no different, comprised by the same men from an era long ago. Whatever Sergei had done, or hadn't done, he'd never know. The end would come swift and sudden. The man who'd led the agents swarming into Sergei's house gave a wry grin as he held his weapon against Sergei's temple. "Any last words, old man?" "Да здравствует матушка Россия! Россия навсегда!" Whatever they thought he'd done, Sergei didn't want there to be any doubt that he was a patriot. "Long live Mother Russia! Russia forever!" He clenched his eyes shut and waited. There was a long pause, then a shot. His head hit the table, his body limp and lifeless. Chapter 2. Fan Mountains, Tajikistan. Titus Black focused his camera on the landscape in front of him. Craggy peaks towered over the emerald waters of Lake Mijgon, a scene teeming with natural beauty. But as much as Black enjoyed drinking in such scenes, he wasn't focused on the mountains or the lake. He was looking for his target. "Are you sure he's here?" Black asked over his comms. Christina Shields, his partner observing the events from the comfort of the Firestorm headquarters in Washington, sighed. "What is he doing? He was there 2 minutes ago." "So you don't see him anymore either?" Black asked. "Maybe he ran into a cave, but I can't tell. The sun isn't doing me any favors either. All the long shadows are making this very difficult." Black dropped his lens and scanned the horizon. Daylight trickled away, leaving Black with no more than a half hour before he'd have to continue his search in the dark. He raised up his lens once more to focus on the area where his target had last been seen. "Anything?" she asked. "Not yet," Black said. "Wait a minute." "What is it?" "I saw some movement up on the ridge. I think that might be him." "Are you sure?" "It's near the location you gave me that you last had for him." "Good," she said. "He sure is a slippery one." Black chuckled. "It's why he's still alive." Black secured his camera in his bag before striking off for the top of the ridge. If he hustled, he figured he could make it there in 15 minutes. When Black joined Firestorm, he had no idea that extractions would become such a regular part of his workload. He'd signed up for killing terrorist masterminds and eliminating dangerous threats to the U.S., both on foreign soil and at home. But he'd done more than his fair share of assisting other agents trapped behind enemy lines. Technically, James Lloyd wasn't trapped, but Tajikistan's diplomatic relationship with the U.S. was tenuous, especially when the small Central Asian country was forced to choose between the Americans and one of its next-door neighbors, the Chinese. For over a week, Lloyd had been trying to escape from China after serving as a spy there for over 6 years. A trusted liaison informed the secret police of Lloyd's true purpose for being in the country, forcing him to flee. He'd barely evaded the authorities in a wild chase across town before heading to the wilderness and scrambling across the border into Tajikistan. Extracting him from Afghanistan would have been easier logistically, but the Taliban's presence in the northeast part of the country made it nothing short of a suicide run. And while every government agency wanted to glean Chinese secrets from Lloyd, no one was willing to risk the political fallout of rescuing him. Hence, the job fell onto Firestorm's shoulders, and more specifically, Titus Black's. Black clambered up the rugged hillside, which was nothing short of a geologist's paradise. Glacial scarring marked much of the steep mountains. Snow topped the highest peaks, as the wind howled through the corridor cut over time by a relentless assault from Mother Nature. Black paused and took out his camera to zoom in on Lloyd's position. "You still have eyes on him?" Shields asked. "Because I can't find him." "Checking now," Black said. "He was crouched behind a boulder, probably to get out of this wind." "And now?" "I can't see any sign of him," Black said. "Before I could at least see his backpack. Are you sure he knows this is the extraction point?" "That's what I was told, but I guess we can't be certain until I see him." Black scrambled on top of a plateau before scoping out the location again through his camera. "Still no sign of him," he said. "I might know why," Shields said. "Don't keep me in suspense." "Check your 6." Black turned around and saw a group of men riding on horses, storming toward his position. He used his camera to get a closer look and noticed they were all carrying weapons. One of the men raised his rifle and aimed it at Black. He cursed as he packed up his camera and sprinted toward the next rise. "You think you can make that?" Shields asked. "Do I have any other options at this point?" he fired back. "Because if you're seeing something I don't, I'd love to hear about it." Black kept running, his eyes affixed on the boulder where he'd last seen Lloyd. "I wish I had something for you," she said. "But from the looks of things here, I think you need to shoot your way out of this one." "I didn't bring that much ammo." "You're in mountains of Tajikistan. If you don't cross paths with wild boars or bears up there, you're bound to run across marauders. And all those threats require you to be armed to the teeth if you want to live." "I also had to backpack in here," Black said. "You have a point," she said. "But you've also got me in a predicament." "You're in a predicament," she sighed. "Look, the last thing we need right now is a game of one-upping each other." "Agreed." "Now, what I meant was I can't ask the expedition company I hired to do the extraction to bring its helicopter into a region where there's an active gunfight," she said. "That'd be unfair to the company as well as unfair to you. If they somehow were to take down the chopper." "I get it," Black said. "You'd be jeopardizing more lives to save ours, yet we could all end up dead anyway. I understand. I just don't see any other way at this point." "Be resourceful," she said. "I've seen you do it many times before." Black reached a steep part of the ledge and jumped high on the wall for a good handhold. He heard bullets pinging off the rocks around him. "Lloyd!" Black called as he worked his way up the wall. "Lloyd, this is Titus Black. I'm part of the extraction team to get you out of this hellhole." There was no response. "Lloyd, are you up there?" Black asked again. Moments later, he reached the top and pulled himself onto the level ground. Then he sprinted toward the boulder and checked behind it. As he did, someone grabbed him before thrusting him against the rock. Black didn't look at the man's face. Instead, his attention arrested by a knife in his hand. When Black finally locked eyes with the man, he lowered his weapon and then gave a relaxed smile. "I was wondering if they were going to send someone to get me out of this nightmare, or if they were just sending someone to kill me," Lloyd said. Black nodded and returned the smile. "Well, they didn't need to send anyone to because there are plenty of people already trying to do that. Just take a peek around this rock." Lloyd eased around the edge before darting back. "Who is that?" "Hell if I know," Black said. "Probably just some locals trying to rob us blind." Lloyd rubbed his goatee and nodded. Black rummaged through his pack as Lloyd peppered his rescuer with questions. "So where's the rest of the extraction team?" Black shrugged. "What do you mean?" "I'm it. Just me, my partner in Washington observing everything over satellite, and some dude we paid triple his rate to fly us out of here on an expedition chopper." "That's it?" Lloyd asked as his eyes widened. "More than enough experience to get you out of here safely," Black said. "Now you want to stop your moaning and help me get us out of here?" Lloyd didn't move. His eyes locked on the men thundering toward them. "Those people will be able to get up here. Trust me. And that's why I don't want to be around to see it," Black said. "Now would you focus and help me out here?" Lloyd nodded. "Got a weapon for me?" Black pulled out the gun he'd tucked into the back of his belt and tossed it to Lloyd. "You can use this, but I don't intend on fighting from here." "What do you mean?" Lloyd asked. "This is the high ground. It's the best place to fight from." "Not for me," Black said, as he dumped a piece of thick, square plastic onto the ground. "Are you insane?" Black nodded. "Certifiably. At least that's what I've been told." He fiddled with a valve on the side of the plastic before it started to inflate. Seconds later, they had a boat. "You are out of your mind," Lloyd said. "If you want to stay up here and fight these guys off one by one, be my guest," Black said. "But I don't have enough ammo or patience to engage in that kind of warfare. Now, if you want to come with me, I suggest you hop in." "Hop in?" Black nodded. "There's a nice strip of ice right here that will get us down to the lake." "And then what?" "We get to the other side and pick them off one by one," Black said. Lloyd scowled and shrugged. "I guess it could work." "Why don't you help me find out?" Black said, gesturing to the boat. Lloyd climbed in and Black got behind the boat and pushed, shoving the inflatable vessel down a patch of ice that ran almost all the way to the water. They skidded to a stop on the rocky shoreline before carrying the boat to the lake. Black held a small propulsion device in the water, powering them across the lake. Bullets peppered the water around them. "Are you sure this was a good idea?" Lloyd asked. "No," Black said, "but it was our best option." He looked up on the ridge where the gang of horsemen had gathered. They circled up and talked for a moment. Then they began their descent to the shoreline, firing random shots as they did. After a few minutes, Black and Lloyd arrived on the opposite side of the water. They built a small blind and prepared for a fight. Black assembled his sniper weapon, while Lloyd looked on. "How many rounds do you have?" he asked. "Not many," Black said, "but I'm hoping it's enough." Black heard chuckling in his ear. "You find something amusing?" Black asked over his comms. "Now is about the time you wish you had your sharpshooter with you," Shield said. Lloyd furrowed his brow. "What?" "My partner providing support," Black whispered. "She thinks she's a better shot than me." "I heard that," Shield said. "You better tell him it's a settled fact, not something I just think." "All right," Black said. "I'll tell him. But I'm dark for now so I can concentrate." "Agent Black, are you—" Black cut the feed. "Sounds like she was upset about something," Lloyd said with a grin. "She'll get over it. She just needs a minute." Black eased into a prone position behind the blind and started to sight in the arriving horsemen. "Something's not right," Lloyd said. "What do you mean?" "They're not all here," Lloyd explained. "I only see about half the men. Where are the others?" Black sat up and turned around, only to notice the sun glinting off an object on the ridge behind him. "Look out!" Black said as he grabbed Lloyd and rolled to the side. Bullets started raining down on them. They scrambled toward another boulder, but exposed themselves to the men across the lake. "How good is your aim?" Black asked. "With this thing?" Lloyd said. I guess we're about to find out. See if you can give me some cover to take out the men on the other side of the shore, and then we'll start picking these guys off behind us. Sound like a plan? Let's do it, Lloyd said. Black rolled over and sighted the first man, still sitting on his horse. After taking a deep breath, Black pumped 2 rounds into his target, who clutched his chest before falling onto the ground. The other 2 men scrambled off their horses and tried to run for cover. Black hit one of the men in the leg before following up with 2 shots in the chest, leaving just 1 more man. How's it going? Lloyd asked. 2 down, 1 to go, Black said. Lloyd fired a couple of shots. I've only got a couple of shots left, so if you can hurry it up, that'd be great. No problemo, amigo. Black watched the man darting around the shore, searching for a place to take cover. As he did, he tripped. When he tried to get up, Black hit the man with a shot to the back of the head. Then Black spun around to take aim at the men flanking him on the ridge. The first 2 men came down easy, toppling over the edge. Black turned his comms back on. Shields, it's time for the chopper. I still see 1 more active shooter, she said. Though if I were there, we both know there wouldn't be any left by this point. Seconds later, the return fire stopped. Uh-oh, Shields said. I don't like the sound of that, Black said. What is it? The shooter is gone. Gone? I don't know, she said. It's like he just vanished into thin air. A bullet whistled just past Black's ear, this time coming from someone on the ground. He and Lloyd crawled behind the boulder, putting it between them and the final target. How'd that happen? Lloyd asked. Beats me, but we need to take him out. I'm out, Lloyd said, shaking his weapon. Black checked his gun. I've only got 3 more shots left. And what about him? Lloyd said. Black turned and emptied all the rounds he had left. The man twisted and turned, dipping and diving like a June bug skimming across the water. Black couldn't get a bead on him before running out of bullets. When Black tried to shoot, but nothing came out except the sickening sound of a mechanical click, the man stopped and laughed. He whipped out a pair of daggers and laughed before charging them. Black grabbed an oar and prepared for battle. Lloyd, however, had a big smile on his face. What? Black asked. I found another bullet, Lloyd said, before sliding it into the chamber. He took aim at the oncoming man, hitting him in the chest. The man staggered for a few feet before collapsing onto the ground. Nice work, Black said. The chopper will arrive on the north end of the lake in 3 minutes, Shields said. The 2 men scurried around, collecting everything from Black's bag and stuffing them inside it. Then they raced toward the designated pickup location. You must have some important secrets, Black said once they stopped. Lloyd shrugged. I'm just glad you were coming to save me, and not kill me. What do you mean? The things I know make me a very dangerous man, the kind that people want dead. The Chinese won't be able to touch you once we get you home. Lloyd shook his head. It's not the Chinese I'm worried about. Americans? Black asked. You ever heard of the Full Good Initiative? Black nodded. Sounds like we need to talk. The helicopter rotors thrummed in the distance as the aircraft descended about 100 meters away. The men put their heads down and hustled toward the open door. Good work, Shields said. Keep an eye out for Lloyd, Black said. I think he might be able to help us. Well, it'll have to wait, Shields said. Blunt told me this morning that he's got a new priority mission for us. More priority than the Full Good Initiative? Black asked. Yeah, Shields said. A much bigger priority. Chapter 3. Two Ocean Mountain, Wyoming. J.D. Blunt squinted as he eyed the elk grazing in the meadow about a quarter of a mile away. The beast put its head down and munched on the grass before freezing. After a moment, it lifted its head up and looked in Blunt's direction. "It's like he knows we're watching him," Blunt said to his hunting companion, Wyoming Senator Craig McGee. McGee, who cradled a thermos top brimming with steaming coffee, shrugged. "If you shoot now, he'll be watching over your office for the rest of your life." Blunt took his cheek off his rifle and chuckled. When he put his head back down again to zero in on the animal, the elk waited for a second before bounding away. Blunt cursed under his breath. McGee raised his binoculars to locate the animal. "Where'd he go?" "I have no idea," Blunt said. "It's like he vanished into thin air." "Does he have Frodo's rolling ring?" McGee asked. "It's starting to look that way," Blunt said. "I think he's gone." The two men studied the area for over a minute in complete silence before Blunt set the butt of his rifle on the mountainside and let out a long sigh. "Are we done for the day?" McGee asked. "There's still at least an hour of daylight left." Blunt grunted. "If I had to choose between drinking bourbon and dressing an elk in the field, I'd choose the former." "Good call," McGee said. "Let's go." Blunt stood as he threw his gun over his shoulder. They trudged along the path back to the hunting lodge, the crisp leaves crackling beneath their feet. After they reached the lodge, McGee worked quickly to get a fire going. It popped as the wood warmed beneath the blaze. Several minutes later, both men were holding a tumbler filled with bourbon and relaxing in rocking chairs near the hearth. "I like elk," Blunt said, "but I'd rather be in this position right now than any other." McGee held up his glass before clinking it with Blunt's. "Cheers, my friend. Big game hunting isn't always about bagging a big one, is it?" Blunt shook his head. "A bad day hunting is better than a good day at the office. Ain't that the truth?" Blunt took a long pull on his drink before setting it down. Want me to pour you another one?" McGee asked. "Why not?" McGee uncapped the bottle, the popping sound echoing throughout the cabin. "So what's eating at you, J.D.? I haven't seen you this knotted up since Carl Franks nearly unseated you." "Maybe we haven't spent much time together lately," Blunt said. "I've had plenty of situations that have put me on edge lately. Seems like I can't get away from 'em these days. If you want to just yell, 'Get off my lawn,' that might make you feel better." Blunt huffed a laugh through his nose. "If only that were all it took." "So, you want to talk about it?" McGee asked. "I have a feeling you didn't ask to come out here just to slough off a day of hunting so you could drink bourbon." "I might do just about anything to find an excuse to drink bourbon," Blunt said as he cocked his head to one side. "But you're right. I have something on my mind, and I'm hoping you can help me sort this thing out." McGee sat upright and scooted to the edge of his seat. "Go on." "Have you heard of a woman named Elaine Gibbons?" Blunt asked. McGee leaned back in his chair and crossed his legs. "Can't say that I have. Why?" "According to all that we've been able to gather, she's stoking the embers of the Full-Good Initiative." "Oh, come on, J.D. That group collapsed a while back. There isn't anyone left with power running even a semblance of full good." Blunt raised his index finger and wagged it. "I wouldn't be so quick to make such a judgment." "Explain." "The Full-Good Initiative might be dead as we knew it, but the intent of the organization is still thriving, thanks to at least one woman." McGee's mouth fell slack-jawed. "One woman? That's it? That we know of at the moment, but that doesn't mean there's not more. To be completely frank, if it were just her, we wouldn't be having this conversation. But there are others involved. We just don't know who yet. Okay, tell me about this Elaine Gibbons woman. I encountered her once, but she's not who she seems to be. Give me some more details. Blunt sighed before taking another long pull on his drink. She's got some powerful people behind her somehow. I'm not even sure what her ultimate endgame is, but she's definitely meddling. How so? She wants to stir up chaos, empowering our enemies to provoke us to the point where we must respond, Blunt said. And it's not going to end well for anyone. And you're sure that she's behind it all? Blunt shrugged. At this point, it seems that way. I just don't understand how the woman could be a ghost and get away with all of this. A ghost? Yeah, she exists in the FBI database, but from all that I can tell, someone added her. You mean they created a person and added details about who she was and her past? Exactly, Blunt said with a nod. I had one of my staffers do a little digging, and she found that Elaine Gibbons was more or less fabricated. Her background, education, employment, past relationships, all of it was added to her profile within the last 6 months. How else have you searched for her? McGee asked. What do you mean? What I mean is that it's lazy to take a picture of your suspect and enter it into the database, McGee said. If she seems too good to be true, then you should search another way. Such as? Do a search for facial structure and ignore everything else, McGee said. It might net you several dozen profiles, but it's easier to sift through those than look for a needle in a haystack. So what are you suggesting? McGee leaned back in his chair before taking a long sip of his bourbon. I think you've got a very well-connected person who's utilizing her contacts to throw you off her scent. Someone with that kind of influence within the government was also undoubtedly part of the government, if they aren't still. So you think Elaine Gibbons isn't real, but someone is pretending to be her? More or less, that's what I believe. Let me get this straight, Blunt began. In your opinion, Elaine Gibbons is a manufactured profile who's been deliberately inserted into the National Security Database? McGee nodded. That about sums it up. So what are you going to do? What other choice do I have? Black asked. I'm going to figure out who is the mastermind behind Elaine Gibbons and do something about it. McGee pointed at Blunt and winked. Now I think you're onto something. Let me know if you need help in any way. Chapter 4. 38,000 feet over the Kazakhstan-Russia border. Titus Black adjusted his helmet and checked his oxygen levels. The high altitude had given him trouble before, though he was confident he'd addressed all of those issues and was prepared to jump. The ramp at the back of the plane hummed as it slowly lowered. How's everything looking? Shields asked over his comms. You know, I'm tempted to just jump out of this bird and disappear for good, Black said. I have this feeling that you're intent on torturing me. Torturing you? Me? You do remember that I'm not the one who assigns you these missions, right? Black tugged on the straps across his shoulders. When I close my eyes at night, I imagine you and Blunt with one of those cigars in his mouth, plotting where to send me next. And then the two of you start arguing over whether you should drop me into the Gobi or Siberia. Then you both throw your heads back and laugh uncontrollably for at least a minute. Shields' attempts to stifle her laugh failed, which erupted into a guffaw. You're laughing because you know it's true, right? Black asked. Shields took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Not at all. But I can't help but chuckle after hearing how wild your imagination is. So you are trying to torture me, right? Of course not, Shield said. We have a discussion about where best to deploy your services. Unfortunately for you, Russia came right after Tajikistan. There's not much difference between the two. And if we're being honest, they were all one and the same a few months ago. It'd be like dropping me off in Michigan and then a few months later in Maine, after the country had been split apart. Neither state is where I want to spend much time. Then you haven't been to the right places, Shield said. You know I'm a Georgia girl, but Mackinac Island is a hidden gem, and then there's Acadia National Park in Maine. Okay, you've made your point. But let me make mine one final time. The old Soviet Union isn't the good old USA, and I don't want to spend any more time in any of it. That'd be my preference too, she said. Maybe next time we can hunt down a terrorist cell in Fiji. We can dream, can't we? The navigator gave Black the signal that he was 30 seconds away from the jump zone. The timing was critical too. If they veered into Russian airspace by even a few meters, a pair of MiG-29s would be directed to escort the U.S. cargo plane disguised with a FedEx paint job to less hostile airspace. It wasn't the kind of attention the pilots wanted. Agent Black, we're approaching the drop zone, the pilot said over the comms, before starting a countdown. When the pilot hit 1, Black didn't hesitate. He sprinted down the ramp and spun as he dove into pre-dawn sky. He watched as the plane banked hard south, avoiding any hint that it was going to travel into Russian airspace. As Black descended, he checked his oxygen levels as well as his altimeter. How's it look from up there? Shields asked. Black put his head down, aiming for the target area. It looks like there might be civilization where I'm headed, but I can't be sure at this point. I'm too far away to tell. Trust your instruments, and good luck, she said. I'll be monitoring your progress from here while I down this cup of coffee. Hopefully it won't be much of a late night for you, Black said. I get the intel and get to the extraction point. Simple as possible. That'd be nice. I do have a night out with some girlfriends planned. Black laughed. And if things go south, what excuse will you give them this time? My dog Bailey is sick and throwing up everywhere. You've used that one twice already, he said. I'm glad someone is keeping track. But why don't you make this conversation moot and just avoid getting hung up there altogether? I wish I could make those promises, but you know I can't. We can continue this when I reach terra firma again, okay? Roger that. Black zipped through the air, enjoying the rush of watching the blue marble get closer and closer. After a few minutes, he checked his coordinates to make sure he was on target to hitting the coordinates he'd been given. Satisfied that he was going to hit the landing spot, he counted down his chute deployment. 3, 2, 1... Rip! He pulled the cord at 1,200 feet, and his parachute gulped the early morning air, slowing him down. He was on the ground in a matter of minutes, dutifully burying his gear. Well, I made it, Black said over his comms while smoothing the dirt over the hole. Glad to hear it, Shield said. Now why don't you go finish this mission so me and the girls can have a fun night out? I'm on it, Black said. He landed on the edge of a field, just 2 clicks west of the farmhouse he'd been assigned to investigate. Just 2 days earlier, satellite imagery showed a massive missile being removed from a known nuclear silo hidden on a farm. Many of the Soviet sites had been dormant for years, before the Russians started removing them one by one. Some as part of the nuclear proliferation treaty with the U.S., others simply needing to be retired due to age. The removal of this particular missile wouldn't have set off any alarms, had it not been for the way it was done. Instead of a processed removal with plenty of safety protocols, this particular missile appeared to be yanked from the ground, placed on a transport truck, and driven off into the night. The satellite feed lost track of the vehicle carrying it, necessitating sending someone in to investigate. Unwilling to start an international conflict over this, President Young turned to the Firestorm team yet again to handle the assignment. Black's task was simplistic in theory, though not in practice. He needed to investigate the site to determine if there was indeed a nuclear weapon there, and then interrogate the farmer on whose land the weapon had rested for several decades. According to U.S. military surveillance footage, the site had been there since the late 1970s, without any major disturbance, and the man who farmed the acreage around the site had been there just as long. Black found it just as curious as the CIA had, creating for an interesting mission, if not a dangerous one. Questions abounded for him. Why now? Why were there other missiles from the Soviet era being moved? Who authorized this? As Black waded through the weeds enveloping the space around a set of rusty train tracks, the dew soaked his pants from his knees down. Less than a half hour ago, he was hurtling toward the earth at terminal velocity and unbothered by the freezing temperatures. But now all it took was a little moisture to soak his pants legs, and he'd grown annoyed. The birds chirped in the hardwood trees overhead, while dust motes danced in the first rays of sunshine penetrating the wooded area. Although the area was rustic, he didn't expect to be captivated by the natural beauty of an early sunrise on a rural Russian farm. Black stared at the coordinates on his watch, tracking his movements on his GPS. He crept through the woods toward the farmhouse situated on a small rise about 100 meters away. With large swaths of white paint missing on the house's wooden exterior, the quaint abode appeared more than livable. As Black edged closer, he noticed the front door was open. He stopped and took out his binoculars to inspect the situation further. And he wasn't wrong. The front door stood wide open, the screen door tilted on its hinges. A gray cat slithered through a slit in the bottom panel, prancing across the porch before plunging off the side and into the nearby weeds. If Black didn't know any better, he would have guessed that the farmer had already started his morning routine, trying to wring every second of daylight that he could into useful time. But there was something eerie about the scene that gave Black a reason to feel uncomfortable, starting with the fact that he hadn't seen a single person at work. Even if the farmer worked alone, a fact that he knew wasn't true based on the intelligence report he received. The likelihood that Black wouldn't have seen a few people engaged in their morning duties seemed high. But the entire place was quiet. Black rechecked his coordinates before hailing Shields on the comms. "Are you sure this is the right place?" "What's wrong?" she asked. "Aside from it looking like a ghost town and there not being another person here to tend this land." "Nothing," Black said. "But what do I know? It's not like I halo jump onto small Russian farms enough to know what to expect." "From what I can tell, everything lines up," Shields said. "You're in the right place." "Copy that," he said. "I just have a bad feeling in my gut." "I get those too," Shields said. "I usually just call that crystals." Black sighed. "Are we really going to do this again? I mean, seriously? Crystals? If the next words out of your mouth are White Castle, so help me. White Castle is way better than crystals," Black said. "It's not even a competition. I don't understand your allegiance, but no." "No what?" "No, I didn't have White Castle this morning," Black said. "So I'm certain that my gut feeling right now isn't something I should ignore." "I'm not seeing any other movement on the property," Shields said. But I can't tell what's going on inside the house either. My feed isn't that strong. Black crouched behind a truck and waited. Shields, are you there? Yeah, I'm here, but I'm getting some interference right now. I'm afraid I'm not going to be much help to you until this gets back up and running. Just be careful. Roger that, Black said, as he eased up and peeked over the back of the truck bed. Once he was satisfied that there wasn't anyone around, he moved toward the house. As he walked up the steps, he lowered his weapon and called out. Privyet, he said. He waited a beat, steadying his breathing. Privyet, Black said again. Nothing. He knocked on the door with his left hand, his right still clutching his gun. The floor creaked as he stepped inside and crept toward the kitchen. Privyet, he called again. Black froze upon feeling a stiff object shoved into his upper back. Don't move, a woman said. Chapter 5. Langley, Virginia. J.D. Blunt showed his security badge to the guard on duty and then walked through the metal detector. After waiting for Alex Duncan to follow suit, they headed down the hall toward Bobby Besserman's office. Besserman, the CIA's deputy director, granted them permission to utilize the agency's database to construct a search for Elaine Gibbons. Blunt knocked on Besserman's door, which was already open. The deputy director appeared engrossed in the document in his hands. He looked and flashed a smile. J.D., it's so good to see you again, Besserman said. And you too, Alex. Figuring out how to keep America safe this evening? Blunt asked as the two men shook hands over Besserman's desk. It's a never-ending job, though I'm quite certain it's one I wouldn't have right now if you and your team weren't so damn efficient, Besserman said with a wink. We do what we can, sir, Alex said. Besserman walked out from behind his desk as he removed his reading glasses. Look, I'm sorry about having to do this so late. It's just that our resources are so tapped right now, and none of our super processing computers were available until after hours. We understand, Blunt said. If you pour me a glass of your best bourbon, we can call it even. Fair enough, Besserman said as he strode over to the small minibar in the far corner of the room. The only bourbon I have is the one you gave me, which I believe I saved for when you visit me here. Blunt laughed. Why do you think I gave it to you? Alex, Besserman said, gesturing toward the bottle. What about you? No, thank you, sir, she said. One of us actually has to work tonight. Well, good luck, and I look forward to hearing what the big supercomputer churns out for you, Besserman said before leading them to their work site. Left alone to begin scouring the database, Alex wasted no time inputting the images Firestorm collected on Elaine Gibbons. Meanwhile, Blunt sipped his drink while perusing the day's edition of the Washington Post. Anything interesting in there? Alex asked. He shook his head without looking up. Same old drivel. Stories about politicians threatening to sue other politicians. Stories about the latest threat that's going to wipe out the human race. If I was visiting from another galaxy, I'd assume that the entire planet was on the verge of collapse. Alex laughed. If I ever meet those galactic travelers, I might just ask them to take me with them. Blunt shrugged. It'd probably be the same type of problems, just on a galactic scale. I'm fine dealing with these issues. More money, more problems, right? She said as faces flashed rapidly on the screen. Exactly. After a few minutes, her computer beeped. Blunt dropped his paper and peered over the top of it. Good news? He asked. We have a hit, she said. The computer will keep searching, but I can start investigating this one. Blunt dragged his chair across the floor to be closer to Alex's monitor. Well, Alex sighed. I doubt Melanie Olson is who we're looking for. First-grade teacher from San Bernardino, California. Went to UC Davis. Divorced with 2 kids in high school. I doubt she took time off from her job to work as a waitress in Laramie, Wyoming. Good point, Blunt said, who returned to reading his newspaper. Several more candidates popped up on her screen. People with facial structures that matched Elaine Gibbons. But one by one, Alex ruled them out. However, after an hour, another hit arrested her attention. Well, now this is interesting, Alex said. Blunt set down his newspaper before rubbing his face. He leaned forward, squinting at the screen. What is it this time? Cicely Calhoun, Alex said. She's 37 years old and single, never been married. She worked in the U.S. Navy for a few years as a cryptologic warfare officer. Her father was Admiral Calhoun, who taught at the Naval Academy in Annapolis. Wait a minute, Blunt said. Admiral Calhoun? Admiral John Calhoun? Yeah, that's what it says here, she said. Do you know him? Knew him, Blunt said. He was a piece of work. Not to mention one of the cruelest Navy officers I ever encountered. He treated his staff like trash and was always right. I wish I could say that I had no idea how he ascended the ranks of the military being the way that he was, but a strange culture has existed there for years of promoting incompetent buffoons. The more I encounter these people on intelligence committees, the more I'm convinced they are there because they are yes men, unafraid to challenge authority or go against command. Commanding officers prone to go rogue seems like it might be problematic. Blunt grunted. Look at the people I employ. I get bucked all the time. But do you think I care? Not if the job gets done. And if you think it's a better way to get the job done, I'm going to leave that to you. But you better not be wrong. You like results, she said. Some people like control. And leaders who prefer control to seeking the best solution will not only fail those who they lead, but will do so spectacularly, Blunt said. Good leadership happens when we listen to other voices, even dissenting ones, and work together to plot a way forward that benefits all. Admiral Calhoun wasn't that kind of leader. Alex's eyebrows shot upward. Wasn't? You keep talking about him like he's gone. Keep reading the file. Alex mumbled under her breath as she scanned the report, before gasping. He's dead. Yeah, Blunt said. Does it say how he did it? No, it just lists him as deceased. Well, he shot himself in the head in his office at the Pentagon. He got exposed for his role in the Full-Good Initiative, and knew things wouldn't end well for him. Wait a minute, Alex said. He was part of the Full-Good Initiative? Blunt nodded. Yeah, but there are still some others we suspect, like Admiral Randall Gordon, but we haven't been able to get any proof. I happen to know that he approached someone about killing him, in case it ever looked like he was going to go down. But that's another story for another day. So, if Admiral Calhoun was part of the Full-Good Initiative, are you starting to put the pieces together now? Alex smiled. I think we have a strong case that Cicely Calhoun was posing as Elaine Gibbons. I mean, she had the skill to do it. But to what end? Search her financials, Blunt said. Alex's fingers flew across the keyboard as she tried to pull up Cicely's bank statements. After a few seconds, she reported her findings. She opened an account in the Caymans 6 months ago, before the Full-Good Initiative collapsed, or went underground. The jury is still out on whether they've truly been dismantled. Wait, the Caymans? Blunt asked. How did you... The less you know, the better, she said with a wink. Anyway, there was a transfer into this account of $55 million the same day Admiral Calhoun killed himself. Only a fool would write that off as a coincidence, Blunt said. And only a fool would think that a former Navy officer now working at a Washington think tank could suddenly have that much money to deposit into an offshore bank account. Blunt nodded in agreement. Where is she now? According to this, she's actually living in the Cayman Islands, Alex said. Then I have a few calls to make so they can get the jet ready, Blunt said. I need to pay Miss Calhoun a visit. Chapter 6. Tagirik, Russia. Black raised his hands in a gesture of surrender as he walked forward, following the orders of the woman behind him. She guided him into the living room and pushed him a final time before drawing. Still with his hands up, he turned around. Did I say turn around? She said in a thick Russian accent. Black shook his head. Who are you? The woman, who appeared to be in her mid-30s, wore a smirk, one framed by dark hair that fell just below her shoulders. Don't you know that the person with the gun gets to ask all the questions? At least, that's what I learned watching your violent American movies. Black smiled wryly. Touché. Now that we've come to that understanding, I want to know who you are and why you are here, she said, and not one of your aliases. I want to know your true identity. May I sit down? Black asked. Yes. Black took a seat on the couch and kept his hands in the air. He didn't like being at the mercy of a hostile, particularly one who could pull the trigger and end Black's life. If he was going to go down, he at least wanted to do it swinging, landing haymakers and raising hell in the process. Sitting meekly on the couch and answering questions wasn't how he envisioned his career and his life ending. So you want to know who I am? He asked. I believe that is a question that haunts everyone from the moment of birth. She sat down across from him and trained her weapon on him. I don't want a bunch of psychological nonsense. These are two very specific questions. Who are you, and why are you here? And just know that everything you say will be validated. If it turns out to be a lie, I will take one of your fingers, one for each lie told. In the woman's other hand, she fidgeted with a cigar cutter. The metal blades ground against each other as she rhythmically opened and closed the device. Black ignored her posturing, anxious to turn the tables on her, but he decided to see if he could win her trust first. My name is Titus Black, he said. I'm an independent contractor with the U.S. government. She said. Interesting. An independent contractor, are you? What exactly does that mean? I am not employed by the government, but they use me for certain sensitive projects. And what kind of project is this one? Black scooted to the front edge of the couch and leaned forward. Just a fact-finding mission, nothing more. I'm not here to hurt anyone, though I did bring some weapons to protect myself should the occasion arise for armed engagement. And what facts do you hope to find on a small farm in Tagirik? She asked. I have a feeling you already know the answer to that question. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here right now, would you? She smiled as she pointed at Black and then crossed her legs. I like you. You don't mince words, unlike so many other Americans I've met. So you do know why I'm here. She wagged her finger and clucked her tongue. Agent Black, what did we say about who gets to ask the questions around here? It seems you've already forgotten the rule. Sorry, Miss Agent Lucan, she said. Katarina Lucan. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Lucan. Now, if you don't mind, I need to go and finish my fact-finding mission. She laughed and then stopped suddenly, before glaring at him. I like your moxie, but you'll do no such thing, Katerina uncrossed her legs and then stood. She paced around the living room, her boots thumping heavily on the wooden floor. Tapping her lip with her index finger, she appeared to ponder something, casting furtive glances at Black. After a couple of minutes, she finally spoke. "Agent Black, I do in fact know why you're here. It's more or less the same reason I'm here too. This is where I grew up, the Russia I knew and fell in love with before I joined the FSB. But when I learned that 3 days ago my father was found dead at that very kitchen table in there, I wanted to know why." "I hope you found the answers you were looking for," he said. "Not yet, but I intend to," Katerina said. "You see, I resigned from my post with the FSB to investigate what happened to my father. I was told that he was murdered in an invasion. Someone came to his property and killed him. According to the report I read, they only escaped with minimal valuables. But I knew no one would be stupid enough to rob a poor farmer. So I went to the place they didn't know I knew about." "The silo," Black said. She nodded. "And it was gone. The missile was missing. How does a missile go missing?" "It doesn't," Black said. "Someone took it." "You are good at this," Katerina said with a wink. "Now, I went back to my superiors and demanded answers. They claim to know nothing about it, but I know they are lying, because they lie about so many other things, just like your government." Black smiled. "Oh, no," she said. "Don't pretend like they don't." "No," Black said. "I'm not smiling because I disagree. I'm smiling because you're right." She stopped pacing and took her seat again across from Black. "Let me ask you a question, Agent Black. Do you want to find out who took that missile?" "Very much so," he said. "Would you like to see the silo? Only if you promise not to throw me into it." "Of course not," she said, waving her hand dismissively. "I wouldn't dream of it. You and I are on the same side here, and I think we should work together." Black leaned back on the couch. "I'm intrigued. Tell me more." "Yesterday I resigned my position with the FSB. I won't work for those people anymore. People that would allow my father to die, if not order his death outright. I want to find the people who did this and make them pay." "So you want me to help you avenge your father's death? Is that a question or a statement?" she asked. "I suppose it's a statement of fact." "It is," she said. "That's what I want. Revenge. Can you help me?" Black sighed and then winced. "Typically, I prefer to pursue justice over revenge." "There's a difference. Not in the end result necessarily, but in the heart of the person administering it. Yes." "And what is the difference?" "Revenge is about inflicting pain on someone in retribution for the pain they inflicted on you," Black said. "Justice is about setting right what's wrong. If you want me to help you kill the man who killed your father, I'm not sure I can do that. But if you want me to ensure that the man who killed your father isn't able to launch a missile that kills thousands of innocent people, and do so by whatever means necessary, that's something I can help you with. Even though the end result is the same. Perhaps it will be, but I only know my conscience will be clear with the latter. In that case, I will ask you to help me achieve justice. Deal?" Black furrowed his brow. "Can you give me a moment to consult my handler?" "Of course," she said. "Do you need to make a call? I'll be in the kitchen." She put her weapon down on the coffee table. Black wasn't sure if it was a test or merely a sign of trust. Either way, he saw an opportunity and didn't want to pass it up. Black walked out onto the front porch and activated his comms. He put his phone up to his ear so that if Katerina was watching, she wouldn't know someone was listening in on their entire conversation. "So, did you hear all of that?" he asked Shields. "She's very convincing," she said. "Then what do you think?" She paused a beat. Black awaited her response, listening to her drum her fingers on her desk. "Well?" he asked. "I don't like it," she finally said. "I just don't trust her. She's a scorned agent, and we both know that's fertile ground for turning someone, if she isn't already there. We also know that a vengeful person doesn't make the best partner," Shields said. "Will she see anything but blind rage in making her decisions? At best, you'll be at risk. At worst, it could cost you your life. You want to make that call after meeting a self-proclaimed FSB agent for 5 minutes? Former FSB agent. The distinction is lost on me," Shields said. "There's also a nuclear warhead that's lost," Black said. "And if it wasn't, we wouldn't be having this conversation in the first place." "That's a fair point. Go with your gut, but mine is telling me to be very wary of this woman." "My gut is saying something different." "Well, you're there and I'm not, so you do what you feel is best," Shields said. "But I want to go on the record as saying that I'm skeptical of this woman." "Duly noted," Black said. He pocketed his phone and went back into the house. On his way to the kitchen, he noticed that the gun was no longer on the coffee table. Katerina was sipping a cup of coffee when he entered the room. "Partners?" Katerina asked. Black nodded. "Yes, let's work together." She smiled and stood. "Then we haven't got a minute to spare, because I just received word that infamous weapons dealer Pierre Toussaint might be in possession of the missile." Black furrowed his brow. "How did you learn about this?" "I have an insider who shared that information with me," she said. "An insider?" She offered a thin smile. "And former lover, who still thinks we're going to get back together one day." "Nothing wrong with hoping for the best. Especially when it means he continues to feed me good information." Black chuckled. "So where is Toussaint now?" "He's in Dubai," she said. "We need to hurry to catch a flight." "A flight? I hope you have a plan for getting me out of the country." She nodded. "My passport still shows that I'm an FSB agent, and with the right paperwork, they'll let me take a prisoner wherever I want." "Wonderful," Black said. "I'll be wearing handcuffs, I suppose." "Of course," she said. "Now go get in the car." Black opened the passenger side of the black sedan parked in front of the house. He got into the car and activated his comms. "I'm going to Dubai," Black said. "I heard the whole thing," Shields said. "And you're going as a prisoner." He sighed. "I'm not sure I like this." "Don't say I didn't warn you." Chapter 7. Spots Bay, Grand Cayman Island. Blunt fiddled with his earpiece as he lumbered toward the waterfront bar. The intoxicating sound of the steel drums keeping the rhythm of the reggae beat brought a smile to his face. Only his cane kept him from going straight to the dance floor and giving a whirl to one of the young ladies soaking up the island vibes. He'd always enjoyed surprising people with his dancing prowess, an unexpected skill from the former senator. "How are you doing?" Alex asked, her voice loud and clear over the comms. "I want to be drinking a pina colada right now and sitting on the deck," he said. "Anything but arresting a fugitive while wearing this ridiculous hairpiece and mustache." "Maybe we can all go back after this is over with," she said. "I know the team would love some time to relax." "Wouldn't we all? We could sit on the beach, soak up some rays. It'd be just what the doctor ordered." "I'm sold, but we've got some other matters that we need to attend to first, starting with Cicely Calhoun." I can confirm the team is in place, Alex said. They'll be listening for your order. Roger that. Blunt surveyed the deck as he searched for Calhoun. With her drop-dead looks, she was difficult to overlook. With curly blonde hair, piercing blue eyes, and a killer smile, Calhoun was a head-turner in just about any crowded setting. He found her sitting at the bar. She's here, Blunt said. He looked over his shoulder at the 2 private contractors he'd hired to detain her. Blunt nodded at her, and then glanced at the 2 men. They both acknowledged that they saw her before Blunt continued his march toward her. The plan was to escort Calhoun back to the Firestorm jet, where she'd be extradited to the U.S. and questioned. While not ideal, cornering her in public reduced her ability to escape. If she tried to run, she wouldn't get far before Blunt's hired men would catch her. Ultimately, the element of surprise was what Blunt hoped would make the operation run smoothly. Wait for my signal, Blunt said, as he approached the empty chair next to her. Blunt leaned his cane against the side of the bar and sat down to Calhoun's left. I'm sorry, but someone is sitting there, she said as soon as she noticed Blunt. I know, Blunt said with a grin. I am. No, there's actually a gentleman who just went to the restroom. He'll be back shortly and won't be very happy that you took his spot. She picked up her drink and sucked on the straw, while casting a furtive glance at him. I watched this seat for the past 5 minutes, Blunt said. Either your friend fell in when he went to the restroom, or you're lying. She shook her head subtly. Binary men are such bores. Fortunately for you, I'm not here for your entertainment, but I am curious as to what other reason anyone could be gone that long. He's a doctor and had an urgent call regarding one of his patients. The bartender came over and asked Blunt what he wanted to drink. He ordered a rum and coke before turning his attention back to Calhoun. Like I said, either he fell in or you're lying, Blunt said. I don't believe there was anyone sitting here with you, but if there was, I don't think there's any chance he was a doctor. She shrugged. Like I said, binary men are such bores. Would you prefer that I regale you stories about my private jet and my adventures the world over? He asked. Mildly more interesting, but still not moving the needle for me, she said, looking straight ahead at the bartender. What about if I told you a story about an admiral who killed himself and had millions of dollars hidden in an offshore bank account that his daughter cleaned out and used to continue operating the clandestine organization her father was a part of? She glared at him. I'd say you have a fanciful imagination. Blunt stood up. Miss Calhoun, I need you to come with me. Like hell I will, she said. Blunt glanced over his shoulder at the 2 men and signaled for them to join him. She slid off her stool and darted toward the exit, but Blunt hooked her ankle with the crook of his cane, sending her sprawling to the ground. What are you doing? She said. Get away from me! We have papers for your extradition, Blunt said. You're coming with us. Calhoun reached into her purse and pulled out a gun. Blunt backed away, placing his hands in the air. Before he could take another step, she jammed the gun into her arm and pulled the trigger. With the bar already buzzing over the confrontation, the gunshot set off another level of hysteria, sending patrons running for the door. She tossed the gun aside and continued her ruse. He shot me, Calhoun said. I can't believe it. He just shot me. Someone call the police and an ambulance. The 2 private contractors joined Blunt and watched as Calhoun writhed in pain on the floor, wallowing next to her own blood. A pair of bouncers rushed over and gestured for Blunt and the other 2 men to back away. What the hell is going on? Alex asked over the comms. Blunt eased a few feet away before answering her, Calhoun is trying to get out of this by going to the hospital after she shot herself in the arm. Got to admire her commitment, Alex said. Well, I'll need help tracking her, Blunt said. I can't let her out of my sight. I'll be watching on the satellite and following the ambulance. See if you can get someone to travel with her. She'll never allow it. Have one of your guys tell the paramedics he's her brother or something. We'll give it a try. A couple of minutes later, 2 men entered the bar pushing a stretcher. They helped her onto it and then checked her vitals. Determining that she needed immediate attention at a hospital, they rushed her to their ambulance. One of Blunt's men pleaded to travel with them, and despite her protests, they allowed it, convinced that she was out of her mind due to the shock of the wound. Blunt and the other contractor hustled to Blunt's car to follow the ambulance. With siren blaring, the ambulance maneuvered through the city's main thoroughfare, stopping briefly when traffic slowed around various intersections. However, Blunt struggled to keep up, barely avoiding several collisions in an effort to keep pace. After 10 minutes, they reached an intersection after the light had turned red, but the ambulance had made it through. Blunt watched the vehicle speed away. Alex, can you help me out here? Blunt asked. Don't worry, I've still got my eyes on her, Alex said. They appear to be headed toward the hospital. Okay, Blunt said. Don't lose them. After another 30 seconds, Alex spoke again. JD? I don't know what's happened to them. What do you mean? They went under an overpass, but they haven't reemerged. Blunt grunted. They're still there, then. They can't just vanish into thin air. I know, she said, but it's like they have. They were going with the flow of traffic, but once the ambulance left the picture, it hasn't returned. Maybe it pulled off the side of the road, Blunt suggested. That's the logical presumption, but that doesn't change the fact that I can't see them and have no idea what's going on. Just keep watching. We'll get there shortly. Roger that, she said. Blunt squeezed the steering wheel a little tighter, growing anxious at the length of time they'd spent at the intersection waiting on the light to change. When the light finally turned green, he roared down the road toward the bridge where the ambulance had disappeared. As he pulled up, his mouth fell slack-jawed. Alex, Blunt said. Yes? Were you watching the ambulance the whole time? Yes, sir. So far, I haven't seen anything suspicious yet, so I didn't say anything. But I see you arriving now. Yeah, well, there's nobody here. What do you mean? The back doors to the ambulance are wide open, and so's the driver's side. Any sign of Calhoun? Blunt shook his head in disbelief. There doesn't appear to be anyone inside. Then, Blunt saw something that made him lean forward, his eyes starting to bulge. Wait a minute, he said. I think I see something. Blunt gestured for his companion to check on the ambulance. He drew his weapon and hustled toward the vehicle. Blunt pulled his gun out and followed suit. He's in there, the other man yelled as he rushed over to the contractor, who was strapped to the stretcher. Is he alive? Blunt asked. After inspecting the other man, the contractor gave Blunt a thumbs up. They gave him a tranquilizer, but he's the only one in here. Blunt kicked at the ground and cursed. Where the hell did she go? That's the million-dollar question, sir, Alex said. I'll get back to searching and see what I can find. As soon as I find something, I'll let you know. Blunt inspected the ambulance before slamming his hand against the back door. Calhoun was going to be a far more formidable foe than he anticipated. She obviously had an escape plan and executed it to perfection. Blunt dug a cigar out of his pocket and jammed the tobacco into his mouth. He gnawed on the end for a moment before kicking at the dirt again. You won't be able to outrun me forever. Chapter 8. Dubai, UAE. As the Emirates plane initiated its final approach into Dubai International Airport, Black tapped his foot nervously. Even though he was no longer in Russia, he'd spent the last several hours wondering if he hadn't been talked into a trap. The handcuffs dug into his wrists, causing plenty of discomfort. Katerina studied him closely. "Are you nervous?" Black didn't say anything. Instead, he sighed and looked down at his handcuffs. "Don't be," she said. "Though I am surprised someone who would dive out of a plane 6 miles above the Earth's surface would be nervous about making a landing in an airplane by a pilot who's likely done this hundreds of times." Black took a deep breath and shook his head slowly. "But I can't control this one." She reached over and unlocked his handcuffs. "Maybe that will help." After pocketing the cuffs, she leaned her head back in her seat and smiled. "Are you going to put those back on me?" Black asked. "Only if you want me to," she said as she opened her eyes. "You've always been a free man, so if you want to run away, by all means, go ahead. I wouldn't want to work with such a spineless man who feels threatened by a woman." "That's not... What I mean is, I'm just..." She patted him on his knee. "Don't worry, Agent Black. Your secret is safe with me." Black chuckled and shook his head. Moments later, the tires barked as the plane touched down on the runway. As Black strolled through Dubai International Airport with Katerina, he wondered if he was dreaming. She had assured him that there wouldn't be any problems getting out of the country, despite the fact that he dropped in from over 30,000 feet. And she was right. At customs, they barely glanced at his fake Australian passport before stamping it and welcoming him into the country. After checking into their hotel, they spent the rest of the afternoon and the next morning preparing for Pierre Toussaint's special auction. Al Hayya was an auction house located on the top floor of the Crystal Palace, a waterfront luxury condominium that was the designated location for Toussaint's affair. Such a secure location also presented a major challenge for Black and Katerina. If they were going to get into the event, they needed to create a plausible story. Pierre Toussaint, however, was more than just an illegal weapons dealer. His fame on that front was limited to government intelligence agencies. And since Toussaint wasn't the person igniting conflicts around the globe, merely the man who armed the combatants, his illegal activity was ignored. His auctions provided a far more convenient way for intelligence entities to track down the people intent on attacking thousands of innocent people. Toussaint's actual fame centered around his standing within the archaeological community as a treasure hunter and collector. Whenever he was hosting an auction, there were sure to be plenty of surprises, including artifacts never displayed publicly. These events always attracted a crowd, particularly among the extremely wealthy. They provided cover for him to auction off millions of dollars worth of ancient artifacts in one room, while hosting a silent auction in a room next door, packed with instigators looking for the means to accomplish nefarious goals. As Black was getting dressed for Toussaint's black tie affair, he glanced at a magazine on the coffee table. On the front cover, Toussaint posed with his sunglasses and a wide smile behind a table full of Egyptian artifacts. "I already hate this guy," Black said. "What?" Katerina asked, as she stepped out of the bathroom while fiddling with her earrings. "Toussaint," Black said, glancing back down at the magazine. "I hate him." "If you think that's bad," she said, "wait until you meet him." "Pompous, arrogant, bombastic," she giggled. "You wish. He's actually very down-to-earth, kind and unassuming. If you met him in a bar, you'd think he was too good to be true." "That description makes me want to punch him all the more." "Perhaps you can control yourself until after I've avenged my father's death," she said, before retreating back to the bathroom. I wouldn't want to scare him off or attract unwanted attention." "I promise I'll be good," Black said. "I just hate two-faced people." "Most people don't know he's two-faced, which is why magazines write stories about him," she said. "If they only knew the truth." When Katerina re-emerged ready to go, Black did a double-take. Even though she was a good decade older than him, she appeared to defy time, and her backless black dress only accentuated that fact. Her gorgeous looks and youthful appearance were also part of her allure, though something he determined to resist. "What's wrong with you?" she asked. "Haven't you ever seen a Russian woman ready for a night out on the town?" Black smiled. "You look nice." "Good," she said. "Now, is your colleague ready? We have plenty of work to do tonight." Black inserted his earpiece and tested it. "Shields, are you there?" he asked. "Loud and clear, and I'm here on standby." The plan Black and Katerina cobbled together was a simple one, though it hinged on Shields' ability to hack into the reservation computer to gain access in a timely manner. Katerina held up the device and eyed Black. "Are you sure this thing will work?" "I'm not sure of much in this world, but I trust my partner," Black said. "If she fails, we're going to be in big trouble." "I'm sure you can talk your way out of it, or shoot your way out." Black stopped as he heard Shields screeching in his ear. Okay, I'll remind her." "What is it?" Katerina asked, as she checked herself one final time in the mirror. "My colleague says to make sure you get it within 3 feet of the laptop or tablet that they are using," he said. "Otherwise it won't work." Katerina smiled. "I don't think that'll be a problem." Black handed the keys from the golden Bentley Bacalar he'd rented to the valet, who opened the door for him after assisting Katerina out of the vehicle. While Black didn't like the idea of entrusting someone else to a car he was responsible for, with a $2 million price tag, he had to act the part of a man capable of plunking down $100 million for a missile without blinking. Katerina winked at him as he joined her on the sidewalk in front of the building. "What do you say? Are you ready to do this?" He smiled. "If there's one thing I enjoy doing, it's walking into the lion's den when they're hungry." "So you're admitting you're insane?" Black offered his arm, which she took. "I've never once denied it." "Then I guess that makes 2 of us." "2 of us who are insane?" She shook her head. "2 of us who enjoy walking into a den full of hungry lions." "If that's the case, we should have more fun tonight than should be legally allowed." "Legally fun is never the best kind." 2 men dressed in tuxedos stood outside the entrance to the building and opened the doors for them. Once inside, they were directed to a small table at the end of the corridor, where a woman sat with a laptop. She was flanked by 2 muscular men, both wearing sunglasses and looking ahead stoically. The line of people in front of them was about 10 couples deep. One by one, they were checked off the invite list and ushered to the right near a bank of elevators. On the left side, there was a single elevator. When the woman finally gestured for Black and Katerina to step forward, the woman peered over the top of her glasses at the couple. "Good evening. Names, please." "Katerina Romanoff, and this is my escort, Tony Anderson." "Katerina Romanoff," the woman repeated. Romanoff. As she mumbled to herself, Katerina leaned forward on the table and slipped the device underneath it. "Isn't the sky lovely tonight?" Black said. The woman looked up at him and scowled. The comment meant nothing, but was the signal for Shields to go to work. "Thank you," she whispered as he could hear her fingers flying across the keyboard. "Katerina with a C. the woman asked. Katerina shook her head. No, with a K. That must explain it, the woman said. Let me check again. How's it coming? Black whispered. Still working on it. Give me a few more seconds. And done. Black heard her pound the keyboard one final time, just before announcing her victory. Is it working? Shields asked. Black shrugged. I'll tell you soon enough. A few more seconds passed before a worried look washed over the woman's face. I'm sorry to make you wait this long. I know you want to get up to the auction, but I need to check on something. Is everything all right? Katerina asked. The woman held up her index finger as she dialed a phone number. She tried to talk softly, but Black could hear every word she said. Would you mind coming down here right now? The woman said. We've got a situation. Chapter 9. Grand Cayman Island. Blunt notified the local authorities about the disappearance of Cicely Calhoun and asked for help. For the 24 hours after she evaded Blunt's men, Cayman Island police scoured the island looking for her. She wasn't at her home on Grand Cayman, or at her secluded villa on Cayman Brac. Are you sure she isn't at her villa? Blunt asked Peter Whitaker, the officer in charge of conducting the search. Whitaker chuckled for a moment, before his smile vanished, his expression turning more dour. Oh, you're serious, he said. Blunt nodded. Very serious. With all due respect, Mr. Blunt, you're more likely to find Blackbeard's treasure on Cayman Brac than you are Miss Calhoun. Blunt arched an eyebrow. And why's that? There's nothing that goes on there that my Aunt Patricia doesn't see. She owns a restaurant near the airport, and she sees everyone the minute they step off that plane. And she's as honest as they come. She once turned her husband in for trying to get away with not paying taxes on a barrel of rum. So you're telling me that you're relying on the word of your aunt? Blunt asked. Would you like to go and see for yourself? Blunt nodded. Damn straight I would. A half hour later, Blunt and Whitaker took off in a police airplane, taking the short flight to Cayman Brac. Unlike Grand Cayman, Cayman Brac wasn't teeming with tourists. The 6-mile-long island looked more like a glorified sandbar than an inhabitable island, yet homes still dotted the shoreline in some places. That's Miss Calhoun's home right there, Whitaker said. Blunt bit down hard on his cigar as he inspected the property from the air. The home was modest by beachfront standards. Standing just 1 story high, it appeared to be more of a place to escape to during heavy tourist season than a vacation property. There was no pool or even a yard to speak of, just a house surrounded by native plants growing haphazardly in the sandy soil. Blunt noted there wasn't a car to be seen. How do people get around on the island? Blunt asked. Most people use golf carts or bikes, Whitaker said. The marina has the island's only gas station, but it's a hassle to get fuel from the dock into your car. And what does Miss Calhoun use? She has a car, Whitaker said. If you have enough money here, you can find someone to do the difficult tasks for you. A few minutes later, they were on the ground and walking to the police vehicle, an ATV with mud-grip tires and a jacked-up suspension. I thought you said everyone gets around in a golf cart, Blunt said as he climbed into the passenger side. I did, Whitaker said with a wry grin. But that's why we have this. It's fast enough to catch just about anything on the island. You get into pursuits in this thing? Whitaker shook his head. Not normally, but be prepared for everything, right? Blunt latched his seatbelt just as Whitaker stomped on the accelerator, jerking both men back in their seats. The tires hummed along the pavement for a few minutes before Whitaker cut the engine and coasted into Calhoun's driveway. Whitaker drew his weapon as he approached the door. Blunt lagged behind, lumbering forward with the help of his cane. As they neared the front porch, Whitaker looked over his shoulder before stopping and waiting for Blunt. "If she runs and I have to leave you behind, I will send someone to get you," Whitaker said as he glanced at Blunt's cane. "Don't worry," Blunt said as he held up his cane. "I can keep up if necessary. I use this to lighten the load, but I mostly keep it around as a personal protection device." Whitaker smiled. "Aren't you just full of surprises, Mr. Blunt?" They continued their march to the house before arriving at the front door. Whitaker rang the doorbell and waited. Nothing. He jiggled the doorknob, but it didn't budge. They walked around the house, pressing their faces against the window to look for signs that anyone was there. The lights were off. The counters were clear. The house looked as if it had been cleaned and ready for the return of its owner. Blunt started searching the property near the front door, kicking at rocks and crouching down to search at the base of each plant. "What are you doing?" Whitaker asked. "I think it's pretty clear that she isn't here." "That's what a fugitive would want us to think," Blunt said. He hunted frantically until he stopped and smiled. "I found it." Whitaker hustled over to Blunt. "Found what?" He poked at a rock with his cane. "The key to get inside." "Where?" "Right here," Blunt said as he knelt and scooped up the rock. He turned it over and slid a small compartment door open, revealing a key. "How did you know to look there?" Blunt shrugged. "Too many people use these in the U.S. It's easy to get away with it, too, since most of the time the rocks look like real ones you'd find in a person's yard. But this rock stands out here, don't you think?" Whitaker nodded in agreement. "Let's go." Blunt unlocked the front door, and the two men explored the bungalow. It had 3 bedrooms and 2 baths, and it was empty. The two men met back up in the kitchen after their search. "Satisfied?" Whitaker asked. Blunt then noticed something on the floor underneath the kitchen table. He rushed over to it, dragging chairs aside. "What do you see?" Whitaker asked. "Help me with this," Blunt said, grabbing one end of the table. The two men eased the table into the living room before Blunt returned to the spot on the floor. He tamped down on the hardwood with his foot. "Hear that?" Blunt asked. Whitaker furrowed his brow and cocked his head to one side. "Hear what?" "It's hollow. There's something underneath." Blunt studied the thin crack in the floor for a moment, convinced that there was a space beneath him. He stood up and looked around the kitchen for any button that would open the floor. Feeling under the overhang of the counter, he found a small plastic square and pushed it. A motor hummed as a small portion of the floor slid back to reveal a narrow staircase. Whitaker stared slack-jawed as it appeared. Blunt wasted no time in descending into the hidden chamber, leaving Whitaker to gawk at the scene. Fluorescent lights flickered on as Blunt entered the secret basement. He found a small room with nothing but a table and a desk. He rushed around, tapping the walls to see if there were any other hidden spaces. But there weren't. All solid walls. He cursed in frustration. "I thought this was going to be our big break." Whitaker pointed at the far wall, where a corkboard was attached. It was clear, except for a small note pinned in the bottom corner. "She left you something." Blunt strode up to the bulletin board and squinted as he read the note. "Better luck next time, Senator Blunt." Whitaker's phone rang as the two men ascended the steps. "She did what?" We're on our way back now." After he hung up, Blunt looked at Whitaker. "What is it?" "Miss Calhoun's plane just took off from Grand Cayman." "Find out what the tail number is," Blunt said as they left Calhoun's house. "I can have one of my people track it." After Whitaker relayed the information to Blunt, he called Alex. "I need your help." "Did you find her?" she asked. "We found her plane, and I need you to track it." Blunt gave Alex the tail number and told her the jet had just taken off a few minutes ago. "I'm on it," Alex said. Not long after the police plane was in the air on the way back to Grand Cayman, Blunt received another call from Alex. "Did you find her?" he asked. "Unfortunately, I did," she said. "She was landing in Kingston, and I asked the authorities there to apprehend her once the jet was at the hangar." "And?" "She wasn't on the plane." Blunt cursed. "Apparently she called her pilot and told him to take the plane to Kingston for some maintenance." Blunt thanked Alex for her help before hanging up. Once they landed back on Grand Cayman, one of Whitaker's lieutenants met them at the hangar. "What is it?" Whitaker asked. "Sir, we don't know how this happened, but Miss Calhoun's yacht is gone," the lieutenant said. "When did she leave?" "Sometime last night. The officer responsible for watching the boat during the night shift never showed up, and the other officer just went home." Blunt sighed. "So what does that mean?" "It means she's gone, and good luck finding her." Chapter 10. Dubai, UAE. Black checked his watch as the delay reached a fifth minute. The woman continued to check in guests, all of them ushered toward the elevators on the right when they were verified. Yet when two Saudi princes arrived, they were directed to the elevators on the left. "That's where we want to go," Katerina said, nodding toward the left. "A distinctly different crowd, to say the least," Black said. A door behind the woman at the desk opened, and a bespectacled man who appeared to be in his 60s approached them. "Good evening," the man said, templing his fingers. "My name is Leo, and I'm here to help you, Miss Romanoff and Mr. Anderson. Now, I understand that you believed you were on the guest list for this evening." "That's correct," Katerina said. "Is there a problem?" "According to our records, we can't find any trace of anyone issuing you an invitation," Leo said. "Can you tell me who told you that you were invited?" "We can't say his name," Black said. "He told us not to, no matter how much pressure was exerted on us." Leo flashed a smile. "How convenient." "I'm not lying, but perhaps you missed our names," Black said. "We've already checked." "Humor us," Katerina said. "Perhaps you missed something." Leo glared at them before nodding at the two muscle men standing against the back wall. They lumbered over to Leo. "When I'm done checking this for you, these two men are going to escort you out of the building," Leo said. He adjusted his glasses before he typed on the laptop. Hammering away at the keys for a moment, he finished by pounding the return button. Once the screen flashed, his eyes widened. "Well," Katerina began, "what do you see, sir?" "I apologize for the mistake, Miss Romanoff and Mr. Anderson. It seems as if my assistant here was struggling to find your names." Katerina leaned forward and peeled the device off the table, concealing the black box in her hand. "I hope you don't soon forget it. Now which way to the elevators?" "The ones on the left," Leo said. Black followed Katerina into the elevator before pushing the button designated as up. After the doors closed, they looked at each other and smiled. "I think you enjoyed that a little bit too much," Black said. "I've never been one to shy away from sticking it to the authoritarians." "Yet you worked for the FSB," Black said. That's rich. If only I could wield my power like the Americans, always devoid of consequences. Shields growled, as her voice penetrated both Black and Katerina's earpieces. That's enough. If we're going to work together, we need to trust each other, not start accusing each other, especially after some lunatic somewhere has a nuclear warhead. Black heard a ping in his ear, signaling that only he could hear Shields' next comment. Don't say I didn't warn you about her. When the elevator stopped, Black and Katerina exited and were greeted by a woman in a white blouse and black trousers, holding a circular tray filled with champagne flutes. Would you care for a glass of champagne? She asked, edging the drinks closer to them. Of course, Black said. He grabbed one for himself and another for Katerina. After the server walked off, Katerina chastised Black. We are on an assignment, she said. We can't allow alcohol to interfere with our decision-making abilities. She snatched the glass from his hand and set it down on a nearby table. Black picked it up again. I'm not going to get drunk, Black said. I'm just trying to blend in, despite your best efforts to out me. A different tone rung in his ear, this time signaling that what Shields was about to say would be heard by everyone. Aren't y'all cute? Shields said. Is this your first public fight? Black growled. Not the time, Shields. Katerina shot him a look. Am I stepping into something here that I should know about? It's nothing, Black said. My partner is just a little jealous that she didn't get to tag along. It's fine. Katerina widened her eyes. That doesn't sound like fine to me, but my English isn't always the best. Focus on Toussaint, Shields said. That's all you should be worrying about at this point. A small commotion across the room arrested Black's attention. Speak of the devil, he's here. Pierre Toussaint ran his hands through his thick brown hair, finger combing it back. He wore a pair of sunglasses and a navy blue pinstripe suit, accented by a white scarf. Upon entering the room, he drew a flock of admirers, a mixture of over-exuberant men as well as women sporting risque evening gowns. Tabloid photographers snapped pictures as Toussaint made his way through the crowd. After a few minutes, the security ushered out the press corps. Toussaint ambled to the front of the room and grabbed a microphone. Thank you for coming tonight. Now that we got rid of the pesky corps, they never get my good side, the bastards. He threw his head back and laughed. The audience roared with him. Black scanned the room and realized that the men he'd watched get on the right side of the elevator weren't anywhere to be found, which was just before he figured out that everyone who'd gone into the opposite elevators were all in the room. He leaned over and whispered to Katerina, We're at the wrong auction. She glared and shook her head slowly. Your girl screwed us over. No, Shields said over the comms. Absolutely not. You are on the same list as Abu al-Nasari. I can promise you that he isn't in the same room as you right now. Black scanned the room. You're right. This was Leo's doing. He even led us to believe we were going somewhere different by sending us to the other elevators. Clever, Katerina said. He's going to pay for that. She stormed off. Where are you going? Black said in a firm but hushed tone. Katerina didn't look back. Katerina! What's going on? Shields asked. Katerina is going to confront Toussaint, Black said. Shields huffed. That's not a good idea. Shut up, both of you, Katerina said. Before Toussaint auctioned off the first item, he stepped off the stage for a moment. Katerina seized her chance. Black watched from afar as she questioned him, listening to everything over the comms. "Mr. Toussaint," Katerina said, "I need to have a word with you." He shrugged. "As you can see, I'm a little busy, but maybe later tonight we can discuss whatever it is you want to talk about at my hotel room." "This is not a laughing matter." "Of course not," he said. "I never joke about such things." He turned toward the stage again, but she stepped in his way. "I need to know why you killed my father," she said. "I'm sorry, but you must have me mistaken for someone else. I've never murdered anyone." "You killed him and then extracted the nuclear weapon he was charged with guarding on his property," she said. "I'm sorry, mademoiselle, but you clearly have me confused with someone else. I do extract things from the ground, but not weapons." "I swear if you don't tell me, I will hunt you down and kill you." "Okay," Toussaint said into the microphone. "We have a nutcase here. Bruno, Luigi, can you kindly escort this woman off the property? She seems to have lost her mind." The two men rushed over to her, each one grabbing her bicep. She shrugged them off before walking in the direction they ushered her. As she neared Black, she eyed him closely. "Come on," she said. "Let's go." Black followed her out, as Bruno and Luigi never left their side. Once they reached the lobby, the two men instructed them never to return, or else they wouldn't be so hospitable next time. As soon as they were alone outside, Katerina turned toward Black. "He's lying." "Of course he is," Black said. "What did you expect? That he was going to admit to what he did?" "They were toying with us," she said. "That's what these people do, if you're lucky," Black said. "Most of the time they'll just put a bullet in your head. Trust me, I know. I've dealt with more than my fair share of these psychos." "I won't take no for an answer," Katerina said. "Are you still with me?" He shrugged. "Depends on how you're going to handle this. I'm definitely not interested in a suicide mission." "Don't worry. I have a plan." Katerina didn't wait for him, her heels clicking on the pavement as she marched over toward the valet stand. The tone in Black's earpiece signaled that Shields was speaking privately to him again. "So what do you think?" Black asked. "Still not convinced that she is sincere?" "It's hard to argue with that performance," Shields said. "I still have reservations, but I think I would feel comfortable working with her." "I was hoping you'd say that," Black said. "I want to stick around to make sure, if anything, that she doesn't blow this incredible opportunity." Shields chuckled. "Good luck with that. She sounds just like someone else I know." Black grunted. "I'll be in touch, but I need to go. I need to make sure she doesn't get both of us killed." Chapter 11. Washington, D.C. J.D. Blunt surveyed the sampler platter on the tray in front of him and struggled to decide where to begin. He paused and scanned the area around him at the picnic tables on the D-City Smokehouse patio. After activating the interference device in his pocket, he started with the rib tips and looked up. "Tough decisions, aren't they?" asked Robert Besserman. "First world problems," Blunt said. "But we have some other problems we need to discuss, especially now that Cicely Calhoun escaped." Blunt dabbed the corners of his mouth with a napkin. "Eluded would be the word I'd use. We never technically detained her. I should have authorized some more muscle for you. It's not your fault for thinking we could get away with such a small detail," Blunt said. "Who would have guessed that a former admiral's daughter would be so clever?" Besserman pointed at his chest. "I am the one to blame, no matter what you might think. I knew that the Fullgood initiative was still a threat, and Cicely Calhoun was our best chance at figuring out what the organization looks like at this point, and who's really in charge. Blunt shrugged. She won't be able to hide forever. The problem is we don't have much time before things could get out of hand, Besserman said. What are you talking about? Is that what this meeting is about? Besserman nodded. I know you were traveling yesterday, but did you hear about the incident in Riyadh yesterday? Blunt nodded. A Saudi prince was nearly killed in a shooting. That's par for the course over there. Somebody ticked off the king. I wish it were that simple, but there's much more to this story. Go on, Blunt said, as he resisted the urge to lick his fingers now covered in barbecue sauce. All our intelligence suggests that this wasn't a hit by Mossad or any other Israeli organization, but someone is working hard to make the Saudis believe that's the case. President Young had been conducting talks between the two nations regarding a partnership on natural resources in the region. But after the attempted assassination on the Saudi prince, the Saudis have walked away from the table, threatening retaliation on the Israelis for the criminal act. And the Israelis are denying everything, of course. Besserman nodded, and threatening not to return to negotiations unless the Saudis apologize for leveling such accusations. It'll be a cold day in hell before either country admits it exercised poor judgment. So, of course, Young wants everyone talking again, right? Without a doubt. He needs some foreign policy victories to hang his hat on in the next election. And he seems to think this is one the American people will care about and understand. Personally, I don't think your average American cares about what's happening in the Middle East. They're more concerned with what handbag Kim Kardashian is using while shopping with her entourage, or what kind of car Patrick Mahomes drives. But his advisors are telling him something different. In fairness to the president, most people don't care about Middle Eastern policy, but the talking heads on cable news do, and they can influence how voters think they're supposed to think about a candidate's foreign policy record. True, Besserman said after wiping his mouth with a napkin. That's why we need to help Young win this one, both at the bargaining table and in the court of collective public opinion. So any ideas on how to catch Calhoun? Blunt asked. She's in the wind now, and we're at a loss on how to proceed. I wish there was more I could do to help you at this point, Besserman began. But due to the fact that we still might have some agents sympathetic to the Full Good Initiative's cause within our own ranks, I want to keep this off book. And unfortunately, that means we can't use the full force of the agency. You're going to need to find her on your own. Calhoun probably knows this too. Ultimately, it shouldn't make any difference. You have access to all our tools, but you just need to use them in a way where none of our people can see what you're doing. So essentially, you're saying that we're on our own. More or less, Besserman said with a shake of his head. You could always hack our system, which is something you've done in the past. Blunt sighed. My staff is being stretched right now, and we can't let the issue in Russia go, as you well know. That has to remain our top priority, because if that one fails, all of these other conversations will be moot. Agreed, Besserman said. But there might be a way to get the agency behind tracking down Calhoun. Blunt dug into his jalapeno cheddar grits. I'm listening. It all hinges on her involvement, and we need proof. Of what? That this assassin in the Riyadh debacle was working under orders from the Full Good Initiative, Besserman said. As much as we need to catch Calhoun right now and interrogate her, I'm afraid that's going to take too long. She's likely gone underground and will stay there for a while. But if we can assuage the Saudis' fears that the Israelis didn't have anything to do with the attempted assassination, it'll make it easier for me to divert assets to the search for Calhoun, without raising as much of an eyebrow. If I were to try this now, it might raise suspicion. Why don't you have a team looking into this? We do, but the Saudis are mad and aren't cooperating with anyone, Besserman said. That's why I'm turning to you for help. So find the killer, save the world. Something like that. Simple enough, isn't it? Blunt grunted. About as simple as holding up 6 fingers when you've only got one hand. A challenge, no doubt, but not an impossibility. Blunt's eyes widened. I guess we have different definitions of what impossible means. All I'm saying is that sometimes you have to get creative. Creative enough to hold up more fingers than you have on your hands. I didn't say whose fingers you'd be holding up. Touché, Blunt said. When I get back to the office, I'll meet with the agents I have available and see if we can figure out a way to work through this with all the limitations we're facing. Besserman smiled and thanked Blunt for lunch. Just remember, this operation needs to be time-sensitive. If this drags on without catching the assassin, I'm not sure President Young will be able to restart the talks. We'll just make sure it doesn't come to that, Blunt said with a wink. Besserman clapped his hands once and then slapped the table. That's the kind of attitude we need, JD. Keep it up. I'll be in touch, Blunt said, before returning his attention to his food. When he finished eating, he picked up his phone and dialed Alex's number. I'm heading back to the office, and we've got important work to do. Chapter 12. Dubai, UAE. The next morning, Black returned from the hotel lobby with a steaming cup of coffee for Katerina. She was putting on her makeup in the bathroom when he placed her drink on the counter. Cream and sugar, she asked. By the truckload, just like you requested, Black said. She smiled. I know I should probably drink it like an adult one day, but too many years of drinking what's considered Russia's finest coffee has ruined me. I'm always afraid if I don't drown out the taste, I won't be able to get it down. How do you take yours? If I drink any, which is rare, I prefer for it to be like my name, Black. She took a sip and nodded. Perfect. I can't taste anything but the cream and sugar, just like it's supposed to be. Black shrugged. I heard it was a special Colombian blend. You didn't get any? It messes with my creativity, which we need plenty of this morning if we're going to figure out a way to confront Pierre Toussaint, and do it in a way that doesn't get us killed. I'm sure he's already scheming about how to get rid of us, she said. You made a rather pronounced entry onto his radar. She waved dismissively. He won't know who we are, especially from the guest list. But he can figure out who sent us since the hacking came from the U.S. You aren't routing your cyber attacks through China yet, she asked. That's the only way to handle such operations. You're going to tell me all the Russian secrets now? I know deep down you still have sort of allegiance to your homeland, or else you certainly wouldn't be here right now. I have an allegiance to the people of Russia, but not the country and its hollow leaders. And the people are the only reason I'm here. Without them, I'd welcome a nuclear winter that leveled most of my country. So you've obviously thought about this, Black said as he sat down on the edge of the bed. How are we going to get Toussaint to lead us to his weapon? It won't be easy, but I think we can coerce him, she said. All we need is for you to have a conversation with him. I'll snap a few photos, text them to you, and let him know that those images will be shared around the world. And you think he'll understand the implications of such a threat? She gave him a sideways glance. Why do you think he's so guarded about who attends his auctions? It's not just about buying from him, but also making sure that those he sells to can trust him. I thought there was no honor among thieves, Black said with a shrug. Who knew? He might be a thief, but he's also a very intelligent businessman. And the number one rule in business is to always protect the brand." "Fair enough," Black said. "So on that note, how do you suppose we can arrange for this conversation to take place in public?" There was a knock at the door. Black moved toward it as he held up his index finger. "No," whispered Katerina. "I'll handle this." She wormed her way around Black and then pressed her face against the door, peering through the peephole. "Who is it?" she asked. "Room service," a man answered. She turned and looked at Black. "You didn't order room service, did you?" "There's a cart with silver trays on top," she said. "Are you sure you don't want me to open the door and let him in?" Black's eyes bulged as he spoke in a hushed tone. "Are you out of your mind?" "I'm not sure I understand that American idiom," she said, cocking her head to one side. "Are you crazy?" he asked. "Oh, of course not," Katerina said. "It's an old KGB trick to let them in." Before Black could protest, she cracked the door a few inches. The man's hand, clutching a gun, flew through the small slit just thick enough for his arm to fit through. However, as soon as it opened, it closed. Katerina rammed the door against the man's arm, causing him to drop his weapon. He appeared as if he was trying to retreat, but she grabbed his arm and yanked him into the room. He tumbled inside, and before he could react, Black snatched the pistol off the ground and cracked him on the back of the head, knocking him out. "That was clever," Black said, as he stood over their victim. "I'm surprised you don't know about it. I thought you Americans were all familiar with KGB methods." He shook his head. "I'll have to add that to my arsenal." She nodded as she looked down at the man. "We need to go. There's no telling how many more men Toussaint sent to kill us." "You're sure this was his doing?" Black asked. "There's no doubt in my mind." "And you're still thinking that paying Toussaint a visit right now is going to end well because—" "Just grab your things and let's get out of here." Black zipped up his bag and followed Katerina, who took no more than 2 steps into the hallway before she glanced over her shoulder and broke into a full sprint. 2 men at the other end of the hallway chased after them. Black and Katerina hustled down the stairwell before zipping through the lobby. Without time to wait on the valet, she grabbed the extra key out of her purse and found their car in the garage. She tossed the keys to Black and told him to drive. He climbed behind the wheel and had the engine roaring before she had a chance to shut the door. Black backed out of the spot and tore out of the garage onto the surface street. "We need to rethink this idea of visiting Toussaint," Black said. "I know you hate the man for killing your father, but he's going to kill us both if we just saunter up to him on his property." Katerina craned her neck to see through the back windshield. "If you don't step on it, none of that may matter. They're closing in on us." Black jammed his foot onto the accelerator, pushing the pedal all the way to the floor. He skidded through several intersections as he tried to make sharp turns and elude the car pursuing them through evasive maneuvers. However, Black started to realize that the men behind them were worthy competition and determined to bring them both in. Black whipped the car through a roundabout, circling the center 6 times before accelerating down one of the turnoffs. However, his stunt also attracted the attention of several police. Seconds later, sirens echoed through the city. "You've got more company now," Katerina said. The car behind them roared closer, tapping their bumper. Black maintained control before stomping on the gas to create some more space between his vehicle and the one pursuing them. "He's still back there," she said. "I know," Black said. "I can see it just fine." Then Black yanked the wheel to the left and darted down another side street. When he emerged back onto a main road, he found himself being pushed into a corner. A police blockade had been set up, virtually sealing him off. "Well, at least you got rid of Toussaint's men," she said. "I'd rather have the police pursuing us anyway," Black said, as he put the car in park. "They don't want to kill us like Toussaint's men do. So in the immortal words of your former president, mission accomplished." Black shook his head. "If we survive the afternoon, I'd say it is." "Okay," Katerina began. "If that's the standard, it's a low one." After a couple of minutes, an officer sauntered up to their vehicle and asked to see Black's identification. "What did I do, officer?" Black finally asked. "Please step out of the vehicle," the officer said. "You're under arrest, and you're coming with me." Chapter 13. Washington, D.C. As J.D. Blunt eased into the parking lot at the Firestorm offices the next morning, he noticed a caravan of black SUVs parked along the curb. A handful of men dressed in suits and sporting sunglasses stood outside the vehicles and surveyed the surrounding area. After easing to a stop, Blunt got out and was immediately approached by one of the men. "Senator Blunt," the man said, "the Secretary of State would like to have a word with you." Blunt grunted. "She could have called. It would have been much more convenient." "You weren't answering your phone," the man said. "It's urgent." "Let's go inside," Blunt said. "I'll wait in the lobby." He strode toward the front door and propped it open. After a couple of minutes, Secretary of State Rachel Geller emerged, flanked by a trio of Secret Service agents. She was clutching a briefcase under one arm, while holding a cup of coffee in the other. "Rachel, it's so good to see you," Blunt said. She offered a thin smile. "Likewise, though I wish it were under different circumstances." "Let's head up to my office and you can tell me what this is all about." Blunt exchanged pleasantries with several of the Firestorm staff before he and Geller retreated into his office. He gestured toward the seat across from his desk before easing into his chair. "So, Madam Secretary, what's so urgent that you couldn't wait?" "Have you spoken with the president lately?" she asked. "It's been about a week. Why?" "I'm trying to find out if anyone can be an advocate for me with him." Blunt leaned forward, resting his elbows on his desk. "Every conversation I've ever had with the president about you has been nothing short of effusive praise. He has the utmost faith in you, even if you do live on the edge sometimes. What's got you so concerned?" "Ever since I got back from Africa, I feel like David Salisbury has been trying to push me out." "Salisbury is the chief of staff," Blunt said. "His job is to execute what the president wants done. It's not the other way around." She shrugged. "That might be how it's supposed to go, but I'm not convinced that's how it's actually going." "What are you hearing?" "I've got a few friends working in the West Wing, and they're telling me that Salisbury is vetting a few other candidates for my job, and I don't intend on going anywhere." Blunt frowned. "That's odd, since I'm pretty sure President Young would have mentioned something to me if he was considering making a change." "According to my sources, this was going on before what happened in Riyadh, and the talks fell apart. However, I've been told Salisbury is getting even more aggressive now, and I'm afraid that if I'm not able to get the Saudis and Israelis back talking again, then it might be what he needs to convince the president to give me the boot." "President Young might think you were reckless for what you did in Africa, but he trusts your ability to promote peace and democracy," Blunt said. "He's a good man, but he's not immune to succumbing to the whims of his loudest advisors. He hired them because he trusts them. And if Salisbury is pushing to get me out, I don't doubt that Young will follow his advice." Blunt sighed. "Our entire country benefits with you in that office." Then help me." "I spoke with Bobby Besserman about this just yesterday," Blunt said. "We're working on it, but we're doing so with some serious limitations." "Just be aware that you'll have your work cut out for you, because all the CCTV footage was deleted." Blunt drew back. "Deleted? All of it?" "Well, in a manner of speaking. All of the cameras went down at the same time, so there's no images of who was responsible for 15 minutes on either side of the attack." "You gotta be kidding me." "I wish I was," she said. "If I could prove that this was an outside entity and not Mossad, I'd feel much more confident that I could get these two countries talking about how to create an equitable partnership for their resources in the region. But for now, I'm left twisting in the wind until there's some resolution." Blunt leaned back in his chair. "This was already a top priority for us, but I'll be even more hands-on than I was planning to make sure this gets done. We can't afford to lose you, no matter what Salisbury thinks." Geller thanked Blunt before exiting with her entourage. Once they were gone, Alex entered Blunt's office. "What was that all about?" she asked. "A personal visit from the Secretary of State? What kind of trouble are you in now?" Blunt smiled as he trimmed the end of a fresh cigar. "Why do you always assume I've done something wrong?" Alex winked. "If the shoe fits." "Guilty as charged. Most of the time. But not in this case. Secretary Geller needs our help, and we're going to give it to her. Just send me the details and I'll see what I can dig up." Alex didn't waste any time hacking into the security systems of the businesses in the area where the Saudi prince was attacked. As she came across each one, she found the 30-minute gap around the time of the incident, just like Secretary Geller had said. There was no doubt in her mind that everything was coordinated. An outage in such a specific time frame in such a specific area could only be planned and executed by someone who knew what they were doing, and someone who didn't want to leave a trace. After a couple of hours of sifting through each security camera and finding the same thing, Alex decided to get some fresh air. She fixed herself a cup of coffee and circled the walkway around the Firestorm headquarters. As she did, she tried to think of any other ways to see who might be responsible. Then she had an idea. "I wonder if anyone has checked that." She rushed back to her desk and searched for a list of all the banks on the street where the incident occurred. There were 2, including one right next to the place where the prince was attacked. Since the effort to eliminate all footage wasn't tied to a power outage, she figured there had to be some other cameras that could have captured an image of the perpetrator. ATM security footage was routinely preserved on servers on a weekly basis, usually on the first day of the week. That meant any search for the footage wouldn't have appeared, therefore leading an inexperienced investigator to believe it didn't exist. Alex targeted the specific ATM machine she wanted and worked her way through a series of firewalls before finding the missing footage. A grin spread across her face as she downloaded the file. "Let's see what you've got," she said as she opened it. She scrubbed through the video until she reached the time of the attack. "Gotcha," she said as she captured several frames and uploaded them to the facial recognition database. She meandered down the hall to Blunt's office and told him that she'd found something. Blunt stared at her slack-jawed for a moment. "How the hell did you do that?" "A good magician never tells her secrets," she said. "But if you must know, I found an ATM that hadn't uploaded its footage yet, so it wasn't erased. Probably an oversight, but all it takes is one mistake for me to make them pay." "Good work," Blunt said. "Let me know as soon as you figure out who it is." Alex returned to her desk and found her computer beeping with results. She clicked through the list of likely matches until she found the closest match. She gasped as her eyes widened. I don't believe it. Chapter 14. Dubai, UAE. Titus Black yanked at the handcuffs tethering him to the chair adjacent to the arresting officer's desk. Even if he could break free, he realized he couldn't just walk out of the precinct. There were dozens of armed officers swarming around the room, and they could easily overwhelm him if the situation necessitated it. The officer returned to his seat with a file folder stuffed with documents. He leaned on his elbows on his desk and offered a faint smile. After sifting through the papers for a moment, he put on his glasses and peered at the page in front of him. "Thomas Martin," said the officer, whose name badge read Khan, "from Queensland. Would you like to explain to me why you were driving so recklessly in our city?" Black was impressed with the man's apparent command of the English language and barely detectable accent. After Black forced a smile, he responded and summoned his best Australian accent. "Well, mate, I didn't see the signs." Khan stroked his goatee. "The signs?" "Yeah, you know, the signs that tell you what the speed limit is." "Do you need a sign to warn you against traveling 120 kilometers per hour in a city?" "You know what we say in Australia, right?" Officer Khan shook his head. "No rules, just right." "I'm not familiar with that saying, nor do I know what it means." "It means there aren't any rules, and you just do what you feel like is right." Khan arched his eyebrows. "And 120 kilometers felt right to you?" Black shrugged. "I was in a hurry, mate." "I'm afraid in this country that being in a hurry to the point that you endanger the lives of everyone else on the road isn't a sufficient excuse." "So what do I need to do to make this right? Pay a fine because I'm good for it?" "I'm sure you are. But traveling at that speed requires a prison sentence." "Whoa, whoa, whoa, mate. Prison? It's just a speeding ticket where I'm from." Khan jotted down a note on his pad. "Perhaps you should have paid closer attention to the rules of this country before you decided to rocket your way through the middle of Dubai." "Can I speak with my lawyer? If you're threatening me with prison, I need representation." "Do you have a lawyer in Dubai?" "Well, not exactly, but I'm sure I can find one." Khan shook his head. "You think you're just going to find a lawyer? One of my mates will find one." Khan slid a cell phone to him. "What am I supposed to do with that?" Black said. "My hands are still cuffed." Khan got up and unlocked Black's handcuffs. "You have 5 minutes." Black took the phone and entered Shield's number. He watched as Khan stepped away to give him some privacy. "Hello?" Shields answered. "It's me," Black said in a hushed tone, dropping his accent for a moment. "I need someone from the Australian embassy to help me." "What kind of trouble are you in?" she asked. "It's a long story, but I got arrested for reckless driving, and I'm also pretending to be Australian in accordance with my passport." "I see," she said. "I wondered what happened after the comms went dead, but I'll make a call and have someone there for you within the hour." "You're a lifesaver." "By the way, where's your partner in crime?" I don't know," Black said. "They separated us and I haven't seen her since." Interesting. Is that all you have to say about it?" "I'll have you a lawyer within an hour. Be safe." She hung up and Black placed the phone back on the desk. Khan approached with a clipboard in his hand. "Will someone be coming to represent you?" Khan asked. Black nodded. "A lawyer will be here within the hour." When Colin Wilson trudged across the floor toward him, Black wondered for a second if Shields was pranking him. The pudgy Wilson wore a white Oxford shirt with a faded red stain down the center. He eased his glasses up on his nose with his index finger and then dabbed the sweat off his forehead with a handkerchief. "Why does it have to always be so bloody hot in this country?" Wilson asked aloud. "It's not like home, is it, mate?" Black said. Officer Khan stood and approached the oncoming visitor. "Are you here to represent Mr. Martin?" Wilson cast a sideways glance at him. "Is this the dill who thought he was driving around Dubai like it was the Monaco Grand Prix?" Khan nodded. "Sign this, and you can have one of those rooms in the back to discuss how you want to proceed." Wilson scrawled his signature on the piece of paper before gesturing for Black to follow him. As they were walking down the hall, Wilson stopped and pointed at another man walking toward him. "Lieutenant Saeed," Collins said. "It's been quite a while since I've seen you at Sunday cricket." Saeed grimaced and put his hand on his back. "I wish I could, but I'm getting too old. I hurt my back last week bending over to pick up a skateboard my son left on the doorstep." "Welcome to life in your 40s, Wilson said, patting his protruding belly. "You have a lot to look forward to, but despite my bad back and extra weight, I can still swing a cricket paddle." "Maybe next week," Saeed said. "So what are you doing here?" "Let's talk," Wilson said, nodding at the open interview room. Black followed the two men inside, where in a matter of 3 minutes, Wilson convinced Saeed to reduce Black's charges and let him go free. "You're a good bloke," Wilson said, "and don't let anyone tell you differently." Saeed smiled. "Let me get the paperwork started." Once Saeed left, Black looked at Wilson. "Impressive." Wilson eyed Black closely. "I don't know who you are or what really happened, and quite frankly, I don't care. I'm only doing this as a favor to one of my friends in Washington. But you better not sully my good name by doing something like this again. Understand?" Black nodded. "Next time I'll just let the thugs shoot me to protect your good name?" "What are you talking about? There were men trying to kill us." "Us," Wilson said as lines creased his forehead. "Yes, I was with a woman and some goons were trying to kill us." "Where is the woman?" Black shrugged and shook his head. "They separated us. I have no idea what happened to her." A knock at the door interrupted their conversation. Saeed entered before gesturing for them to come with him. He led them to the front and placed a document on the counter in front of Black. "All I need is your signature and payment of a fine, and you'll be free to go," Saeed said. Black thanked Saeed and scribbled his signature on the piece of paper and handed over the amount for the fine. "Thank you, Mr. Martin," Saeed said. "You're now free to go." "No, no, no," shouted another officer, who was sprinting toward the front of the precinct. "Do not let that man leave." Saeed shuffled in front of Black, keeping him hemmed in. "What now?" Black asked. "Detain him right now," the officer said as he drew nearer to them. When he joined them, Saeed eyed the officer. "I took care of all the paperwork, Rashid. It's okay." "You're going to let a kidnapper walk out of here without arresting him?" Rashid asked. "Kidnapping," Saeed said. "The only charges against him I saw were reckless driving." Rashid nodded. "But that was before we interviewed his passenger, who this man was holding against her will." "Kidnapping? Then that changes everything," Saeed said as he put a pair of handcuffs on Black. "That's absurd," Black said. "That was my friend. I never kidnapped anyone." He glanced over his shoulder toward the front door, where he noticed Katerina. She gave him a cheeky wave and a wry grin before walking outside. "We'll let the judge sort this out," Saeed said. "Then I need to make a phone call," Black said. "Why?" Saeed asked. "Your lawyer is right here." "I'm going to need a different lawyer." Chapter 15. Washington, D.C. J.D. Blunt cradled a cup of coffee as he entered the Harry S. Truman building. He produced his security access badge and shuffled through the metal detector before making his way to Secretary Geller's office. She was sifting through a pile of papers when he entered the room. Geller took her glasses off and offered a thin smile. "Always a pleasure to see you, J.D. And do you come bearing gifts?" Blunt held out the cup, which she took, wrapping her hands around it as her smile widened. "If everyone in Washington was as kind and pleasant as you, I think I might want to live here forever," Blunt said. "Flattery will get you nowhere, J.D.," she said, gesturing toward the chair across from her desk. "I think you've known me long enough to understand that is not an effective strategy in dealing with me." "It's only flattery if it isn't true," he said as he sat down. Geller wagged her index finger at him. "There you go again. So smooth with the lines that I'm sometimes amazed you didn't remarry." "I'm in a relationship with my job. And you?" "Same here." "Makes things less complicated, doesn't it?" She sighed. "With all I've had to deal with over the past week, I'm not sure I think that's true anymore. And I hope you're not here to give me more bad news." Blunt dug into his coat pocket and pulled out a cigar, chomping on the end of it. "You know, bad news is so subjective sometimes. It's all dependent upon our perspective in life." "Out with it, J.D. Trying to dress this pig up isn't going to change the fact that it's a pig." "It's kind of a mixed bag, but here's the skinny. We identified the person who tried to kill the Saudi prince." "And?" Blunt sucked in a breath through his teeth. "He's former CIA." "Oh, come on. That's about the last thing I wanted to hear. And maybe even the last thing I imagined." "I can confirm that he hasn't been affiliated with the agency since his death several years ago." "Wait, what?" "That's right. Agent John McGinn was supposedly killed in the line of duty 3 years ago. And ironically enough, one of my agents was the one who supposedly killed McGinn." "Did your agent just assume McGinn was dead?" "Stabbed him in a fight and left him in the middle of nowhere," Blunt said. "According to the report, there was no chance of survival." "But it's a miracle," she said, cocking her head to one side and smiling widely. "Despite that look on your face, I can tell you're upset." "Damn right I'm upset," she said. "I'm trying to get the Saudis and Israelis back together again, since they're both at odds with one another. And now I have to confess that it was one of our people from the intelligence community." "He was one of our former agents," Blunt said. "When he was supposedly killed, he wasn't working for the agency then. So maybe you could just say he was a rogue agent." "That distinction will be lost on the Saudis," she said, as she rubbed her face with both hands. "This is a nightmare scenario." "Well, do with the information what you want," Blunt said. "I'm inclined to think someone is messing with us, especially if this truly is all related to the Full Good Initiative." "Messing with you how?" "By using the technologies we have to make the man who tried to kill the Saudis look like one of our dead agents, knowing exactly how the facial recognition system would read it." "Or it really could be him," she offered. "That too, though I don't want to admit that's true." "Why? Because it'd show that your agent failed." Blunt nodded. "That wasn't the ultimate mission, but it sure would have been nice to interrogate that fool, if we knew he was going to get away with his life." "So what are you going to do now?" He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. "We've got to track him down one way or another. If this is someone messing with us, that'll be much harder to find. But if it's truly him, I'll have someone go after him and we'll interrogate him." "You might get what you would have wanted after all." Blunt cracked a faint smile. "That's not the outcome I prefer. Sometimes it's easier to just move on with your enemy 6 feet underground." Well, that's not always possible, she said. I found that out in the war. But there's always another way forward. You've just got to figure it out. And quickly, Blunt said. Geller held up her cup. Thanks for the coffee, J.D. You're a true gentleman, a dinosaur in this age of dead chivalry. Blunt scooted to the edge of his seat, his elbows still resting on the chair's arms. There's one more thing. Does this come with a bagel? She asked. He removed the cigar from his mouth and shook his head. I'm afraid this is a little more serious matter. Let's hear it. I'm sure you recall Agent Black. I'll never forget him, she said. What's going on? He's stuck in Dubai, arrested on kidnapping charges, Blunt said. Kidnapping charges? You can't be serious. It's completely fabricated, of course, by this former FSB agent he was working with, probably to save her own hide. I don't know, but that doesn't change the fact that the authorities there are holding him. I can make a phone call. Well, the real kicker is that he's doing all of this under an alias, an Australian alias. Geller groaned. You're going to ask me to grovel with the Australians to get him released? Unless you have a better plan, which I know you often do. Fine, I'll think about it and figure out a way to get him free. Blunt stood. This needs to be a top priority, too. He was trying to track down a stolen nuclear warhead from Russia when this happened. Do we know where the warhead is right now? Blunt shook his head. That's what Agent Black is in the middle of trying to determine. And if he doesn't find out soon enough, an attack would undoubtedly be forthcoming. Here? In the U.S.? We're not sure about the target yet, but I can't imagine someone would pay all that money for a weapon and not use it on us. Okay, J.D., I'm moving this to the top of my priority list. Now, is there anything else you want me to do? Turn water into wine? Put out a wildfire with the push of a button? Levitate Salisbury the next time he walks into my office? If you could do that last one and capture some footage of it. Get out of here, she said with a chuckle. I'll be in touch soon. Chapter 16. Dubai, UAE. Titus Black sat on the edge of his bed, elbows resting on his knees, fingers interlocked. He hadn't prayed much since he was a kid, but he considered that if he was ever going to start the practice again, there wasn't a better time to start than the present. He closed his eyes and mumbled his way through a prayer. A man's voice interrupted Black. Do you think Allah will listen to a kidnapper? Black looked up, his gaze meeting Saeed's through the iron bars. I'm not sure, but the only one being held against his will here is me. So what does that make you, mate? I'm the enforcer, Saeed said. You kidnapped a woman. You need to pay. Is that what she told you? Saeed nodded. She sounded very trustworthy. You, on the other hand, are less believable by the minute. If you choose to believe her, you're making a big mistake, Black said. She and I were having fun. She just didn't want to have charges brought against her. For what? Saeed asked. She never did anything wrong. Then why did you detain her? To question her. Black shook his head and laughed. You're so gullible. She made up a story to make sure you didn't arrest her. A story that was far more plausible than yours. This is a joke, mate. We were just having some fun. Maybe some misguided fun, but fun nonetheless. She just didn't want to get charged with anything. That's exactly what she told me you'd say. You're so blind you can't even see what she did to you. Get comfortable, Mr. Martin. You're going to be here for quite some time. And if you ever get out, everyone will remember you as the Dubai kidnapper. Black narrowed his eyes. What are you talking about? I have an interview with a reporter from the Al Jazeera network in an hour. Then the whole world will know what you did." Saeed turned and walked away. "You're making a big mistake," Black called out. Seconds later, the door at the end of the hall slammed shut. Black pinched the bridge of his nose and closed his eyes. His career would be over if word got out that he was a kidnapper, real name or not. Plenty of people would recognize him, and he'd have to disguise himself from now to the end of eternity to avoid being identified if he intended to work as an agent for Firestorm again, or anyone else for that matter. For the next half hour, Black pondered his fate. He could take being imprisoned with the hope of getting out one day. But to think about being caged up, and then when he got out, his cover was blown. That was a bridge too far. And there wasn't a thing he could do about any of it. The door at the end of the hall swung open, and Black heard the rhythmic clicks of dress shoes against the cement floor. Seconds later, Saeed appeared at the door with a key ring in his hand. He jammed one of the keys into the lock and tugged on the bars. "What's this?" Black asked. "I was wrong, Mr. Martin," Saeed said. "Allah apparently listens to kidnappers." Black furrowed his brow. Saeed gestured for Black to exit. "You're free to go." Black stood and strode toward the door. He patted Saeed on the shoulder. "And he listens to me, too." "You need to sign some papers on your way out," Saeed said. Black didn't look back as he strode toward the door. He raised his hand in the air. "Got it, Lieutenant. Thanks for your hospitality." After Black returned to the precinct office, he signed a few papers and was returned all his personal items, including the keys to the rental car. "Mr. Martin," called Saeed as Black prepared to leave the station. "One more thing." "What's that?" "Watch your speed." "Of course, mate," Black said. When Black walked outside, the sun blinded him. He shielded his eyes as he continued toward the parking lot where his car had been impounded. Unable to immediately find his vehicle, Black clicked his key fob, eliciting a shrill beep from the rental car. Once he got inside, he noticed something sitting on the passenger seat in the front. "What's this?" Black asked as he picked up a note. He read it and put it back down. There was also a cell phone sitting on the passenger seat. He picked it up and dialed Shield's number. After the two exchanged pleasantries, Shield sighed in relief. "I was starting to wonder if I'd ever hear from you again." "That makes two of us." "What happened?" Black checked his wallet while he answered. "Some of Toussaint's men were in pursuit. Fortunately, we got away, but the damage was already done." "Damage meaning that the Dubai police were already in pursuit of you?" "More or less. If the police hadn't cornered us, I'm not sure I'd be alive, if I'm being completely honest." "So the move saved your life, but almost completely torpedoed your career?" "Pretty much," Black said, nodding. There was an awkward moment of silence that extended for several seconds. "What?" Black finally asked. "I'm here." "What are you upset about, Christina? I know you only get quiet when you're really upset or scared." "I thought you were gonna die," she said. "I couldn't stop thinking about—" "Enough," Black said. "No need to dwell in the realm of possibility when it's all in the past." "But you could have—" "Could have what? Died? Been shot? Imprisoned forever? Been outed as a spy? All of the above? The fact is, it doesn't matter. I wasn't, and I won't be." "Stop it, Titus. Can't you see that it just isn't all about you anymore?" He stopped and closed his eyes. Shields was right. What was life if it wasn't about friendships and the joy of getting to know someone more deeply? Black recognized that without that, life was little more than a march through time with a beat kept by a soulless drummer. You're right, he finally said after a long pause. It isn't just about me. This job is certainly about more than myself. I do what I do because of the people I love, for the people I love. I want them to have a normal life and experience the fullness of all life has to offer. If they are whipped and beaten into behaving a certain way and believing certain things, are they going to find life fulfilling or draining? Each person's joy is found in their ability to take their pain and suffering and choose to not let it bother them. It's just that simple. Black growled. I'm trying to do that, but it's getting increasingly difficult by the minute, especially when I'm stuck in a prison like that. Well, do like I said and stay away from Katerina Lukin, Shield said. I warned you that I had a bad feeling about her. I doubt I'll ever see her again, he said. And if I do, I'll be sleeping with one eye open. Fair enough, she said. I'll see if I can charter you a flight from there, or get the Firestorm jet to pick you up. I'll take whatever I can get at this point. The longer I'm stuck here, the greater the chance that we'll lose that warhead. We need to track Toussaint and see what he's up to. Shields was quiet. What's the matter? Black asked. She sighed. Look, I don't know how to say this, but I can't shake the feeling that something's not right with the FSB agent you're working with. Did you look into her? Yes. And? She was recently discharged, according to my sources. At least she was telling the truth about that, Black said. I would just suggest that you stay far away from her. I don't trust her, and I wish I could put my finger on it, but I can't. It's just a gut feeling. Maybe you'd feel differently if you met her. Makes no difference now. She turned you in. I'd shoot her the next time I saw her if I were you. I'll keep that in mind, Black said, as he collected the note off the passenger's seat. He pushed the ignition button, and the car roared to life. I'll let you know when I have an approximate time for your flight out of there, Shield said. But until then, lay low. Roger that. Black hung up and then scanned the note on the passenger seat again. He drummed his fingers on the steering wheel, contemplating what to do next. What would it hurt? Black said, before dialing the number at the bottom of the note. Well, if it isn't my favorite Australian, Katerina Lukin said, as soon as she answered the phone. Are you out of jail? For the time being, and I don't plan on going back either. Good, she said. I was beginning to wonder if you would call. We have a lot to talk about. Chapter 17. Washington, D.C. J.D. Blunt invited Ned Edgerton to sit down on a park bench overlooking the reflecting pool. As they both took a seat, Blunt looked west toward the Lincoln Memorial as visitors swarmed across the front steps, snapping pictures and enjoying the cooler autumn weather that had settled over the nation's capital. A mix of golden and amber leaves skittered across the pavement in front of them. What do you think of the Hogs this year? Blunt asked. Edgerton, who went by Edge, twisted his SEC West championship ring and stared off into the distance. There's hope, he said, but it's still September. Spoken like every college football fan who doesn't cheer for a team named Alabama. Edge shrugged. One day the Hogs will be back. Until then, we just have to remember the glory days of Ned Edgerton in the Arkansas backfield. Believe me, brother, my knees remind me every day. But I know you didn't call me up to reminisce about my college playing days. Blunt tapped his cane on the ground and stared out at the horde of people enjoying the sunshine. I've got a new assignment for you. Give me the lowdown, J.D. How does Maine sound to you? This time of year? Tolerable. If you send me there in December, I might decline. Blunt patted Edge on the back. I find your honesty refreshing. What's the assignment? Are you familiar with an agent named John McGinn? Edge nodded. I've heard of him. Mostly that everyone hated him. Self-righteous and pretentious. And I'm being very kind by not being more descriptive. Anyway, that's why he ended up getting booted from the agency and was training a bunch of warlords in Somalia. What happened to him? That's where I need your detective skills, Blunt said. McGinn was working with some terrorist organizations down there and led a couple of my agents into a trap. But my team overpowered him and killed him. Or so I thought. They left him for dead, but apparently he survived. Apparently? We haven't been able to confirm anything yet, but there was an operation that went south in Riyadh about a week ago. A Saudi prince was nearly killed in an assassination attempt. He survived, but the talks they were having with Israel fell apart due to the Saudis accusing the Israelis of initiating the attack. The weird thing was all of the security cameras in the area were blacked out for half an hour. But how'd you figure out who was behind it? An ATM camera caught the perpetrator, John McGinn. Our facial recognition program registered it as him, though none of us wanted to believe it. So you want me to find this McGinn character? Blunt gnawed on the cigar in his mouth. He's a slippery bastard, though he'll probably beg for mercy when he sees you coming. I'm sure I can handle him. Once you do, deliver him to a CIA safe house for interrogation. And that's it. Easy enough, Edge said as he ran his hands across the top of his shaven head. So he's in Maine somewhere. Yeah, up in the boondocks, Blunt said. Even though he probably thinks he got away with it, I'm sure he'll be paranoid that someone will be coming for him. I'll be happy to confirm his worst nightmare. But be careful. We don't know what to expect with McGinn, though we do suspect that he has close ties with the Full-Good Initiative. We're still trying to determine how close, but I would just urge you to proceed with caution. Detain him and then deliver him. If he doesn't want to go willingly, use some strong coercion with him. But don't lose him. McGinn's been off the radar since his supposed death. We had no idea he was even alive until a week ago, and it'd be nice to learn what he was doing during that time. You really think he's going to talk? Blunt pulled the cigar out of his mouth and pursed his lips before answering. He's got a mother who's sick with cancer I bet he'd love to see. You'd make that happen for him? I'm not a monster, Edge, even if my adversaries are. You're a better man than I am, J.D. Going to your own funeral changes things, Blunt said. Edge chuckled. I went to your first funeral, but I doubt I'll go to your second one. I promise not to hold it against you, Blunt said with a wink. Send me the coordinates and I'll get on the road by this afternoon and keep you updated on what's happening. Thanks, big man. Remember, we need him in one piece. Blunt smiled as he closed his eyes and leaned back, drinking in the blue skies and warm sunshine. He was lost in another world for a moment before his phone buzzed with an incoming call. What can I do for you, Shields? I need to talk to you about something. Blunt sat up, his eyes widening. What is it? It's something we need to discuss in person. Let me know when you get back to the office and we'll chat. Heading that way now, Blunt said, as he groaned while getting to his feet. He leaned on his cane as he trudged along the sidewalk. A minute ago, he'd dare say he was confident, but there was something about Shields' tone. He knew it couldn't be good. Chapter 18. Dubai, UAE. Titus Black made the block twice before parking his car on the street. He walked in the opposite direction of his intended destination before circling back and going past it. Once he was convinced that he wasn't being followed, he contacted Shields. I've been tracking your movements, she said, You mind telling me why you aren't headed to the airport yet? There's a plane there waiting for you." "This is why I didn't call you earlier," Black said. She huffed. "So you're doing something ill-advised again, huh?" "That remains to be seen. The margin of error on choices like that is usually rather small. If things go south, you could jeopardize your life, or worse, the lives of thousands of innocent people." "Exactly," Black said, "which is why I can't afford to choose poorly." "So you gonna tell me what you're doing?" Black checked over his shoulder to see if he was being followed. Still nothing. "I'm meeting with Katerina Lukin." "Black? Are you insane?" He smiled. "You ask me that all the time, which makes me wonder who's really the crazy one here. Me? Or you for asking me all the time when I affirm that I'm most definitely insane?" "Katerina lied to the Dubai police about who you were, hanging you out to dry, and now you're going to meet with her? What if it's a setup?" "There's only one way to know that for certain, but I'm not sure she would just sever ties with me so quickly after all the trouble she went through to get me out of the country." "Oh, gimme a break. She probably paid $100 to some customs agent she knows and called it good." "Maybe, but she seems pretty vengeful about what happened. And if she's going to get back at Toussaint, she needs help. This isn't a solo mission." "Have you considered that there could be other people she'd rather work with?" "Of course, but they aren't here. I am. And since most sane people wouldn't agree to work with her on a mission like this, I might be her only option." "That still doesn't explain why she lied to the police about you." Black checked his watch as he continued to stroll along the sidewalk to the cafe. "No, it doesn't. But we're meeting in a public place, and I'll demand some answers first before I commit to doing anything else with her." "I wish you were meeting in a more public place so I could watch on satellite." "If I don't move for about 3 hours, feel free to alert the authorities," he said with a chuckle. "Just be careful, okay?" "Always." He ended the call and eyed the store sign hanging over the front door to the cafe. After walking past it and rounding the corner, Black spun around and headed back. Satisfied that none of Toussaint's goons were tailing him, Black put his shoulder into the glass door, pushing it open. He scanned the room as he stepped inside, before spotting Katerina clutching a mug in the far corner. She offered a thin smile, and then glanced away. Black ordered a drink and waited as the barista made it. When Black finally got his drink, he made his way over to Katerina's table. "It's not very often that a former captive invites her kidnapper out for a cup of coffee," Black said as he sat down. Katerina looked down, following the contours of the wood grain with her index finger. "I'm really sorry about that." She took a long sip of her drink before looking up at him. "That's it?" Black asked. "That's all you have to say about that? Just, sorry I lied and told the cops that you kidnapped me?" "Things aren't so simple for me," she said. "And believe me, I wish they were. But since I am Russian, my name would come up on an Interpol arrest report, and the FSB would send someone after me. It's one thing for me to leave the FSB because I'm distraught about my father's death, but it's entirely different if they suspect that I found out the truth about who was behind his murder." "That's understandable," Black said, "but that doesn't explain how you were only looking out for yourself." She took a sip of her drink, her eyes studying his as she did. "Your government is pretty resourceful, even when you're not supposedly working for it in any official capacity. But my alias was Australian, making it easier for the U.S. to get you out without the appearance that they were involved in anything," she said. "So, how did you get out anyway?" Black shrugged. "No idea. They just came into my cell and ushered me out. All I had to do was sign some papers. Maybe, like you said, my government is just resourceful." Still interested in partnering with me? She asked. We need each other. You need me, Black said. She sighed. Without me, you wouldn't know where to look for that weapon, would you? My resourceful government might have been able to help me find it. And by then it might have been too late, which is why you decided to work with me in the first place. Remember? We're stronger together. Black leaned back in his chair. I remember. But who knows what kind of deals had to be made to get me out of prison. And at some point, I might just become expendable. I want to make sure that doesn't happen again. What assurances can I give you that would make you feel comfortable working together again? I'm not sure there are any, if I'm to be completely honest with you. Then why did you come here to meet with me? Black sighed and shook his head. I don't know. Maybe to get some answers from you. If you decide to continue on your own, I won't try to convince you otherwise. But good luck locating Toussaint or where the missile is. I suppose you know where it is. Katerina nodded. I think we're better together, and we'll both be able to get what we want. You want the missile. I want revenge. We can make this work. I have a jet waiting for me at the airport, Black said. My boss wants me back in Washington. But if you know where Toussaint is headed with that missile, I can get us there. That's what I was hoping for, she said. So, are we doing this together? Black nodded. I'm willing to give you another chance. She smiled. I'm happy to hear that. Want to give your pilot a call and give him the flight plans? Where are we headed? Azerbaijan. Toussaint isn't going to make this easy, is he? Not a chance. Where exactly in Azerbaijan? She smiled. On the border of Iran. And you think we can get the missile out of there? No, we're going to destroy it. Black's eyes widened. That might attract the kind of attention we don't want. The kind of destroying we'll be doing is more of the subversive type. The kind that can help us kill two birds with one stone. And how exactly do you intend to do that? Remove the pit without him knowing, she said. Then let Toussaint sell it to someone else, who will go after him with a vengeance when they pay millions for a dud. Clever, Black said. Although stealing the pit out of a nuclear weapon is ridiculously impossible. Unless you have the blueprints, which I just so happen to have, she said, tapping her phone on the table. Sounds like you've got pretty much everything worked out. I'm starting to wonder if you need me at all, other than for transportation. All the planning in the world won't mean anything if we can't get into the country. Black nodded. But it's more than just landing an airplane there. We need a good cover. And I was hoping you could help me with that, too. I might know someone. Chapter 19. Maine. Nate Edgerton opened his eyes wide and sat upright in his seat. He shook his head and took a deep breath. After an 8-hour drive the day before, and nearly 5 hours since he left his hotel outside of Boston, Edge refused to give in to the fatigue. But the hunger pangs rumbling in his stomach were too strong to resist. Edge pulled off Highway 6 north as he reached the small town of Greenville and employed his detective skills. Would Blunt really send me somewhere that didn't have a barbecue restaurant? In less than 10 minutes of driving through the small resort town nestled on the banks of Moosehead Lake, he realized he had no options for barbecue. He'd have to settle for a picturesque view for lunch, over his favorite type of food. As he lumbered up to the front door, he drew in a deep breath of the crisp weather that had already settled over central Maine. The leaves were already in full bloom, painting the woods around the famed lake with deep shades of red, orange, and yellow. Between the colorful foliage and the wispy clouds overhead, the reflection in the glassy water was stunning. An elderly man leaned against the restaurant wall while he smoked a pipe. "Good afternoon," he said. Edge nodded and stopped. "You eat here often?" "3 times a week." "Any recommendations?" "Can't go wrong with the haddock sandwich." Edge thanked the man before taking a seat at a booth in the back. He opened up the file folder Blunt had given him on John McGinn and studied his target's face closely. The operation was rather simple in nature, but it all hinged upon Edge's ability to identify McGinn first. Edge peered closely at each line, each contour. The pictures from the security cameras were taken at night, and so grainy that they weren't much help to Edge. The older photos were far better at helping him pick up the details in McGinn's face that would lead to a positive identification. Edge took off his sunglasses and inspected the glasses Alex had given him, a gift designed by Firestorm's own Jana Shadid. The clear-lensed spectacles used Wi-Fi to connect to the agency's facial recognition database. It could take scans of each face Edge encountered and find matches with 85% certainty. The results required time, but it could still give Edge an assessment within 15 minutes. Alex warned that the tech was still a work in progress, but it'd give Edge some assistance. After ordering the spicy version of the twisted haddock sandwich, Edge inspected the blueprints of the house where McGinn was allegedly staying. If their meeting went south, Edge's survival might hinge upon his knowledge of the property and his ability to get to a place that gave him refuge. Normally, Alex would be able to assist him by watching the area on the satellite overhead, but the trees on the acreage surrounding the house made that luxury an impossibility. Upon devouring his food, he returned to his vehicle and continued north on Highway 6. He bobbed his head to the country music on one of the only stations he could pick up. He'd grown up on rap and hip-hop living in Atlanta, and wasn't sure he ever met anyone who listened to country until he went to the University of Arkansas to play football. Hanging out with the linemen on his team, Edge learned to enjoy country music, even if he couldn't relate to the lyrics. As he neared Beaver Cove, Edge called Alex to make sure the operation was still on. "We're still good to go," she said. "Okay," Edge said. "I'm about 10 minutes out." "You see any moose on your trip up there?" "Not yet, but I've had plenty of time to think while driving, and I'm starting to wonder if I don't need a van to sell my story." "Do you have the outfit I gave you before you left?" Edge looked at the passenger seat, where a pile of neatly folded clothes lay. "It's all here. Just don't forget to wear the hard hat, and you'll be fine. He's going to take one look at your uniform and not question you. Besides, do you ever ask to see someone's work van when they come to your house?" "I don't know," Edge said. "If I don't see one, I might get suspicious." "No, you wouldn't. The only reason you're mulling this over is because you've spent the last 2 days driving, and I know they don't have any good hip-hop stations in that part of the world." Edge chuckled. "You know me too well." Alex laughed. "Just be safe. I'll put the rest of the team on standby." "Are you sure they don't know anything about this?" "We sent them to a small town nearby and have kept them in the dark about the assignment until it's actually time for them to get involved. I'll start prepping them, so don't worry. You're going to be fine if you follow the steps we laid out." "I'm not sure that's as reassuring as you think it is," Edge said. "You've been in the field before. You know how you can't account for everything, and sometimes a perfectly planned mission can go south in a hurry." "I've got your back, no matter what happens," she said. "I'll be watching from the cam hidden inside your hard hat." Edge thanked her before he hung up. He stopped at a convenience store with a restroom around the side of the building. After changing quickly, he continued down the road for another couple of minutes. When he reached the property where McGinn was reportedly staying, the front gate was shut. Edge parked his car a quarter of a mile down the road and trudged back along the shoulder until he reached the mansion. Beaver Cove was a small community, tucked away along Moosehead Lake. Highway 6 served as the main road in and out, where houses with expansive properties were positioned on both sides. McGinn was seen hiding out in an estate known as the Mitchell Manor. A stone wall towering 12 feet high surrounded the home, a 3-story tall stone mansion. Birch, maple, and ash trees dotted the area around the houses, providing the leafy protection that limited Alex's visibility. In a couple of weeks, the trees would be bare, but they couldn't wait that long for the extra level of protection. Plus, there was no guarantee that McGinn would still be there then. They needed to nab him while they still had the opportunity. Edge pushed the call button at the gate and waited. After a few moments, he pressed it again. Seconds later, a man answered, his voice booming through the small speaker. "What do you want?" the man asked. "I'm with Central Maine Power," Edge said. "We need to do our monthly check of your meter." There was a long pause. "I thought that was done on the 10th of every month," the man replied. "We've had to move things up this month. Sorry to inconvenience you. A heads-up phone call would have been nice. Again, I'm sorry, sir. It will only take a few minutes." "Fine." The speaker clicked off before a motor whirred, opening the iron gate. Edge hustled up the driveway and found the man standing outside on the front porch. "Where's your van?" he asked. Edge smiled big as he pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. He patted his stomach. "Gotta walk off the big lunch I had." "I see." Edge's abs were still rock solid, but he was counting on his baggy uniform to hide his true physique. "Any dogs around back?" Edge asked. "I'll bring 'em inside," he said. "Use the gate over there to get to the meter." "Thanks," Edge said, nodding at the man. Edge took his time walking around the perimeter of the house. He needed to give the facial recognition database time to give him a definitive answer. "What do you think?" Alex asked. "I don't think it's him," Edge said in a hushed tone. "I studied all those pictures you sent me and he's older now, but it looks like him to me." "I don't know," Edge said. "If that's him, he's had some plastic surgery done on his face." "His facial structure still looks the same." "His nose looks smaller," Edge said. "I'm wondering if it's a body double. Maybe Calhoun is toying with us again." "I'm looking at the metadata for McGinn's entry on my screen right now, and the data log shows his image hasn't been changed in a while. Just let the technology do its job, and you do yours." He sighed. "Fine." Edge put his shoulder into the wooden gate, forcing it open. He located the meter box and scanned it with the device in his hand. After glancing around for a moment to make sure McGinn, or whoever that man was, wasn't watching, Edge positioned 2 small C4 explosives beneath the box and activated the remote. "Good work," Alex said. Edge kept his head down as he walked out. As he returned to the front, he jumped when he heard a smack against the window, followed by barking. He looked up and saw McGinn watching him with a wry grin on his face, a gun in his hand. A pair of Rottweilers lunged toward the window as they growled at Edge. Edge gave a slight nod before ambling down the driveway. "Did you see that on the cam?" he asked. "Yeah? And?" "That guy gives me the creeps. He looked like a straight psycho." "Just keep walking," she said. As soon as Edge stepped over the gate tracks, the motor hummed again as the gate slid shut. "It's him," Alex said. "Just got a 94% confirmation that was John McGinn." I don't know. There was just something about him. Don't worry about that, Alex said. We'll take it from here for now. You did what needed to be done for now. I'll contact you when we're ready to proceed. Edge walked back to his car and drove off. He was 2 miles north of Beaver Cove and pumping gas when he heard the explosion. The guy running the convenience store raced outside and looked skyward. Did you hear that? The man asked. Edge nodded. Sounded like a gas line explosion. The man nodded in agreement. I hope they're okay. Seconds later, the sound of sirens wailed in the distance. Edge replaced the nozzle and headed to a hotel nearby to wait for the next part of his assignment. Chapter 20. Baku, Azerbaijan. Titus Black navigated the narrow aisle of the 737 jet that landed at Haydar Aliyev International Airport, following Katerina into the concourse. He scanned the area, which contained a sparse number of travelers. Several men dressed in suits stood with their backs against the wall and studied all the exiting passengers. What's that all about? Black asked. The SSS, Azerbaijan State Security Service, she said. They're relatively harmless and won't see us as a threat. At least, they shouldn't see us as a threat. Even though we are, I'd see us as a threat. We don't fit the profile, she said. And what's that exactly? You look more European than American, and I look Russian. They're not going to follow us. She resumed walking through the concourse. Are you sure about that? Black asked. I've been to this airport more than most people, and I can assure you that we're safe. Black nodded. I'll take your word for it, especially since I've never been here. Just hope you never have to come back, she said. This place is a cesspool of corruption. What place isn't? Black asked. And I'm even including my own country. She smiled. No place is immune. Corruption is as much a part of human nature as kindness. You'll find both everywhere you look, if you look hard enough. Upon reaching customs, Black handed over one of the passports a CIA agent forged for them in Dubai. The information inside listed Black as Dr. Nigel Thompson, a nuclear physicist from Oxford University, presenting at a conference in Baku. Katerina's legend was also an Oxford professor by the name of Emma Thornberry. In their quest to figure out the smoothest way to get into the country, Shields learned about a nuclear energy symposium being held that week at Azerbaijan University. And since Emirates Air was the most popular airline heading to Eastern Europe and Asia originating out of London, it was the most plausible story to craft in a short period of time. The customs agent hardly gave them a second glance. Must be quite a conference, he said. We've been processing people attending this event all week. Black nodded without saying a word. The man stamped Black's passport and handed it back before gesturing for the next person in line. Neither Black nor Katerina said a word until they were out of the airport. That went better than expected, Katerina said. I didn't even get questioned. Black grinned. The CIA is good for something, every once in a while. So they do have something in common with the FSB. Black glanced over his shoulder as they approached the car Shields had arranged to be left for them. He turned around slowly and looked at Katerina. I'm not sure we need to celebrate just yet. What do you mean? We have a tail. Where? She said, scanning the area. Don't let them know we're on to them, he said, but they're at your 6. Black approached the vehicle and entered the combination Shields had given him into the keypad on the side of the door. It unlocked, and Katerina and Black climbed inside. Maybe the CIA isn't even capable of getting us into the country safely, she said. From what I understand, This is standard operating procedure for the SSS. We can handle them." Black pushed the ignition button as the car roared to life. He pulled out onto the main highway and watched in the rearview mirror as the two men were following them in a black sedan. "How do you plan to lose them?" she asked. "Near the conference hotel," Black said. "Make them think they were just unlucky." Black eased onto the accelerator to test his limits. The SSS men never allowed him to get farther ahead by more than 50 meters. As he approached a roundabout, he squeezed between two cars and put on his blinker for the first exit. However, he darted to the inside lane before cutting in front of another car and escaping down the same road he'd entered on. The confused agents couldn't recover in time, sending them around the circle again. Black took the first side street he could find, before weaving his way through a maze of secondary streets. He pulled into a parking garage and waited. "That was clever," Katerina said. "Acting like a confused tourist and then losing them. Bravo." "I didn't learn that from the CIA," he said with a wink. Once he was satisfied that the SSS agents were gone, Black returned to the road and headed toward Hirkan National Park. Located on the border of Iran, Hirkan was where the transfer of the nuclear weapon was supposed to take place, according to Katerina's sources. The park served two purposes. First, it was remote and easy to disappear in, and it also resulted in a clear pathway to get the nuke out of the country and out to sea through Iran, where it could vanish to anywhere in the world. As soon as the weapon exchanged hands and entered Iran, finding and destroying it would require far more resources. The kind of resources the U.S. government didn't want to commit to, unless absolutely necessary. When they reached the park, Katerina helped navigate Black near the spot where the exchange was supposed to take place. The roads wound their way through thick vegetation with towering trees and lush forest on one side, with craggy rock faces on the other. Black leaned forward, staring up at the ridges. "This looks like a good kill zone," Black said. She shrugged. "Then we better be careful." After a few more minutes, she instructed him to pull off on a side road and park the car in a discreet spot. They removed all their gear from the vehicle before covering it with fallen trees and branches. When they'd finished, Black stepped back and admired their work. Unless he was searching for a car, he didn't think he would notice it. "Getting here was the easy part," Katerina said. "What comes next will determine how successful this mission will be." They both knelt in a wooded spot and cataloged their tools essential for the operation. Black handed her a pair of earbuds. "We're going to need to stay in contact." "Thank you," she said. "And thank you for your help." "What if Toussaint isn't here?" Black asked. "If I steal the pit from this warhead, he will find me," she said. "And I'll be ready. As much as I want to make him pay for what he did to my father, I also don't want weighing on my conscience the idea that I could have done something to stop a nuclear attack. Only the hardliners at the FSB would want a nuclear war, and Toussaint's going to tell me who they are so I can get revenge and keep the world safe. How do you say it in English? Kill two birds with one stone." He nodded. "That's the one. Want to go over the operation details one more time?" "You create a diversion to draw the guards' attention. Make them think they are under siege. Meanwhile, I'll sneak in and steal the pit." "Are you sure you can do it quickly enough?" "In Russia, we say there are only two things you can ever be sure of: the FSB arresting you for something, and you having to pay off a corrupt official. In the U.S., we say you can only be sure of death and taxes. Why do you Americans lie so much to yourselves? I don't understand. You have just as much corruption in your country as we do. The only difference is that it's legal for you, while we Russians have simply resigned ourselves that we can't stop it. In the end, there's no real difference." Black chuckled. You don't mince words, do you? Would you rather me assuage your precious American ego by telling you what you want to hear? That your country is far more virtuous than mine. I like the truth like I like my scotch. Straight. She loaded bullets into one of her guns. I never found the benefit of beating around the bush, as you Americans like to say. Yet you've done it with me, Black said. You still never answered my question about how quickly you can remove the pit. If you provide some cover while I'm retrieving it, I think that'll be enough. Now that's what I wanted to hear, Black said. The exchange was scheduled to take place just after dark, and Black and Katerina had less than a half hour to initiate the operation, or else they would likely be captured or killed. Katerina estimated it'd take her 20 minutes to remove the pit, which meant Black had perhaps the tallest task of keeping Toussaint's men preoccupied long enough. They tested their comms one final time before taking their places. Are you watching this? Black asked Shields over the comms. I'm not sure I'll be much help, but yes. How many heat signatures do you count right now? At least a dozen at different locations around the perimeter. Did my contact leave you enough explosives? I'll make it work, Black said. Going dark now. He crept up to one of the SUVs near the edge of the camp Toussaint's men had arranged. After Black attached an explosive device to it, he hustled up to the next car and added another one. In a matter of minutes, he'd rigged a half-dozen vehicles to blow. However, he needed more than just a diversion. Black needed to stretch the men out, creating the illusion that they were being attacked by a large unit. He found a few large trees and targeted them with his explosive devices. Once he was satisfied that he could send the guards scurrying all over the camp and make an opportunity for Katerina to get inside, he retreated 50 meters and signaled to her that he was ready when she was. Commence Operation Chaos, she said. The first vehicle that blew up went some 20 feet in the air, shaking the ground beneath Black's feet. After the guards regained their bearings and staggered to their feet, Black went to the next car, blowing it up as well. The men started scanning the bushes for the culprit. Then Black picked off a couple of men in the far corner, further adding to the perception that a large contingent surrounded them. This time he waited another minute before setting off 3 more explosives in close succession. That act drew the remaining guards away from the missile. Black fired a few shots and then set off another explosive, the final vehicle. Then he sprinted 100 meters away and fired more shots at the soldiers. That's when the men began to fan out around the perimeter and search for their enemy. The coast is clear, Black said over the comms. Copy that, Katerina said. He watched her sneak toward the missile and disappear inside a makeshift tent covering the missile. For the next 15 minutes, Black worked tirelessly, dashing through the woods and firing rounds from different locations at the men. The darkness, which they'd hoped to use in their favor, was being used against them. Unable to see, they could only rely on shouting and bullets to determine where their enemy was. Black donned his infrared glasses to keep track of them as he rushed around the outer edge of the camp. He was coping with the situation, but he was beginning to wonder how much longer he could hold them off. How's it coming? Black asked. Almost there, she said. Good, because I just don't know if I'm going to be able to hold them at bay. You'd almost think that by force of habit, at least one man would be checking on the prized possession. I'll keep my eyes open. Black sent a tree crashing to the ground inside camp. More chaos ensued as the men darted in every direction, shouting over one another while trying to determine the source of the attacks. 2 more minutes passed before Black hailed Katerina on her comms. Katerina, are you finished yet? Almost, she said. Can I initiate the grand finale? He asked. Before she answered, he heard several men shouting, I'll meet you at the car. Black didn't want to leave her behind, but they both understood that being captured was a possibility if she didn't remove the pit in time. However, he wanted to give her every chance possible to escape. With the flick of a switch, he set off the remaining explosives, using it as cover to hustle into the woods. He raced through the thick vegetation as he heard some of Toussaint's men following after him. Gunshots echoed in the distance, then drew closer. When he came over a rise, he slid down it as the men drew closer. Black was sure he could make it to the car, but if he did and Katerina wasn't there, he'd be abandoning her and leaving her susceptible to losing the pit, if she even recovered it. As he scanned the area, he noticed a hollowed-out spot of dirt beneath a complex root system large enough for him to crawl into. Black waited breathlessly as two men came and stood just above him on the roots. They discussed where he might have gone, before turning and walking back toward the encampment. Black exhaled slowly once they were gone. "Where are you?" he asked Katerina. "I'm almost back to the car," he said. "I will meet you there," she said. "But hurry." "Did you get the pit?" he asked. Nothing. "Did you get the pit?" Black asked again. Katerina didn't reply. Chapter 21. CIA Safe House, Undisclosed Location. Edge nursed a cup of coffee as he drove along the winding two-lane road headed south from Beaver Cove. He'd been given a set of coordinates and nothing else. After he had detonated a small explosive near the main gas line of the home where John McGinn was staying the day before, Edge spent the night at a lakeside hotel before rendezvousing with the CIA agents who had captured McGinn. Posing as firemen, the agents were able to get onto the property quickly without raising an eyebrow from the locals, who were abuzz in the lobby about the accident. The story was the man staying there had been taken to a hospital for further evaluation, but wasn't in serious condition. Edge knew differently. He pulled into the driveway next to the house matching the coordinates. Two black SUVs were parked outside as well. Edge got out and walked up the front porch, skipping one step at a time. After he knocked on the door, a buff man who looked like he was in his late 20s opened it. He ushered Edge inside. "He's in the kitchen," the man said, gesturing down the hall. "We just finished breakfast. He's not saying much. I think I might be able to change that." Edge strode into the room and eyed McGinn closely. He narrowed his bloodshot eyes and clenched his jaw. "What is the power bill going to be this month?" he asked. Edge grabbed a chair and turned it around, sitting in it backward as he faced McGinn. "It's not going to cost you a thing." "Who do you think you are?" McGinn asked. "And here I was told that you weren't talking much." The guard in the corner shook his head. "No, I said he wasn't saying much. There's a difference. I actually can't get him to shut up. He's just not talking about the things we want him to talk about." "Who are you people?" McGinn demanded again. "I might be more inclined to answer your questions if you tell me who you are." "I'm Daryl, and this is my other brother, Daryl. And you nearly killed me, so pardon me if I'm not in the mood for your games." Edge grabbed his left bicep with his right hand and rubbed his arm. "If you think I'm playing games, you've misread the situation. I won't answer any questions until you tell me who you are and what I'm being held here for." Edge shrugged. "You're being detained, for now, because of your involvement in the attempted assassination of a foreign dignitary. You don't know what the hell you're talking about, man. I can only assume you're just making up shit about me to keep me here." Edge reached into his pocket and retrieved a toothpick. He worked it around in his mouth as he stroked his chin. "You know nothing about attempting to kill the Saudi prince in Riyadh?" "Absolutely not. I hadn't even heard that in the news. Is this some sort of psyops experiment? Because I don't think this is funny at all." "Fine," Edge said as he stood. "You don't want to talk to me? No problem. I've also got the authority to make sure you never get to speak to your daughter." "You can't do that. Am I even being arrested?" Edge shifted the toothpick back and forth inside his mouth. "Of course not." "Then I'm free to go," McGinn said as he stood up. Edge shook his head. "You're being detained indefinitely, and if you're stuck in some little mountain home in the middle of nowhere with no cell service, I doubt you're going to be talking to your daughter. If you open up, that'll change." McGinn sighed. "Fine. I'll tell you what you want to know." "First of all," Edge began, "did you recently try to kill a Saudi prince in Riyadh?" McGinn looked down at the ground, kicking gently at one of the legs on the coffee table. "Yeah, that was me." "Okay, good. Now we're getting somewhere. And why would you do this?" "I believe that information is above your pay grade." Edge stifled a laugh. "You have no idea what's happening here, do you?" McGinn narrowed his eyes. "Do you? This isn't some random inquisition, as you might very well know by now. Powerful people didn't set an entire mission into motion just to capture you and ask you some routine questions. Put aside the fact that you're supposed to be dead for a moment, and consider how your recent decisions have led to this. When people in power have their power threatened, they make desperate moves." Edge removed the toothpick from his mouth. "Is coming after you a desperate move? I'm just doing what I was told. And who gave you that order? Was it Cicely Calhoun?" "Who?" Edge pulled out his phone and called up a picture of Calhoun. "Was it her?" McGinn grinned. "I wish. You don't know this woman." McGinn shook his head. "But I'd like to. Maybe you can send me her number." "If I had her number, we probably wouldn't be having this conversation right now." "Who is she?" "If you don't know her, then that's above your pay grade." "Should I know her?" Edge shrugged. "You're working for her, but we're still sorting out the chain of command at this point." "You think I work for her?" McGinn asked with a chuckle. "I'm working for a clandestine group affiliated with the CIA, so unless you guys are having some interdepartmental communication issues, you're wasting your time." "And what clandestine group is that?" "The Full Good Initiative." Edge sighed. "You most definitely work for her, since she is the one who seems to be running what's left of that organization, which has nothing to do with the CIA." McGinn drew back. "You're kidding, right? If I was, you wouldn't be here." I was just trying to do the right thing, you know? I had a rough spot. My life took some wrong turns, betrayed my country, pursued the biggest paydays I could find. But I'm trying to get my life back together." Edge didn't blink. "It's tough to bullshit a bullshitter. All you're trying to do right now is save your ass, and it's not going to work." "No, I'm serious. I can tell you things." "You can tell me things. What kind of things, Mr. McGinn? Meaningful things? Important things? True things?" "I can tell you where Cicely Calhoun is." Edge put the toothpick back in his mouth and leaned forward. "I'm listening." Before McGinn could say another word, a bullet ripped through the window and struck him in the head. Edge dove to the floor before the house became a war zone. One of the other agents slid down against the far wall, blood pooling across his chest. The other agent took cover behind a couch and fired in the direction of the attacker. He suffered a shot to the head and collapsed onto the floor. Edge quickly realized this wasn't a firefight he stood a chance at winning. He scrambled over to McGinn, who lay limp on the floor. Then Edge hustled over to check on the other agent who was still alive, but bleeding. "Get the bastards who did this," the agent said. Edge grabbed a blanket off the back of the couch and placed it on the man's chest, applying pressure to it. "It's too late," the man said. "Don't let them get away with this." He slumped to the floor as his eyes closed. Edge crouched low as he left the house through the back door. He slipped into the car and used his mirrors to navigate, keeping his head down to avoid getting shot. Bullets peppered the side of his rental car. "This ought to be fun to explain," Edge said as he drove away from the house. When he was clear, he sat upright and called Blunt. "How'd it go?" Blunt asked. "You learn anything?" "Unfortunately, yes." "And what was that?" "The CIA is full of leaks." "What do you mean?" "Somebody knew where he was, and snipers attacked." And I was just getting McGinn to talk before they shot him," Edge said. "Both the agents guarding the safe house are dead too. It happened so fast I didn't have time to react, which is actually the only reason I'm alive. The other two agents returned fire immediately and were both hit." Blunt cursed. "I'll notify Besserman and have him send a cleanup crew. This isn't good, JD. Something's really wrong." Chapter 22. Hirkan National Park, Azerbaijan. Titus Black felt the burning sensation in his chest as he raced toward the car. The lack of response from Katerina troubled him, but he couldn't go back for her. Not yet, anyway. Despite his willingness to charge into any situation, even he understood there were limits to his courage. He didn't stop until he reached the car. As he retrieved the keys and unlocked the door, Black tried to reach her again. "Katerina," Black said, "please update me with your status. Do you have the pit?" The passenger side car door swung open. Black grabbed his weapon, training it on the person getting inside. He dropped his gun when he realized it was Katerina. "Thank God you're safe," Black said. "Did you get the pit?" She smiled and patted the bag in her lap. "It's safe in here, but I suggest you get us out of here. We don't have long before Toussaint's men will be here." Black threw the SUV into drive and stomped on the accelerator. The car kicked up dirt before the tires caught, and it went tearing down a gravel road. "What happened back there?" Black asked. "I kept trying to reach you on the comms. When I was trying to escape, it fell out of my ear. I was just hoping to find you at the car when I got back." Black glanced in his rearview mirror. He didn't notice any vehicles in pursuit, only a trail of dust. "How did you get away?" Black asked. "It sounded like you were trapped." She held up a small canister. "Never underestimate the power of a good flashbang." "That's it? When you create chaos, you can get away with just about anything," she said. "I learned that in my FSB training. It applies to physical chaos as well as political chaos." Black grunted. "There must be a whole section on that in the playbook for politicians." "Between you setting all those vehicles on fire and my small explosion, that created enough of a distraction for me to escape. And with the pit, too." Katerina nodded. "We got what you came for, though I would have liked the opportunity to confront Toussaint myself and let him know what I thought about him." "We can confront him another time." "I know," she said, "but we've come this far, and to be this close, it's disappointing." Black hummed along the winding roads as he made his way out of the park. They rode in silence before an uneasy feeling came over him. His blank expression gave way to one marked by lines on his forehead and anguish in his eyes. And Katerina noticed. "What's wrong?" she asked. "You look disturbed." "I am," he said. "About what? Hasn't this whole operation seemed rather easy to you?" Katerina shook her head. You weren't the one being shot at. But nobody is even pursuing us. Didn't you set off explosives on all those vehicles? Well, yeah, but how do you expect them to come after you? Black sighed. I don't know. There's something that just seems off here. As soon as he rounded the corner, he saw a dark SUV speeding toward them. It swerved and then skidded to a stop in the middle of the road and blocked them. You were saying? Katerina said. Black threw the car into reverse and stepped on the accelerator. He turned so he could see over his shoulder. The dust behind him hadn't quite settled, reducing his visibility. Katerina shrieked as the tires on her side of the car dropped onto the soft shoulder. You're going to get us killed, she said. Black reached a section of the road that was substantially wider just after the curve. He yanked the wheel to one side, whipping the car back around to travel in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, the SUV started to close in on them. When he sped off, kicking up a cloud of dust and dirt, he strained to see down the road. As he did, he noticed a truck storming toward them. That's not good, he said. Black looked behind him and saw the SUV stop and pull across the road again. 4 men got out and trained their weapons on them. Then the truck did likewise, hemming in Black and Katerina. What do you want to do? He asked as he stopped and put their car into park. What choice do we have but to get out and run? There might be another way. How adventurous do you feel? She drew back, eyeing him closely. I'm not sure how to answer that question. Crawl through the back and see if you can find the tire jack. I have an idea. Katerina scrambled into the back and found the device. When she returned to the front, Black explained the plan. When he was finished, she stared at him slack-jawed, shaking her head subtly. You really are insane, she said. So does that mean you're in? He asked. She drew in a deep breath and exhaled slowly. If you're really convinced they're not going to shoot at us, I'll do it. Black eyed the dirt slope off the driver's side of the car. We can do this, but I'm still not making any promises. We're going to die if we stay here, so it's our best chance. I knew you'd come around, he said with a wink. You're still crazy. Black instructed Katerina to open the back door on the driver's side. Get out slowly and keep those hands raised, he said. Once she was out of the vehicle, he opened his door and did likewise. Hand me the pit, Black said. What? She said. No way. Black stared at her, his eyes widening. They've got a cleaner shot at you, and if they hit you, I won't be able to go back for it without ending up dead myself. Plus, if I have the pit, I'll be the target, not you. And if you disappear with it? You think that sounds like something I'd do? Black asked. I'd rather not touch the thing at all, but this is more about doing whatever we can to safeguard the world against a nuclear war, and it starts right now. Okay, fine, she said, handing the bag over to him. Just don't drop it. Black smiled. I'll take good care of it. We'll take good care of it. If you say so. On the count of 3, Black said as he positioned the car jack over the accelerator. 1, 2, 3. He dropped the jack and threw the car into drive. The tires spun, kicking up another big cloud of dust. The cover provided was just enough for them to escape toward the shoulder and slide down the dirt embankment. When they reached the bottom, she looked up at Black with a wide grin. It worked. I told you it would, he said before gesturing for her to follow him. But they're not going to give up so easily. They didn't take more than 3 steps before they heard the sound of rifles chambering rounds. That's right, Toussaint said as he strode forward and held out his hand. We're not going to give up that easily. Toussaint leered at Katerina. Did you think you would be able to get away with this? I've never killed a father-daughter duo before. but you'll own the distinction of being part of that first combination for me. Zip it, please. Black handed it over as the guards swarmed around him and Katerina, apprehending them and whisking them away in an SUV. A few minutes later, they pulled into a different camp, one full of vehicles and other weaponry as well as barracks. Black and Katerina were taken into the same room and gagged. Next, the guards put a burlap sack over Katerina's head before repeating the process with Black. Left alone with his thoughts, Black began to spiral out of control mentally. He paused and said a quick prayer under his breath before resuming normal breathing. A half hour elapsed before the door to his cell finally opened. 2 soldiers entered and untied him so he could eat his food under their watchful eyes. Black placed the tray with rice and beans and a stale roll on his lap as he devoured the meal. He gulped down his water as he studied the 2 guards, who didn't budge. Katerina remained tied in her chair in the other corner of the room, her hands tethered behind her back, her face also bagged. Black ate in silence before offering his empty tray back to the guards. They took it and gagged him before they left, locking the door behind them. Alone again, Black pondered his future, both immediate and long-term, if there even was a long-term one worth imagining. Water dripped from the ceiling in the far corner of the room, creating an odd rhythm with each splash. He heard what sounded like a rat scurrying across the floor. Black strained to listen to a pair of men talking in the hallway, including one man who sounded like Toussaint. The details of their conversation were clear enough. "We have the pit," the man who sounded like Toussaint said, "but we're not done with them yet. I believe they can still be useful to us." "If you change your mind, let me know immediately," the other man said. Black growled, understanding what they were both insinuating. "We need to get out of here before it's too late." But there was nothing he could do. Chapter 23. Washington, D.C. J.D. Blunt shielded his eyes from the glare caused by the sun glistening off the Potomac River. He ambled across the grass to the dock stretching into the water, where Robert Besserman was casting his fishing lure. Once Blunt's cane thumped on the wood, Besserman turned around and welcomed Blunt with a smile and a casual wave. "Anything biting today?" Blunt asked as he neared Besserman. He shook his head. "Not even a nibble." "There are worse ways to spend your afternoon after a long day of work," Blunt said. "Meeting with the president is one of them. Did Young call you?" Besserman nodded, his gaze steadfast on the water as he reeled in his line. "He wanted to know if we'd made any progress with squashing the Fullgood initiative." "What did you tell him?" "Not everything, if that's what you mean. He's got enough to worry about right now, and if something goes wrong, it's probably best that he doesn't know anything. He'll rip you a new one when he learns that you've been holding back on him." Besserman shrugged. "I'm not in this job to make new friends or even placate old ones. My job is to keep this country as safe as possible, and that includes attacks from abroad as well as those within our own borders." Blunt arched an eyebrow. "You don't work with the Bureau. The FBI can go to hell as far as I'm concerned. They got more leaks than a mesh colander." "And what about your own leaks?" "Is that what you're here to talk about?" he asked as he looked at Blunt. "Would you believe me if I said no?" "What happened today?" Blunt sighed. "John McGinn started to talk, and 5 minutes later 2 agents were dead. The man I hired to track and interrogate McGinn barely escaped in a shootout at the safe house." Besserman drew his rod back over his shoulder before slinging the lure into the water again. "We kept the circle tight, but I don't know if I'll ever be satisfied that it's tight enough, given what's happening now. Maybe we should change the way we communicate." That might not be a bad idea, Besserman said. But since you're here now, we might as well discuss it. Blunt scanned the river, studying the trees on the other bank to ensure that he wasn't missing anything. My guy says that McGinn copped to knowing about Calhoun right before he died. So she was behind the attack on the Saudis. Looks that way, Blunt said. At least she ordered it directly. We're still not sure if that's someone else she's coordinating with, or if she's on her own. Ultimately, that doesn't make that much difference right now. We just need to find her and capture her. I'm confident we can get her to sing like a canary, if we apply the right pressure. Then keep that up if you can. I want to uncover the source of the leak quietly, but don't let that stop you from finding Calhoun. She needs to atone for her treason. Agreed, Blunt said. Besserman smiled as he yanked back on his rod, which was bent out over the water, the line tight enough to pick like a banjo. This looks like a big one, Besserman said. Blunt stepped forward on the dock to get a closer look at the fight. For the next few minutes, Besserman wrestled the fish as it thrashed back and forth in the water, surfacing frequently. He worked to get his catch close to the dock before the fish disappeared into the deep, putting more pressure on the line as it did. A sharp snap led to groans from both of the men. You've got to be kidding me, Besserman said. Blunt grunted. That's my week in a nutshell. You and me both, Besserman said as he reeled in the rest of his line. Want to stay for drinks? I'd love to, but I've got some work I need to finish up tonight. Agent Black is still tracking down that nuclear missile, and I need to do some more research to see if I can figure out where exactly Calhoun disappeared to. It'd have to be somewhere without an extradition treaty. That's what you'd think, but she's pretty crafty, and she might just be counting on us to think that way. Thinking any other way would be a waste of time. She wouldn't dare risk getting apprehended and then deported. Not at this point, anyway. Calhoun never ceases to surprise me, Blunt said. She's probably already 2 steps ahead of us, if she's anything like I think she is. Go get her, JD. I hate drinking alone, but if I must... Blunt chuckled. The only reason not to drink with someone else is if you're alone. Besserman flashed a smile. Good night, JD. By the time Blunt returned to his car, he looked at his phone as it buzzed with a call. He'd ignored it several times while talking with Besserman, but someone was obviously trying to reach him. However, he didn't recognize the number. I swear if this is some nut job from Nigeria trying to sell me a car warranty, I'm gonna shoot somebody, he said aloud. Blunt answered the phone. Yeah? Mr. Blunt, how kind of you to answer my call, a woman said. He recognized her voice right away. It was Cicely Calhoun. What do you want, Miss Calhoun? The short version or the long version? Short, Blunt said. I don't have much time. In that case, I want you to leave me alone. Stop sending your goons after me and let me live in peace. Not gonna happen. She sighed. I was afraid you were gonna say that, but let me explain what's going to happen if you don't comply. I don't care about your threats, Blunt said. I don't have time to waste on such a frivolous blowhard who got her feelings hurt over the fact that I ordered an agent to arrest her. You ordered him to kill me. Sorry, Miss Calhoun, but you have no idea what you're talking about. Case in point, your response to me just now. Prove it. I will eventually, but now's not the time for it. So you're just going to pretend like this phone call never happened? Blunt laughed. Oh, it happened all right. And you're going to get severely punished just for annoying me and acting like there's a chance in hell that I'm going to make everything vanish when it comes to you. I don't ever forget a betrayal or a murderer. And I've done neither. I don't appreciate you lying to me either, Blunt said. She laughed. You can project yourself as tough of an hombre as you like, Senator Blunt, but you know deep down that it's only going to lead to more pain for you. Now look who's making threats. I don't make threats, Senator. I only make promises. And I can promise you that you will start to feel the effects of your pursuit of me within the hour. In which case, I'll be impressed, though mostly surprised. But I'll warn you that it's not going to stop me from hunting you down. Big, scary threats from the senator, she said. But I'll tell you what ought to scare you even more. Your only ally on the Senate Intelligence Committee, Senator Craig McGee, losing his position. You couldn't possibly. Just you wait. Blunt hung up, tired of Calhoun's endless game of one-upmanship. He maneuvered out of Besserman's neighborhood and onto Washington's busy surface streets. Before a half hour had even passed, he received a phone call from Senator McGee. "What is it, Senator?" Blunt asked. I just wanted to let you know that I'm resigning from my position on the Senate Intelligence Committee," McGee said. "Come on, Craig. You can't quit. You know how hard you've worked to get that role." I know. It's just that..." Blunt waited for McGee to complete his thought, but instead there was nothing but silence. "I know what's going on here," Blunt said. "Then you know why I have to step down." "You can't do this," Blunt said. "You have to fight it." "There isn't anything to do," McGee said. "She has me over a barrel. Although according to her, I guess there is something you can do." "And what's that?" "Leave her alone." Blunt laughed out loud. "Over my dead body. She is not going to get away with running an organization like the Full Good Initiative and act as though she's going to be absolved from all her crimes. And given what she's done, I certainly can't shrug it off and move on. She's eviscerated the public's trust in the Pentagon and driven a wedge between the military's top brass and Washington. That's just not something we forget about and move on with. Don't resign, Craig. I'll figure out a way to make it work." "It's too late," McGee said. "When I tell you that I've already resigned, there's no going back now. I'm afraid you're not thinking this through. You don't know what she has on me, and I dare say that you'd do the same too if you were in my position." "What did she say you did?" "I don't want to talk about it," McGee said. "I wouldn't give her the satisfaction and pleasure of me voicing what it was, since it's pretty clear to me that she's listening to our every conversation. I'll buy you a beer and we can discuss how to handle this." "I've made up my mind about it," McGee said. "I'm done. I appreciated all your help in getting me that spot in the Senate, but clearly it's time for me to move on. Craig, I just wish you'd... Goodbye, JD. We'll talk soon." The line went dead as Blunt stared at the display screen in his car. What could she have possibly gotten on him to make him quit that position? Blunt pondered his own question for a few moments, snapping back to reality when the car behind him laid on the horn. He apologized with a friendly wave through the rearview glass, and then forged ahead. A few minutes later, Blunt's phone rang again. He recognized the number, and knew it wasn't likely to be good news. "Miss Ryland," Blunt began, "what can I do for you?" "Good evening to you, Senator Blunt," said the TV reporter. "Straight to the point, as always." Blunt grinned. "Why exchange pleasantries when I know you're just here to get a quote or a comment for your story?" "My story?" Ryland asked. "What do you know about the story I'm working on?" "I have a hunch." "And?" "About Senator McGee. Am I right?" She giggled. "It's like you have this psychic power." "Maybe you should investigate how to get that same power, so you don't waste your time trying to get a comment from me about something I won't say a word about." "So you're telling me that McGee was indeed selling secrets to the Russians?" "Oh, hell no. He'd never do that." "Can I quote you on that?" Blunt sighed. I don't want my name affiliated with this report, but you have to trust me when I say this. Senator McGee is being set up." "That's it?" she asked. "That's all you're going to give me?" "I didn't give you anything, remember?" "But, Senator, Look, Michelle, you know I like you, but you have to trust me on this one. Don't fall for the bait. Someone is using you, and they're manipulating McGee. Don't do their bidding for him. Sit on this one and the truth will come to light. I promise. If you need help withstanding the heat from your producers, give them my number." Okay, she said. "I'll kill the story." "Thank you," Blunt said. "Your loyalty will be duly noted and rewarded." "Enjoy the rest of your evening, Senator." Blunt arrived at his home, where he promptly fixed himself a glass of bourbon. He nursed the gold liquid as he pondered how to strike back against Calhoun. Then Blunt's phone buzzed again, this time with a text message from Besserman. "McGee resigned Senate post. David Hill to replace him." Blunt's eyes widened. "David Hill? Do they have any idea what they're doing?" "Absolutely," Besserman said. "And I think that's the point." Chapter 24. Azerbaijan. The burlap scraped against Black's face as a guard yanked the sack off his head. After spending the past 2 hours in relative darkness, Black squinted as he struggled to adjust to the light, drawing back from his captor. While trying to get his bearings, Black surveyed the room and noted there were 2 other armed guards standing in the far corner next to Katerina. She remained motionless, hands secured behind her back and a bag over her head. "Not so tough when you're not detonating explosives or holding a weapon," said the man, his English heavily accented. He had a series of tattoos and several scars plastered across his face. "You'd be the same way," Black said. "Maybe if you stick around, I'll show you." "Oh, Mr. Tough Guy, are you?" Tattoo Man said with a chuckle. Without hesitating, the man stomped on Black's foot and then leaned in close. Black suppressed a groan as he tried to mask his pain. However, his face told a different story, one that his captor read almost immediately. "There's a lot more where that came from if you don't tell me what I want to know," Tattoo Man said in a near whisper next to Black's ear. "I have a few questions for you, and I strongly encourage you to be truthful." "No promises I can be helpful." "No promises I won't hurt you either, or your little friend over there." Black understood the game, one he'd participated in plenty of times himself. Tattoo Man was going to do whatever necessary to coerce and cajole information out of Black, and it was sure to be a most unpleasant experience if any resistance was provided. And Black braced himself, preparing mentally to stonewall the guard for as long as he could. However, the Tattoo Man had a surprisingly direct method. The man walked over to Katerina and jammed his gun against her head. "I'm only going to ask each question once, and if you don't tell me the truth, I shoot her. Understand?" Black nodded, scanning the room for anything that might help him in case he could turn the tables and engage the trio of men in a fight. But the space was bare, with no makeshift weapon readily apparent. He quickly realized his hopes of escaping were dwindling rapidly. Tattoo Man glared at Black. "Who are you working for?" "Not the U.S. government, if that's what you're wondering." "That's not an answer," he said, ramming the gun's barrel against Katerina even harder. "I'm an independent contractor," Black said, which, while nuanced, was true. "And who hired you, Mr. Independent Contractor?" "I don't know his name," Black said. "I was contacted on the dark web. You know how it goes, I'm sure." I don't work for strangers, the man said, so I don't know how it goes, but I do know that you aren't being very helpful right now. Unfortunately, I probably can't get you the answers you're seeking. I'm just a grunt, like you. The man narrowed his eyes. Stop it. Stop what? I know what you're doing, and it's not going to work on me. You can try to relate to me all you want, but we're not the same. And I won't hesitate to kill you, and her, if you don't tell me names of the people who hired you. Then you'll never get your answer. I'm not playing games, Tattoo Man said. He turned his attention to Katerina and ripped the sack off her head. As he started to wrap his arm around her head, he suddenly stopped. Katerina pulled away from him, and her eyes widened. Vladimir! Katerina! It's been a long time, she said. What are you doing here? Vladimir asked. I was about to kill you. It wouldn't be the first time you almost got me killed. He said with a subtle nod. Venice. You know that was an unfortunate mistake. I only survived because I could swim faster. Black cleared his throat. I appreciate the little reunion here, since I hope it means no one is going to die. But could someone please explain to me what's happening? Shut up, Vladimir said. I could still shoot you. Please don't, Vladimir, she said. He's been so kind in helping me. An American? He asked. Helping you? I left the FSB, she said. I think they had my father killed, so they could take the missile and sell it on the black market. You stayed longer than I thought you would. I should have left when you did. Maybe my father would still be alive. Who knows? Vladimir glanced at Black. So what should I do about him? Toussaint wanted me to keep you around. Is Toussaint still here? She asked. They left an hour ago, Vladimir said. My instructions were to keep you alive until he gave me permission to kill you. Then tell him we confessed to being hired by Akira Tanaka, Katerina said. He won't like that. She shrugged. Has he paid you already? 50%, he said. 50% upon proof of death. Stage photos and call it good. Vladimir smiled. This is why I loved working with you. Always so quick to come up with a good solution. But I still want to kill the American. He turned to Black and stormed toward him. Black, still tethered to the chair, rocked from side to side. He managed to get the legs off balance and tumbled to the floor. When he hit the ground, the chair broke. But before Black could get up, Vladimir put his knee into Black's back, pinning him down. Good thing today Katerina is here, Vladimir growled in Black's ear. Otherwise you would have been face down in a shallow grave already. Now don't move. I need to take a picture of you. Vladimir used his phone to capture a photo of Black, and then snapped one of Katerina. When Vladimir was finished, he yanked Black to his feet. So, who are you working for? Vladimir asked. Black shook his head as he dusted himself off. I told you the truth already. It's the only way to survive an interrogation. That was no interrogation, Vladimir said. In Russia, we don't consider it to be an interrogation until you've lost a few teeth. Katerina wrapped her arm around Black's. We need to get going, Vladimir, but thank you for your mercy. Of course, Katerina. You know I'd never hurt you. That night in Paris, it was something that will never happen again, she said. We both know it would never work. Perhaps, but I wouldn't mind trying again. Goodbye, Vladimir. As she and Black turned to leave, Vladimir grabbed her arm. "Whatever you do, please don't go after Toussaint. If I send him pictures of you dead but you show up on his doorstep, he will put a price on my head." "If I have my way," Katerina said with a faint smile, "I don't intend to leave him alive the next time I see him." Vladimir winked. "Then you better not miss." "I never do." Vladimir gestured toward the door. Black and Katerina didn't waste any time leaving the building. They hustled toward their car when Vladimir whistled at them and they turned around. "You're going to need these," he said, before tossing the keys to Katerina. They climbed in the vehicle and tore out of the compound. "So what now?" Black asked. "Seems like you made some pretty steep promises, ones that could cost your friend his life if you fail." "I won't fail," she said, "and we will continue along with our plan." "And how are we going to find Toussaint?" he asked. "The missile is gone, and we have no idea where that is headed either." "Toussaint can wait," she said. "I'll have plenty of time to deal with him later. We need to stop that missile." "I suppose you don't have any ideas on how we can find it?" Katerina grinned. "I put a tracker inside the missile casing when I was removing the pit. What do your Boy Scouts say? Always be prepared." Black admired her for a moment. "I'm not sure I would have thought to do that, because you would have never considered the possibility that you would fail. It's a flaw," he said, "but one I proudly live with. Until you're not alive anymore." "Touché," Black said. "Now let's start tracking that weapon." Chapter 25. Washington, D.C. J.D. Blunt lumbered into Secretary Geller's office at the State Department, toting a briefcase in one hand, leaning on his cane with the other. She took her glasses off and looked up from the documents stacked on her desk. "Good morning, J.D., she said. "What, no cup of coffee for me this morning?" He chuckled as he eased into the chair across from her desk. "Not today, but I didn't come empty-handed." Geller pursed her lips. "I'm starting to like the sound of this. Go on." Blunt reached into his briefcase and handed her a dossier on John McGinn. "So, good news, bad news. Which one do you want first?" She tapped the document. "Which one is this?" "Both." "Okay, give it to me straight." "We found the guy who tried to assassinate the Saudi prince," Blunt said. "Former CIA agent John McGinn. And we captured him." "That sounds like good news to me." "Now he's dead." "Still waiting for the bad news," she said, interlocking her fingers while leaning back in her chair. "The Saudis aren't going to like the fact that they can't punish McGinn. Never mind that they might not believe us," Blunt said. "They can't interrogate him or punish him, and they can't even see him. The Saudis will feel like we're possibly covering for a rogue agent. It certainly won't do much to help our relations with them." "I see what you're saying, but I have confidence that between me and this staff, we should be able to work our diplomatic magic and convince them that the guy got what was coming to him." "Don't be so naive," Blunt said as he fished a cigar out of his pocket and shoved it in his mouth. "The Saudis will turn this into a public spectacle. Surely you haven't forgotten that they're not above murdering journalists who dare to challenge their regime. They'll use this to get something that they want, something they probably shouldn't be given. But you'll feel like you have to." Geller shrugged. "Let's suppose you're right for just a minute. What other alternative do we have at this point?" Blunt gnawed on his cigar as he contemplated her question. "There's always something else you can do." "Of course," she said. "But you've got to figure out what that is. And we need to do it fast, or else the Saudis are going to think we're not serious about resolving this. And that will bring an entirely different set of diplomatic headaches for me." Blunt snapped his fingers before he eased himself upright. He leaned forward as a faint smile spread across his lips. "I got it. What are you thinking?" "I've got an idea that might just solve two of your problems at the same time." She gestured for him to continue. "Let's hear it." Blunt shared his idea before leaning back in his chair and opening his hands wide. "So, what do you think?" "It's brilliant," she said. "Now you just have to figure out a way to pull that off." "I've got just the person for the job." Secretary Geller thanked Blunt. "And next time if you come in the morning, don't forget my cup of coffee." "You're so demanding," Blunt said. "Now I see why the president hired you for this job." She winked. "Next time, JD. Next time." "You got it." When Blunt returned to his car, he dialed Alex's number. "How'd it go?" she asked. "Great," Blunt said. "We have a new plan. One that's going to do two things at once for us." "Can't wait to hear it," she said. "I'll tell you all about it when I get back to the office," Blunt said. "But first, I need you to do a complete workup for me on Admiral Gordon." "Admiral Gordon?" "Yes," Blunt said. "I'll explain everything when I get there." Chapter 26. 1 week later, Washington, D.C. Secretary Geller reviewed her notes one final time ahead of her meeting with Venezuelan Ambassador Carlos Sanchez. While she hadn't planned on speaking with Sanchez for at least another month, circumstances necessitated an impromptu conversation with enormous consequences. Earlier that morning, she'd received a call from J.D. Blunt regarding the location of a stolen nuclear missile. Blunt's team had tracked it all the way to Venezuela before the signal gave out. According to satellite surveillance, they believed that it had been delivered to the property of the Villegas family, a renowned cartel leader. But their tracker had died just as the missile reached the harbor, and there was no way to prove where exactly it was. However, Blunt's team suspected it had been disassembled to fit in a cargo container, and one of those containers left the shipping yard and was delivered at Villegas's home. How the ambassador would respond to her request wasn't something she could comfortably predict. Geller's assistant introduced Sanchez, who walked slowly across the room. Geller came out from behind her desk and shook Sanchez's hand, before gesturing toward the cozy sitting area in the far corner of the room. They exchanged pleasantries as they walked toward it, catching up on the latest happenings in their personal lives, before continuing. "Shall we?" Geller said, pointing to the two small couches. "Bueno," Sanchez said as he sat down. "It's always an honor to speak with you, Madam Secretary, but I must admit that I was caught off guard by the urgency in your voice. I started to wonder if I'd missed something that warranted such an emergency meeting." "Then you can stop wondering," Geller said, "because you didn't miss anything, and that was likely by design." "I'm starting to get concerned, Madam Secretary. Can you please just tell me what this is all about?" Geller drew in a deep breath before exhaling slowly. "We believe that a nuclear weapon has been brought into your country, quite possibly for the purposes of attacking the United States." Sanchez shifted in his chair and leaned back. "That's absurd. We would never do anything like that." "I don't think you would either, but Manny Villegas might." "What benefit would he have from launching a nuclear weapon into the United States? He certainly wouldn't want to eliminate a large portion of his customers." "It would seem foolish from so many perspectives," Geller said. "But I must tell you that we view this as a threat. Anytime a rogue actor takes possession of a weapon that could cause mass destruction and kill millions of innocent lives so close to our country, We're going to treat it like a hostile threat. But we'd rather not let the situation escalate to the point that military force is required to eliminate the threat." "Then what do you want us to do?" Sanchez asked. "Send some of your most trustworthy men, the ones who aren't on Villegas's payroll, and find out if the weapon is indeed there. And if it is, figure out what he intends to do with it." Sanchez wagged his index finger back and forth. "No, no, no, Madam Secretary. You don't know what you're asking." "I do, Carlos. And that's to have your military investigate whether or not those claims made by our intelligence community are true." "No, I mean the cost of initiating something like that will far outweigh what could have been saved in our country." Geller bristled at Sanchez's stubbornness. "I know you may not feel like you or your people aren't at any risk right now, but if Villegas were to launch such an attack, there would be swift retaliation, and with much greater force. You'd go to war over this. To protect innocent American people?" Geller asked. "That's one of the main reasons this office was created. We desire to have such good relations with other countries that we can resolve our differences without going to war. But we will protect our people, and I can promise you that it won't be pretty." "Of course we don't want war," Sanchez said. "But there are some things that I just cannot do." "If you promise to make a few phone calls, we could solve this little problem right now before it turns into a bigger one," she said. "I'm sorry, Madam Secretary, but I can't honor your request." "Who's running your country, Carlos? Because if it's not you, I don't want to be wasting my time here. Put me in touch with the people who are in control, since you can't seem to do anything." Sanchez sighed. "Isn't it obvious who's running the country?" "Are you suggesting that Manny Villegas is the one running the country?" Geller asked. Sanchez looked down, refusing to say anything. "Come on, Carlos. I know you can do something." He shook his head. "If it wasn't already obvious, I'll let you in on something that's not so secret. Villegas owns the president. Nobody donates more money to him than Villegas, and as a result, he gets special treatment. There is no way in hell that the president will authorize anyone to go out to the Villegas estate and investigate anything." Geller shook her head, clicking her tongue. "I have half a mind to have you expelled from the country over this." "Do what you must, but when I tell the president what you kicked me out for, he might want to join Villegas in launching a missile toward the U.S. "The fact that you're more afraid of Manny Villegas than the full force of the U.S. military is utter foolishness. Are you at a point where you're more afraid of a drug cartel kingpin than you are of the greatest military might in the history of the world?" "If there's one thing I've learned in diplomacy, it's that everyone looks out for his own interests first." Geller sighed. "In this instance, you need to do the noble thing, because it seems to me there might be a chance you could die either way. Die in an attack or at the hands of the Villegas clan. Which one of those options is looking out for your own interests? It seems simple to you, but it's not that way." "Yes, it is that simple, Carlos. Pick up the phone and make the call." He templed his fingers and stared off in the distance for a moment, before his gaze met Geller's. "All I can do is encourage you to investigate, knowing that you're operating at your own risk. I might be able to help if Venezuelan authorities capture your agents, but I can't make any promises about any of this." Geller stood and offered her hand. "This doesn't make me happy, Carlos." "Me either, but this is the best way forward for Venezuela." Geller pointed toward the door before offering a weak wave. When he shut the door behind him, she resisted the urge to scream, which was only slightly stronger than the one she had to let him know in no uncertain terms what a weasel he was. Sanchez wasn't a true diplomat. He was a freeloader, sucking everything he could out of bureaucracy. And now his weak-minded approach to this situation was going to put himself at risk, as well as his country. She picked up the phone to give Blunt a report. "How'd it go?" Blunt asked. "Not good," Geller said. "Sanchez won't get the Venezuelan military involved. He seems intent on protecting one of his president's top donors." "So we're still in the same position we were before?" "Not exactly. Sanchez expressed that he would do his best to help our agents if they got caught." "That sounds like the same position to me." "Pretty much," Geller said. "So what's the next move?" "The plan all along has been to send our team into Venezuela to deal with the threat," Blunt said. "How messy is it going to get?" Geller asked. "I need to be prepared for these kinds of situations." "If everything goes as planned, not messy at all," Blunt said. "We have a plan to control the missile, which will require us getting close to it. There might be some collateral damage, but that's about it." "As long as you can limit that collateral damage to Villegas's lackeys, that'll be fine. I can handle that with reporters. But if other innocent people die, we're going to give Venezuela a pretext for war. Not that I think they're necessarily going to engage with us, but holding that bomb might give them more boldness to do something incredibly stupid." "So what does this operation look like?" she asked. "Black and Shields work with the rogue FSB agent to put a small device on the missile that'll give us a backdoor into the missile's computing system. Then when the missile is fired, we'll be able to control it." "That sounds like a mission that just might work." "Lots of hurdles to jump over to reach that point, but it's a capable and competent crew we'll have out there. If anyone can get the job done, they can." "Okay," Geller said. "Better get 'em started. We don't have any time to waste." "I'll keep you updated," Blunt said, before ending the call. Geller sank into her chair and sucked in a breath through her teeth. She could feel trouble looming around the next corner. Chapter 27. Annapolis, Maryland. Alex pinched the back of her earring harder against the piece of jewelry itself, and then checked herself in the mirror. She brushed away a brown ringlet dangling right in front of her right eye, before taking a deep breath and one last look in the mirror. She yanked hard on the restroom door, leading back into the U.S. Naval Officers Club. Inside, she found mostly groups of men huddled around a table, laughing and patting each other on the back. They appeared to be engaged in drinking and telling stories about previous tours in the war. "Come here, toots," one of the officers said once he made eye contact with Alex. She rolled her eyes and walked right past him. She wasn't there for some desperate and drunk old men to tell her how beautiful she was. She was there to find Admiral Gordon. Alex scanned the room and spotted Gordon in a far back booth smoking a cigar, with a woman on each side of him. The women both sported low-cut dresses and were overly flirtatious. However, Gordon appeared to be eating up the attention they were both giving him. Meanwhile, other men sat at the table, each with a woman practically sitting in their laps. Just getting a seat at the table looked to be next to impossible. This is going to be more difficult than I thought. Alex went to the ladies' room to give her time to contemplate her next move. She went into a stall and got to work. Without much of a social media profile to go off of, she had to search for other ways to make a connection with him. She'd read in a Homeland Security report about him that he preferred younger women, something the department found unsettling. Then Alex figured out that she was about the same age as Gordon's daughter Michelle, a socialite in her late 20s, living in Providence with her own yacht rental company. Alex's planned approach to Gordon had to change due to the circumstances, but she felt her new idea had potential to be either wildly successful or a complete bomb. After a deep breath, she emerged from the stall and strode back into the restaurant to begin working her plan. Alex went up to the table and introduced herself as Mary Mills, an aspiring naval engineer building luxury yachts. She wanted to talk with the men about what design elements she could add into her boats to make them more practical and more stylish. The men were happy to oblige, each one giving her a few suggestions, which she scribbled down on a notepad she'd brought with her. However, getting Gordon to talk wasn't easy. Between being already drunk and having two women fawning over him, he wasn't really interested in answering her question. So she went straight to her last resort idea and hoped he fell for it. "Wait," Alex said, eyeing him closely. "Gordon? Admiral Gordon?" Looking down at his drink, he swirled it around in his glass. "That's what the 4 stars means, honey." "Look, I'm so sorry to bother you as you appear to be busy, but I went to college with your daughter, Michelle. We were both Zetas together, but I never had the opportunity to meet you. Every time she invited us back, you were gone somewhere in the world." "That's the life of being an admiral," he said. "It's not nearly as exciting as everyone makes it out to be. But a girl in every port, right?" Gordon looked up at her, his eyes meeting Alex's for the first time. And with that, he looked her up and down before giving her his full attention. "You were friends with Michelle?" Alex nodded. "What is it that you wanted again?" he asked. "Maybe I can buy you a drink, and we can talk about it," she said. The hunger in his eyes was evident to Alex. She'd teased his appetite by presenting a new challenge to him, using minimal effort to entice him away from the two women throwing themselves at him. He was an admiral and preferred conquests over meaningless gifts, and Alex had played him like a fiddle. Gordon excused himself from the table, which created quite a commotion. One by one, people seated to his right had to get up for him to slide all the way out. When he stood up, he looked at Alex and smiled. "Now, what was it again you wanted to talk about?" he asked as they started walking toward the bar. "I'm an aspiring naval engineer," she said. "You want to join the Navy?" Alex shook her head. "I want to design luxury yachts, so I thought a good place to start would be asking people who know seafaring vessels the best." Gordon pointed at her and grinned. "Well, young lady, today's your lucky day. Not only are you talking to a highly decorated admiral from the U.S. Navy, but you're talking to a man who has his own yacht." Alex drew back, feigning surprise. Her research had revealed Gordon's passion for yachts. At the invitation of yacht clubs, he often addressed members, speaking about the challenges of living at sea and how yachts made that wonderful privilege so much more pleasant. Alex had hooked him by tempting him with a combination of his lust for women and his obsession with yachts. "I didn't know you had a yacht," Alex said. "I would think those boats would seem like child's play to someone who commanded aircraft carriers and led sailors into battle." Gordon nodded. "It would seem that way, but I also enjoy the simplicity of piloting a boat out into the open water on my own, without thousands of shipmates who do all my bidding. That probably sounds crazy to all the landlubbers out there." "Maybe, but you're not talking to one of those now," Alex said. "I love to get out on the water." Gordon glanced around before looking back at Alex. "I've got an idea. Why don't we talk about this on my yacht? I've got plenty of drinks there, and we can even go out for a little jaunt into the harbor if you like." "That sounds delightful," Alex said. "Excellent," Gordon said, rubbing his hands together. "And we don't have to go very far to find it. Just a short block away and we'll be on my boat in no time." "Your yacht's here?" "Just around the corner. In 15 minutes, we'll be cruising down the Severn River toward Chesapeake Bay, if you like." Alex nodded. "Of course. That sounds absolutely delightful." Gordon offered his arm, which Alex noted as incredibly forward. But this was a man who got his way and never expected to be denied. He'd already remarked about how he liked to boat himself, rather than endure the thousands of shipmates at his beck and call. And Alex was certain that Admiral Gordon was this cocksure of a man, knowing that once he got Alex onto his boat, that he could dictate the activities for the rest of the evening. But Alex had different plans. As they climbed aboard Gordon's yacht named Stroker's Ace, he went straight to the wet bar. Without asking Alex what she wanted, he made 2 martinis. "You didn't even ask me what kind of drink I wanted," she said. "I like a man who takes charge." "I thought you might," Gordon said. "Cheers." The two clinked their glasses together before he gestured for her to have a seat. As soon as she sat down, she poked out her lip and pouted. "Is there any way you can go up on the deck and fetch my purse for me? I need my pills." "What kind of pills?" he asked. She stared at him, giving him a nasty look. Okay, he said. "Sorry, I didn't mean to intrude." "Thank you," Alex said, before Gordon headed upstairs. Once he disappeared from view, she pulled out a vial she had tucked away in a bra and dumped a powdery substance into his drink. She swirled it around so that he wouldn't notice the extra addition. When he returned, he held his hands out. "I couldn't find it." "Oh, that's because I'm sitting on it," she said. "Silly me." They both finished their drinks, and it didn't take long for the drug to start working. "You ready to talk now?" he asked. "Sure," Alex said. "If you were to design the perfect yacht, what would it look like?" "It'd look like..." Gordon's eyes fell shut as his head dropped, hitting the table with a significant amount of force. She examined him, lifting up his eyebrows to make sure he was truly out. And he was. Alex hustled back to Gordon's bedroom and found his computer. She returned to the galley and used Gordon's finger to unlock the device. A few minutes later, she was done. "Sleep tight, Admiral," Alex said, patting him on the head before exiting Gordon's yacht. Chapter 28. 1 week later. Paraguaná Peninsula, Venezuela. Titus Black settled down onto the dusty dirt on a hillside just outside of the small village of La Ciénaga. Situated near the top of the Paraguaná Peninsula, the La Ciénaga Cemetery provided optimum viewing lines into the Villegas cartel compound. Armed guards patrolled the walled-off estate, creating a daunting challenge to anyone who dared to enter uninvited. Black, who lay prone studying the area through a pair of binoculars, grabbed his hat as a steady, stiff breeze rolled over the peninsula. "Are you getting all this, Shields?" Shields had joined them for the mission, monitoring the activities from a shrimping trawler just off the coast. "Roger that," she said over the comms. "You're coming in loud and clear, and I can see all of the goons circling the Villegas compound like zombies." "Let's hope it's easier to kill them than it is zombies," Katerina said. Black pulled the binoculars away from his face and looked at her. "Have you dealt with zombies before?" "Only in video games, and they're not easy to stop." "Okay," Black said. "We're in real life now. No more zombie talk." "When they've eaten half your brain, you start to move slowly, and you can't hit your target." Black huffed. "Did you hear what I said? No more zombie talk." "I figured out when they put their hands out in front and walk with a limp, that's when you can..." "Enough already," Black said. I hate zombies, and I hate talking about them. That makes two of us, Shields chimed in over the comms. Black forced a smile as he looked at Katerina. See? Nobody likes talking about those creepy things. Let's stay focused on the task at hand, which is getting that device onto the missile. Jana Shadid, Firestorm's technology expert, had created a small device that could be shot from a gun and attached to a metal object. It was adapted to a tracker she'd created. This device was a little more complex than a tracker, allowing it to communicate with both the missile and a remote computer. All Black and Katerina had to do was ensure that the small device stuck to the missile in a place no one would notice it. I still think we ought to destroy it, Shields said. I mean, if the military can accidentally assassinate farmers in the middle of the desert, it'd be so much easier to take one out with a drone here. Agree? Yeah, Black said. Except for one small detail you seem to have forgotten. It's a nuclear weapon. I have a feeling Venezuela wouldn't just let that go. They'd probably round up every U.S. citizen in the country and hold them hostage. Which reminds me to mention that we need to be very careful, Shields said. If we get caught... We're all fully aware of the risks, Black said. Especially Katerina here. She's being relentless about this. Katerina shook her head. Don't try to make me out to be a saint. We're all here for selfish reasons, if we're honest with ourselves. You don't want a nuclear war in your country, and I don't want one in mine. True, Shields said. Now let's cut the chit-chat and focus on the compound. I'm seeing some movement near the front. You guys see it? Black put the binoculars back up to his face and studied the front of the Villegas estate. I see them. But do you see the missile? Katerina asked. Right in front of the house, Black said. Looks like they've got it on a mobile launcher. Sheet lightning lit up the sky, and thunder rumbled in the distance. That isn't good, Shields said. Afraid of getting stuck at sea in the middle of a storm? Black asked. I'm not fond of that either, she said. But if we get much more lightning, heat signatures will be difficult to decipher on satellite. Black took his rifle and set it up on top of a small tripod. He studied the missile through his scope. It may not matter if I can take care of this right now. The wind continued to whip through the cemetery. I'm not so sure about this, Katerina said. We only have one shot, and if you miss... I know, Black said. It'll create a much more challenging assignment, won't it? Black cursed as he watched the scene unfolding in the courtyard. What is it? Katerina asked. They're moving the missile inside, Black said. Probably because of the storm that's rolling in, Shields said. I just started watching this thing form on radar. It's gonna be here for a while. Black sighed and put down his rifle. Change of plans. We need to get in there to do this. I don't think that's a good idea, Katerina said. It would take weeks to plan something like this. Do you honestly believe Villegas' thugs can handle us? They're just a bunch of low-life degenerates who carry guns. Besides, I'm not suggesting we crash the gates. All we have to do is get close enough to the missile to put the device on it. That's it. And do it in a thunderstorm, Katerina asked. Even better, he said. It gives us some extra cover. Everybody will be inside, and we'll be able to get in and out more easily. Black watched through his scope as the truck carrying the missile drove into a small warehouse at the back of the facility. Okay, I know where they're at, and I know how we're going to get in, Black said. What are you thinking? Shields asked. Because if you think I'm going to be able to help you, you're wrong. I'm on a boat on the dock and unable to hack into their security system from here. It's a good thing I have a better plan, Black said. As long as you can fire that boat up and point it out to sea, you'll be perfectly helpful."
"That doesn't sound good," Katerina said.
Black shook his head. "It's only a precautionary measure. Since we're going to spin this one up on the fly, we need to have at least one backup plan in case we get into trouble."
"Sounds like you're planning on it," Shields said.
He chuckled. "Oh, I'm planning on it all right. It just remains to be seen how much trouble we can get into for this." 15 minutes later, the storm arrived, complete with driving winds and rain pouring down in buckets. Black and Katerina drove near the gates of the Villegas estate. They climbed out of their rental car, and he plunged a knife into the back driver's side tire. Meanwhile, Katerina worked to make herself look like she'd been struggling to change a tire. With her white blouse soaked and accentuating her figure, she put her long dark hair in a ponytail and rubbed a little dirt on her face and hands. By this point, all the guards had retreated inside the compound, allowing Black to take up a position in the opposite direction where they had left the car. He could see and hear everything. Katerina wiped water from her face and approached the gate. She pushed a call button and got a response after a few seconds.
"Bueno,"
a man said.
"Can you help me?"
she asked, her voice quivering. The man switched from Spanish to English. "I'm sorry, ma'am, but we're not allowed to open the gates."
"I don't want you to open the gates to let me in," she said. "I just want someone to come out and help me fix a flat tire on my car."
"If it's just a flat, someone can help you."
"Oh, thank you,"
Katerina said. "Wait right there." A couple of minutes later, a man emerged from behind the gate with a toolbox. The gate swung open slowly before he exited the compound and found Katerina waiting, just as he'd instructed her to do. Black seized his opportunity, sprinting toward the gate and diving inside, just before it closed shut. He activated his comms to speak with Shields. "Can you walk me through where I need to go?" Black asked.
"The warehouse is about 2 meters behind the house," she said. "So you're going to need to skirt around the house by going along the fence. From what I can tell, the security cameras aren't going to catch you in the shadows of the wall."
"Perfect," Black said, following her instructions. Katerina acted as helpless as possible while the man tended to her flat tire. He jacked up the car and worked tirelessly to get the spare on. As he did, the wind continued to ravage the small peninsula.
"I didn't know a hurricane was coming here tonight," she said.
"No one did," the man said. "It was a surprise to everyone." Once he finished, he looked back up at her. "You're all ready to go now." She glanced down at her clothes.
"Maybe my car is, but I'm not."
He furrowed his brow. "What do you mean?"
"Just look at me," she said. "I'm a mess. I need to dry off before I get back in my car. It'll just make it not so uncomfortable for me. You don't want me to be uncomfortable, do you?"
The man looked her up and down. "Why don't you come inside and we'll take good care of you?" Katerina forced a smile.
"Thank you. Let me get my purse."
The man pushed a call button next to the gate. "Enrique, let me in. I'm done fixing the woman's tire," he said in Spanish. The monitor went blank. Katerina heard a loud boom in the distance as all the street lamps fell dark. The gate also stopped after opening up just a few feet. "Must be this storm," the man said, as he turned toward Katerina, who had a gun trained on him.
"In the trunk," she said.
The man sighed, acting initially as if he was going to comply, but he attempted to take away her weapon, reaching for it with both hands. He grabbed her wrist and the barrel at the same time and tried to rip it from her hands. However, she pulled the trigger while the gun was still pointed at his chest. He let go of her and clutched his chest, as he tumbled to the ground. Katerina dragged the body to the car and threw it in the trunk.
"I told you to get in the trunk," she said aloud as she lifted his body inside. "If you would have got inside alive, you would have survived."
He moaned before passing out. She shot him once more in the head to make sure he would be dead when she returned. She sprinted toward the gate and raised Black on the comms.
"I'm inside now, but we need to hurry."
Black crept near the small warehouse as the wind roared and the rain pounded all around them. The raindrops were so large and coming down with such force that it felt like tiny knives jabbing him all over. When Katerina joined him, she was shielding her face from the rain with her arm.
"This is crazy. It's like a flood."
"Then let's make this quick," he said.
"Is the power still off?"
she asked. "Yes, but I'm sure they have a generator around here somewhere, and will be turning back on at least the security system."
"Have you figured out how to get inside yet?"
she asked. "There's a window up there," Black said, gesturing toward the square space about 8 feet above the ground. "I want to shoot the device onto the missile from up there."
"Why don't I do it?" she suggested. "It'd be easier for you to hold me than for me to hold you."
Black considered her offer, but wanted to make sure he saw the device on the missile himself. He scanned the area and noticed a 6-foot ladder nearby. "I've got something even better." He hustled over to the ladder, which was leaning against the house, and carried it over to the warehouse. Climbing quickly, he smashed a small opening in the window with his gun handle, and then surveyed the space inside.
"Is it in there?"
Katerina shouted over the wind. "Yeah, just give me a second." Black took aim with his gun, hitting the target. He took out his binoculars and zoomed in on the spot with one hand, while shining a flashlight on the area with the other. "Mission accomplished," Black said over the comms.
"Excellent work," Shield said. "Now get the hell out of there before you get caught."
Black gave a thumbs up to Katerina before scrambling down the ladder. He returned it to its previous location. Before he and Katerina could make a run for the gate, an alarm sounded as the power whirred back to life. He looked back toward the main house and saw 4 guards with guns sprinting toward them. The rain started to subside as Black rushed over to the ladder.
"What are you doing?"
Katerina asked. "We've got to get inside," he said.
"You've got company,"
Shield said over the comms.
"And lots of it."
"We know," Black said, positioning the ladder against the side of the warehouse. "A way out would be helpful." Katerina scurried up the ladder and knocked out the remaining window panes before climbing inside. Gunshots rang out as bullets peppered the building. Black took 2 rungs at a time as he hustled up the ladder. Once he got inside, he jumped down to the ground and then scanned the area for a way out.
"I'm not sure this was the brightest idea,"
Katerina said. More bullets pinged off the building and men shouted outside.
"This isn't how it was supposed to go," she said.
"Shields, got anything for us?" Black asked.
"That's a negative," she said. "You're going to have to get creative."
Black cursed under his breath as he heard the doors to the warehouse start to hum as they rolled open. Chapter 29. Annapolis, Maryland. When Alex set foot on the Stroker's Ace this time, the situation was different. Instead of being alone with a wayward admiral drunk on power and alcohol, she was accompanied by NSA analyst Mallory Kaufman and a host of FBI agents. Lead field agent Ken Mason knocked on the door to the cabin as the team waited to scour every inch of Admiral Gordon's beloved yacht. A light flickered on behind the opaque glass before Gordon appeared a few seconds later in a bathrobe.
"What the hell is all this?"
Gordon asked. Agent Mason of the FBI, sir, Mason said, holding up his credentials and a search warrant. I really hate to do this to you so late, but we have a search warrant. Gordon grunted. You hate it so much that you dragged me out of bed and forced your team to come out with you to serve this in the middle of the night. It's 11 o'clock, sir, Mason said. I know it's late, but there's never really a convenient time to serve a search warrant. Gordon snatched the document from Mason and scanned it before shoving it back, pinning it to his chest with an index finger. You are aware that your boss, Carson Dillinger, is a personal friend of mine? Gordon asked. Mason nodded. So let me get this straight. You knew that I was friends with Director Dillinger, and you still chose to serve a search warrant on my yacht this late at night? Mason nodded again. Unbelievable. You just signed your release papers. You just don't know it yet. Mason shrugged. The director is the one who suggested I do this so late. But if you're such good friends, maybe you can call him and complain about me now. I'm sure he won't mind being woken up this late at night. Gordon growled before throwing open the door and storming back to his bedroom. Follow him, Mason directed one of the agents. The agent banged on Gordon's door. Come on in, Gordon said, opening the door. I've got nothing to hide. Alex stood in the tight hallway behind the agent, along with Mallory. Gordon squeezed past them, his belly rubbing up against Alex as he eased past. But then he stopped, his eyes meeting Alex's. Wait a minute, Gordon said. I know you. This is a setup, isn't it? He leaned in on her. If I find out you had something to do with this, Admiral, I suggest you control yourself, Mason said from the galley. Nobody had anything to do with this but you, if our intel is correct. What are you looking for? Gordon asked. We'll let you know when we find it. Alex and Mallory followed the other agent into Gordon's bedroom. There it is, Alex said, pointing to the laptop on his desk. The agent snatched the laptop and carried it back into the galley, where Gordon was seated at the bar pouring himself a drink. That's where I saw those emails, Alex said as she continued to follow the agent. Emails? You mean the ones you planted on my computer? Gordon asked with a chuckle. Such an amateur. That's why you got kicked out of the CIA. You're such a reject that you don't even know how to cover your own tracks when trying to extort a high-ranking government official. What's even funnier is the fact that you convinced the FBI to come down here and search for it. Talk about killing your career before it gets off the ground. I'd rather talk about you going to prison, Alex said. Mason opened the laptop and stared at the login screen for a moment. Admiral, would you mind loaning us your finger, or am I going to need to get a court order to open this thing? Gordon took a long pull from his glass. So let me get this straight. You just barged into my yacht at 11 o'clock at night with a search warrant and are demanding that I give you the security passcode to open up my computer. Mason nodded. You've got to be about the most obnoxious agent I've ever met, Gordon said. And that's saying something, given all the knuckleheads I've encountered over the years at that place. If you make things difficult for us, I'm going to make things difficult for you in the sentencing. Sentencing, Gordon said with a chuckle. You truly have lost your mind if you think there's anything on that computer that will get me remotely within 5 miles of a federal prison. I wouldn't be so sure, Alex said. Gordon rolled his eyes. Since I don't have anything to hide, he said, before placing his finger on the recognition square. The computer's home screen flickered to life. Looks like we're in business, Mason said, offering a faint smile to Gordon. You're not gonna find anything, Gordon said. Alex, Mason said, gesturing toward the laptop as he stood. See if you can work your magic. Alex sat down in front of Gordon's laptop and started to hammer away on the keys. Within 5 minutes, she growled in frustration. "What is it?" Mason asked. "It's gone. He deleted it. Every single last email," she said. Gordon threw his head back and howled with laughter. "You thought you were gonna prance in here and upload a bunch of incriminating evidence to my laptop, didn't you?" "I didn't do any such thing," she said. "I just so happened to find it on your computer." "That's bullshit and you know it," Gordon said, before throwing back the rest of his drink. "I expect an apology on my desk first thing in the morning." Alex typed furiously on the keyboard, searching for where he might have dumped the evidence she'd planted. "I don't know who you are yet," Gordon said with a sneer, "but I can assure you that you'll be unemployed by the end of the day tomorrow, if not sooner." Mason leaned in close and spoke in such a hushed tone that only Alex could hear him. "If you can't find this, Gordon is right. We'll all be done before sunrise." "I know it's here," she said in a whisper. "Just give me another minute." Gordon poured another drink. "For someone who was so sure there was something on my laptop, you sure look frantic over there. I swear I'm gonna string up every last one of you." Alex initiated a recovery process, and lines of data rolled up the screen. Mason tapped his watch. "It's been a minute." "Hold on," Alex said. "We're almost there." The computer beeped, signaling the end of the process. Without waiting another second, Alex began scanning the list of recovered emails. "Bingo," Alex said. "Found him. He tried to get rid of these emails, but didn't know that whenever something is deleted from a computer, it's still there if you know where to look." "I don't believe you," Gordon said. "There was never anything on my computer in the first place." "The data says otherwise," she said with a satisfied grin. Mason peered at the email from Gordon with the designs of 2 new secret military weapons. "This is more than enough to arrest you for treason, Admiral. The only thing you'll have in the morning is a meeting with your lawyer, if not sooner." Alex stood and winked at Gordon. "I swear you're going down," Gordon said with a growl. "Don't worry, sir," Alex said. "You won't be alone. Looks like David Hill was involved in this little secret selling scheme of yours." Mason nodded at one of the agents, who promptly handcuffed Gordon. Then Mason turned his attention to Alex. "Nice work, Agent Duncan. We'll go talk with David Hill right now." She smiled and took her phone out of her pocket before dialing Blunt's number. "How'd it go?" he asked. "He's done," Alex said. "And so is David Hill." Chapter 30. Paraguaná Peninsula, Venezuela. Black rattled the doorknob to one of the back rooms, but it didn't budge. He stepped back and fired a shot at the lock, breaking it. After kicking the door open, Black and Katerina rushed inside and took inventory of their options. "There's a motorcycle in the back," Katerina said. Black nodded and hustled toward the bike. When they both reached it, Katerina straddled the seat first and stomped on the starter. The motorcycle sputtered to life, and then she revved the engine. "Get on," she said as she leaned forward over the handlebars. "You're driving?" "I won the Moscow motocross at age 14, she said. "Do you really want to compare resumes right now?" Black hopped on behind her and wrapped his arms around her. "Let's go." Katerina eased the bike toward a door on the side before pushing it open. Bullets ricocheted off the wall, echoing in the cavernous room. Men shouted as Katerina raced outside. "Anybody want to tell me what the hell is going on?" Shields asked over the comms. "We're headed your way," Black said. "Be ready to take the boat out."
Take the boat out? Are you serious? We just rented this thing so I could monitor what you were doing. I can't pilot a boat."
Black leaned with Katerina as they dodged a palm tree in the back corner of the property.
"Just get it untied," Katerina said. "I'll handle the rest."
More gunshots filled the air, which had grown eerily calm after the storm had dissipated. Black held on tight as Katerina whipped the motorcycle back and forth, creating a pattern that was as unpredictable to him as it was to the Viegas cartel security detail. After circling the property a second time, someone had moved a spotlight to a balcony on the third floor and was following their movements so the shooters could see the target. However, the spotlight also revealed a new challenge for Black and Katerina. The open gate was now blockaded by a truck, with a pair of shooters taking cover behind the bed. She whipped the bike around and drove toward the other side of the property, escaping the spotlight. Black glanced over his shoulder at the space, before turning around to see several shooters taking aim at them. Katerina swerved left and right, avoiding any direct hits, until she came to a stop behind the pool house.
"What are you thinking?" Black asked. "We're going to have to shoot our way out of here," she said. "We can still get out the front gate," he said. "It's just going to be tight."
She looked at him, shaking her head.
"What are you talking about? That truck is in the way."
"Not all the way," Black said. "There's an opening."
"And there are also 2 men with guns standing in front of it."
"I know. Let me take care of them," Black said.
"You want me to drive straight toward them, like a kamikaze pilot?"
"More or less. Just keep your head down." A bullet pinged off the wall near them as men started shouting in their direction.
"They found us," Katerina said. "Time to go."
Black grabbed his flashlight in one hand and his gun in the other. The back tires spun, kicking up dirt before launching forward. They quickly picked up speed and roared back around the side of the house. When they did, Katerina drove evasively to avoid the spotlight as it swept back and forth across the grounds. At one point, the motorcycle was in the center of the light, but Katerina hit the brakes hard, forcing the back end of the bike into the air for a moment. Black thought he might topple over the handlebars before regaining his balance as the back tire crashed back down into the ground. Katerina circled around the grounds one final time.
"You ready?"
she asked. "Always," Black said. As they drew near the gate, Black turned on his flashlight and then tossed it out to the side, drawing fire from the 2 guards taking cover behind the truck bed. Katerina jerked the bike in the opposite direction, giving Black a clear shot at the 2 men. Before they could figure out that they'd been duped, Black hit one man in the chest and the other in the head. Katerina circled around once more to make sure the guards were both down. However, when she turned the bike around for the final approach, the man who'd been hit in the chest staggered to his feet and aimed his weapon. Black fired a shot, hitting the man in the head and dropping him immediately. "It's clear," Black said. Katerina turned toward the gate and gunned the engine. She slowed only to make sure they squeezed through the small opening. Bullets continued to pepper the area, hitting the truck and the gate before Black and Katerina escaped.
"How's it going?" Shields asked over the comms. "Is everyone still alive?"
"At the moment, yes," Black said. "How are you doing with freeing the boat?"
"Almost done,"
she said. "We'll be there in less than 10 minutes." Katerina sped down the road toward the docks. Black heard an engine whining behind them. Turning to see what the noise was, he noticed a dark sports car in pursuit. Then he saw a gun emerge from the passenger side window. "We've got company," Black said.
"Hold on,"
Katerina said. She goosed the engine before taking off. As they approached a sharp curve, Katerina warned Black that he'd have to lean against her if they planned on making it out of the corner alive. When Katerina went left, Black leaned right, keeping the bike from lying down as it hummed at a high speed through the sharp curve. Katerina's slick driving skills helped them extend their small lead over Viegas's people. "You really can drive this thing," Black said. "Hold your praise," she said. "We haven't come to a complete stop yet." Black looked around Katerina and saw the harbor come into focus as the lights flickered on. "The power's back," Black said. "That's not what I want to hear," she said. "I'd like every advantage we could get." "It won't matter once we disappear." "And how will we do that?" "Just trust me," he said, flicking on his comms. "Shields, we're coming in hot. You ready?" "I'm untying the final rope as we speak," Shields said. "Good. Make sure you get out of the way. We're coming in hot." Katerina broke through a chain-link fence as she maneuvered the bike onto the dock. They came to a stop in front of the shrimping boat before Black dumped the bike into the water. "Let's go," he said. He hustled onto the ship and ran up to the captain's chair. Once Katerina was safely aboard, Black opened up the motor and tore out into the bay. Black was about 500 meters from shore when he heard a familiar shouting. Then bullets rained down on their position. "Everybody get below," Black said. "They found us." Black crouched low behind the wheel before looking behind him to see what fury the Viegas cartel goons were about to unleash on them. A handful of men worked frantically to get a speedboat out of the docks. Opening the engine as wide as it would go, Black tried to calculate how long it would be before they'd be overtaken. A minute, maybe 2, if we're lucky. He scanned the horizon for any lights twinkling in front of him, signaling that another vessel was near. At first, he didn't see any in their vicinity. Then he caught a glimpse of a set of red lights bobbing off his starboard side. Black hustled below deck. "Everyone ready to get wet?" "What are you thinking?" Shields asked. "Put all your gear in a waterproof bag," he said. "We're diving in." Katerina frowned. "How's that going to help? They're just going to pluck us out of the water." "Not if they don't know we're in it," he said. "Meet me upstairs in 30 seconds, and be ready to jump." Black grabbed a piece of twine and tethered the throttle to the railing in front of the wheel. The motor whined as the boat cut through the choppy waves induced by the storm. Saltwater thrashed the deck, splashing on his face as he tried to maintain the same direction with the boat. When Shields and Katerina appeared on the deck, Black buckled his life jacket and walked to the edge. The only thing he had in his hand was the flare gun, while he'd tucked his other weapon into his pocket. "Would you mind telling us what we're doing before we jump?" Katerina asked. "There isn't any time," Black said. "I'll tell you when we're in the water, but we need to jump now." Black directed Shields where to jump, and Katerina followed suit. Once he joined them in the water, he watched as their boat chugged away. Meanwhile, the speedboat skimmed across the waves toward their position. "Swim with me," Black said as he glanced back and forth between the two vessels. Once he was satisfied that they would be out of harm's way, he stopped. The speedboat cut through the waves in its path with ease, racing right past them toward their old boat. As soon as they were gone, Black resumed swimming. "Follow me," he said. "We need to make this quick." Less than a minute later, the shrimping trawler he'd spotted came between them and the speedboat. Black shouted at one of the men on the deck, who didn't respond. Then Black aimed his flare gun at the boat and pulled the trigger. The man who'd been oblivious before began to rush around the deck, trying to douse the flare. After he did that, he called for his shipmates to help. They rushed over and threw a couple of ropes into the water. Shields and Katerina went first, clambering up the side. Black was pulled in right behind them. Upon reaching the deck, he collapsed in a heap on his back, his adrenaline all but gone. "Who are you?" an elderly man demanded. "Why were you in the water?" "We are fugitives," Black said, "and we will pay you handsomely if you will get us back to the mainland." The man stroked his beard with one hand, a cigarette resting in the other. He looked at the two younger men with him and talked in a hushed tone. "This was your plan?" Shields asked Black. "What if they decline and throw us over?" "Better than getting captured," he said. "Well, at least the device is on the missile," Shields said. "It won't do you any good unless you know how to operate it," Katerina said. "I'll text Alex and let her know what's going on with us and the missile," Shields said. "I'm sure they have someone smart enough to figure out how it works." "It'll be much easier if we all get back to Washington together," Katerina said. Shields sighed and shook her head. "I wouldn't count on it. This plan isn't going to work." Black shrugged. "It was the best alternative to shore capture that I could think of." "Okay," the elderly man said. "You can stay with us, but we won't be heading back to shore until we're finished for the night. Are you satisfied with that arrangement, or do you want to go back into the water right now?" "Thank you," Black said. "We accept your generous offer." The old man introduced himself as Diego. "What exactly are you running from?" "Plenty of things," Black said. "But specifically right now, it's the Villegas cartel." Diego's eyes widened. "Put them down below right now." Diego's partners nodded toward the stairs, and the trio of castaways understood what to do. They marched below deck and were ushered into a small room near the engine. "What did we do?" Shields asked. "You're not going to turn us in, are you?" "We want no trouble with the Villegas family," one of the men said. "Neither do we," Black said. "They killed our brother," the other man said. "Papa won't rest until we've exacted revenge, and the government has been less than helpful in getting justice for us." "Imagine that," Black said. "Guess that's what happens when the people committing the injustice are the same ones controlling the government." "It's the truth," one of the brothers said. "Looks like we're on the same side," Black said. "Good," the other brother said. "Stay quiet, in case we get searched. We'll have you back to the harbor by the morning." "Muchas gracias," Black said. The door was shut behind them. Black heard a padlock click before footfalls disappeared down the hall. "Son of a bitch, they locked us in here," Black said. "If they wanted to hurt us, they would have taken your gun," Katerina said. "It's obvious that you're carrying one." "Relax," Shields said, patting Black on the back. "We can entertain ourselves for the 8 hours before daybreak. I'm going to let Mallory Kaufman know about our situation, in case we disappear." "Good idea," he said. Then Black stood on a crate to get a view out of the porthole window at the top of the room. It was dark, and there was nothing to see. 2 hours passed, and Black had fallen asleep despite a conversation between Shields and Katerina. The last thing he remembered was a deep dive on the best handguns at remaining concealed. They were talking about handle contours and round capacity before he drifted off. But he awakened when he felt Diego's trolling boat jolt, and a bright light flashed through the window above. The women were both standing, trying to figure out what was happening. Black hopped back up on the crate and got a glimpse of the happenings outside the boat. He cursed as he got back down. "What is it?" Shields asked. "We're about to be boarded," he said. "Police?" Katerina asked. Black shrugged. "Maybe. I couldn't tell." A few minutes went by and everything seemed quiet. Then Black heard stomping on the deck above. The footsteps grew closer, as it sounded as if they were coming below. "Donde están ellos?" a man with a gruff voice asked. "Ellos están aquí," Diego said. "Un momento." Black heard a key slide into the lock before it clicked and released. A muscular man with a skull cap and a dwindling cigar hanging out the side of his mouth held a weapon trained on the trio in the closet. "Well, well," he said. "What do we have here?" Chapter 31. Washington, D.C. Blunt groaned when his cell phone buzzed, waking him from his dream. He was fishing on a boat in the Caribbean and reeling in the biggest blue marlin he'd ever seen. But that fantasy was gone in a jarring instant. He glanced at the alarm clock, the display showing 1 a.m. "This better be good," Blunt said, his voice gravelly. The woman's voice on the other end said. "Depends on how you define good." "Who is this?" Blunt demanded. "I think you know who this is." He figured out who it was, but he wanted to hear her say it. "I'm sorry, but I don't play games at this time of night." Blunt hung up the phone and waited for it to ring again. Seconds later, it rang again, and he answered. "Hang up again on me and you're going to regret it," the woman said. "Like I said, I don't play games. Tell me who this is, or I'm hanging up on you," Blunt said. "I have a difficult time believing someone who is actively trying to hunt me down and destroy my life doesn't know what my voice sounds like. I'm old and hard of hearing, but this is starting to sound like a game again. The next words out of your mouth had better be your name, or I'm going to block your calls." Blunt didn't like playing games, but he was actively engaged in one, seizing the position of power. "This is Cicely Calhoun," she said with a sneer. "And you better back off, if you know what's good for you." "Miss Calhoun, so nice to hear from you, though I prefer you called during normal business hours. A man my age needs his sleep." "Now that I have your attention, I need you to listen very closely," she said. "You're playing with fire." Blunt chuckled. "I'm not sure you understand how things work here, but you're the one who's in danger, no matter what you do. I'll dismantle your organization brick by brick, but it's good to know we've gotten to you." She sighed. "That little stunt you pulled with Admiral Gordon." "Stunt? You mean catching him for selling military secrets to the Chinese?" "He didn't do that, and you know it." "I only know what the facts say, and they say that he divulged secrets to the Chinese." Calhoun was quiet for a moment before responding. "You know damn well what you're doing, and I'm going to prove it after I hunt you down." "Please do come after me," Blunt said. "It'd make my job much easier. If I can just sit around waiting for you instead of deploying assets and resources to bring you in, I might sleep better at night. As long as you don't call and wake me up, of course." "You've underestimated me, Senator, and I'm going to make you pay. I'll see you soon. Sooner than you think." Blunt hung up the phone. His plan to rattle Calhoun had worked. Her reaction to the takedown of Gordon had confirmed Blunt's intel that the Admiral was involved in the Fullgood initiative. And for her to learn about that so quickly meant she had to be involved in the leadership, if not the one in charge. Blunt laid in bed, mulling over his next move. Maybe he wouldn't have to make one if Calhoun decided to come after him, though he wasn't sure if that meant him personally. He would welcome her attempts against him, but there were others who were dear to him, and if she went after them, that was disturbing. For the next half hour, he laid awake, trying to determine how to approach each possible scenario. Ultimately, it was an exercise best suited when he wasn't still groggy from waking up, so he decided to go back to sleep. Just as he drifted off again, the phone rang. He cursed as he reached for it. "Yeah," he answered. "Sir, this is Alex. I hate to wake you like this, but I need to get a message to you." "Go ahead."
I just received a text from Agent Shields, Alex said. Something's gone very wrong with their op in Venezuela.
How wrong?
The Villegas cartel is pursuing them, and they're trying to escape at sea.
Do they need our help?
I don't know, sir. She told me she'd check in with me every half hour, and it's been well over an hour since I last received anything.
Maybe they don't have cell reception.
That's possible, Alex said. But I thought you'd want to be aware of this right away, in case you wanted to take action.
Let's wait until morning before we decide, Blunt said. He rolled over and tried to go back to sleep. But with all he had on his mind, sleep was an empty endeavor. Chapter 32. Off the coast of Venezuela. Titus Black carefully eyed the man with the skull cap as he entered the small room, weapon trained on them. He grabbed Black by the back of his collar and yanked him toward a trio of men standing in the cramped corridor outside. For a moment, Black considered engaging in a fight with them, but thought better of it when he realized it could get messy and might end up getting some innocent people killed. Compliance was the best way forward, for now. Shields and Katerina were both forced to their feet and shoved into Black. He bumped into one of the men, who slowly turned and gave Black a sideways glance. Black prepared to rumble with the man, but all he did was grunt and continue walking. When they reached the deck, Diego stood sheepishly to the side, keeping the two boats tethered with a couple of ropes. A slow drizzle fell from the sky, making the deck slick. One of Black's escorts slipped and nearly fell, before catching himself with the railing. I could have been captured myself, Black said as he shook his head, while staring at Diego. At least I would have had a fighting chance. Shut up, Skullcap said with a growl. The only reason I agreed to capture you was so I could gut you myself. Your body will be feeding the fishes in the morning. Black took a step back as he felt the boat rocking more on the water, and saw that the two vessels were drifting apart. Then he noticed the activity behind his captor. Black spread his arms wide, pushing back Shields and Katerina. He eased back and tried to assess what to do next. Skullcap convulsed as he gasped for air. Clutching his chest, he tried to speak, but no words came out. As he turned around, Black could see half of the grappling hook Diego had shoved into the man's back. Diego smashed the guard to his left with a bucket and knocked him off balance. Shields kicked him in the face as he tried to get up before knocking him out. Black jumped in on the action, driving his fist into the throat of the other guard, and then ripping his gun from him. With only one other guard left unaccounted for, Katerina grabbed a knife from a nearby cutting table and slit the other man's throat. However, as she did, he fired his weapon, alerting the Villegas boat that something had gone awry. As the boats continued to drift apart, Black realized they weren't about to go anywhere. The other boat could track down the shrimper anywhere it went. If they wanted to escape, they needed to either kill all the other men aboard the other boat, or sink it. Black dove down behind the ledge and instructed everyone else to do so as well. Bullets ripped through the windows overhead and sent glass crashing down around them. The shooting seemed to last much longer than it should have. How many bullets do they have? Shields asked. Would you be surprised if I told you the entire hull is full of ammunition and drugs? Black asked. Not one bit, she said. But we can't stay down here like this forever. Eventually, they're going to try to board this boat again. Got any drones in your bag? Black asked. Yeah, a couple. What do you want to do with them? Use them to draw their attention away from us. She covered her head with her hands as more glass crashed down from overhead. You want to use my drones as target practice? Black nodded. Those things are expensive. Not to mention Jana worked hard to develop them. If we're dead, what difference does it make how much something is worth? Those thugs will have all our tech if we're not alive to stop them from taking it. Is that what you want?" Shields sighed. "Fine, you can have 'em. There are 2 in my bag. How is this going to work?" Black explained his plan to Shields, who then relayed them to the rest of the crew. Diego and his sons each grabbed a gun, and so did Katerina. They all crouched low and waited for Black to enact his plan. After the shooting had subsided, Black deployed the 2 drones, one at a time. The first one hummed loudly as it made an approach on their ship. It buzzed the men on its initial pass, turning them around to draw fire. "Now!" Black said. Katerina and Diego and his sons opened fire on the men, who turned their back to them. Black's ship took out 2 of Villegas's men, but 3 remained. "Here goes another one," Black said as he launched the second drone. This time the drone flew in front of Villegas's boat, some 20 feet in the air. As the men started shooting, Diego and company hit 2 more, leaving 1 man alive on the deck. He ducked down, disappearing from sight. Moments later, the speedboat's engine rumbled as it came alive. "We can't let him get away," Black said. Shields noticed a couple of bottles of alcohol sitting on the deck. "Who's got a lighter?" One of Diego's sons forked over his lighter. Meanwhile, Katerina ripped her shirt and handed the torn pieces to Shields. She stuffed them into the bottleneck of the alcohol and flicked the lighter. As the flame danced on top of it, she held it close to the fabric, which quickly caught fire. Then she hurled the bottle toward the other ship. It hit the deck, immediately causing fire to spread everywhere. The back of the boat sat down as the nose raised upward. Katerina threw the other one, which landed on the deck and created more chaos. The boat slowed as the man hustled around it to stop the spread of the fire. Black pulled out his gun and took aim, steadying his breathing before easing his finger onto the trigger. He slowly pulled back, his shot hitting the man in the back of the head. He slumped onto the deck as the boat started to drift, while flames engulfed the vessel. Black and his crew didn't move, watching the boat burn until it started to sink as Diego piloted the ship toward the harbor. Watching through binoculars, Black didn't rest easy until the flames were extinguished as the speedboat disappeared beneath the surface. He got up and went to speak with Diego. "I thought you were going to sell us out," Black said. Diego shrugged as he kept his eyes on the water. "I won't lie, I considered it. Surviving was a roll of the dice, but it was the opportunity I've been waiting for since they killed my son, and I'll never get justice for it." "If they figure out what you did, you'll be marked," Black said. "We're all marked for death one way or another," Diego said. "It's just about how and when you're going to go out." Black nodded. "I can appreciate that statement. Better to go out your way than someone else's, right? I don't know about that. I just wanted to go out with some peace, knowing that those people responsible for my son's death suffered just like he did. It doesn't bring him back, but it's comforting." Black offered a thin smile and put his arm around Diego. "You're a good man. I wish there were more men like you in this world." "You're too kind, amigo," Diego said as he pointed toward the approaching dock. "Now stop all this flattery and go help my son secure the boat." A few minutes later, Diego and his sons were preparing to unload that night's catch, while Black, Katerina, and Shields were preparing to return to Washington to deal with the impending danger of a nuclear missile that could reach U.S. soil. Black handed Diego a handful of cash. "I'll make sure we get you more," Black said, "and we'll do it in the most discreet way possible. Without your help, I hate to think what might have happened to us." "Again, you're too kind," Diego said. Black saluted the patriarch before hustling down the dock after Katerina and Shields. "Let's go," Black said. "Washington awaits." Chapter 33. Washington, D.C. Blunt dug into his pork barbecue sandwich as he stared at the blue sky overhead. For the first time in a few weeks, he felt a foreign sensation. Joy. His team had managed to escape impending doom in Venezuela, all while securing a way to prevent a catastrophic attack on the U.S. And although the danger hadn't been fully eliminated, he was confident that the world was being put right again, his lunch appointment serving as Exhibit A. Senator Craig McGee eased into the chair across from Blunt and started devouring his plate of ribs. With his mouth still full, McGee recognized his need for napkins and got up to hunt for them. When he returned to the table, he was laughing. "What's so funny?" Blunt asked. "I swear I would have put serious money on you retiring 10 years ago and opening a barbecue restaurant," McGee said. "But here you are, eating a barbecue sandwich like it's the last one you'll have, savoring each bite." "It just might be the last one I'll ever eat, Craig. Unlike you, I get most of my food in my mouth instead of my face." The two chuckled as they cleaned up using the fistful of napkins McGee had. "So, you invited me out for barbecue," Blunt began, "which means there must be a reason you wanted to make sure I'd be here." McGee nodded. "I wanted you to hear it from me first." "Hear what?" "I'm back on the Senate Intelligence Committee." "But I thought—" "The situation changed," McGee said. "After David Hill abruptly stepped down, I'm sure thanks to you or something someone on your team did, I maneuvered to get back on the committee. And the accusations from Calhoun. It doesn't matter anymore. She was going to out me as a Russian spy, which is true." Blunt's eyes widened. "You are a Russian spy. Does that mean you're spying on us or spying on them?" "Who's us and who's them?" McGee asked. "This is starting to mess with my head," Blunt said. McGee smiled. "It messed with mine all the time, which is why I finally decided I needed to take a step back from it." "What are you talking about?" "I was a double agent for the CIA," McGee said. "I was given the Russians' so-called secrets regarding the U.S. military. They were all benign, of course, but that enabled me to develop a considerable amount of trust with them. Eventually, I was able to gain access to some high-level Russian intelligence agents, and I learned a great deal." "And how come I didn't know this?" Blunt asked. "Same reason no one else did," McGee said. "The fewer people who know, the greater chance you have of keeping your secret a secret. Even on those hunting trips we took, you never once considered telling me. I mean, you know I'd never tell a soul, right?" "Sure, but I couldn't take the chance that anyone else was listening. You know the old saying, the only way to keep a secret between three people is if two of them are dead?" "All too familiar with it." "Well, that's how I approached it. If I never said it aloud, there was no danger that anyone would find out." Blunt finished chewing a mouthful before responding. "Yet Calhoun somehow knew." "That's because she found out from some former Full Good Initiative members." "I thought you didn't believe they still existed." McGee licked the sauce off his fingers. "I've changed my mind. It's the only way she could have known." "And now what if the Russians find out?" "That's why I'm retaking my seat on the committee," McGee explained. "I let the Russians know that I was in a tough spot and needed to back away for now. Calhoun may tell him. I don't know what her endgame is, but I hadn't gotten any actionable intelligence in a while, so it was easy to make the decision with the agency to cut ties and do just one job. Hopefully no one else will find out." "Amen to that," McGee said. When the two men finished eating, Blunt thanked McGee for lunch and headed back toward his car. However, Blunt stopped when he received a phone call. He groaned and then answered it. "Good afternoon, Ms. Ryland," Blunt said. "What could I possibly help you with today?" "Senator,"
she said. "I hope you're doing well."
"Better than I deserve." The television reporter giggled.
"That's about the happiest sounding I've ever heard you. Did you get a new girlfriend? Or an expensive bottle of whiskey?"
He sighed. "It's a problem when members of the press know you this well."
"Not for me," she said.
"Okay, fine, I give up. What do you want?"
"I have a good source that tells me Senator Craig McGee was a double agent, but resigned his post to avoid getting exposed. Can you confirm or deny that?"
Blunt was ready to respond.
"Ms. Ryland, could I interest you in a better story? The kind that might win you all kinds of awards." "Better than this one?"
"Only if you promise never to utter a word about what your source told you to anyone."
"That depends on what this story is," she said.
"The truth behind the rise and fall of Admiral Gordon," Blunt said.
"You're right," she said. "I'll never turn a story like that down. And I suspect it's begging to be told."
"More like I'm begging to tell it," Blunt said. Chapter 34. Washington, D.C. Blunt watched a report on television about the growing number of insurgents pouring across the southern U.S. border. He closed his eyes and shook his head, knowing that he'd never be wanting for assignments if things continued trending like they were. Hidden amongst the thieves, drug dealers, and child traffickers of illegal immigrants were surely terrorists, bad actors from both state and independent organizations alike, intent on doing harm to the country. And Blunt anticipated hearing all about it soon enough. But at the moment, he needed to deal with one of those hypothetical threats that had become a reality. He swiveled in his chair when he heard footsteps approaching down the hall. Normally, Blunt would have held this meeting at his Firestorm offices, but Agent Black's insistence on bringing in a former FSB asset made Blunt cautious. Although she'd been vetted by several U.S. intelligence agencies and deemed a safe ally for the U.S., he didn't want to expose the Firestorm headquarters until he was sure himself that she didn't pose a risk. And he could only tell with a face-to-face conversation, a trait that made him feel like an antique grandfather clock in an electronics store. However, he made no apologies for it, placing far more faith in his gut than in what qualitative analytics could ever produce. With an unlit cigar clamped tightly between his teeth, he stood and strode across the room to greet his guests. Aside from Black, Shields, and Jana Shadid, Blunt shook hands with a couple of Bobby Besserman's CIA counterparts. Then he locked eyes with Katerina Lukin, the FSB agent who'd partnered with Agent Black to track down the nuclear weapon stolen out of Russia. Or was it? With the Russians, Blunt was never sure if the purported truth was to be trusted. After the group exchanged pleasantries, Blunt called the meeting to order. "I want to start off by thanking the agents who even made this conversation possible. Otherwise, we might not have any way to thwart an impending attack from whatever terrorist group decides to fire that missile at us." The group clapped, acknowledging Black, Shields, and Katerina with polite nods. "I've discussed this situation with the President and officials at the Pentagon," Blunt continued, "and the consensus on how to handle this relies upon our ability to coordinate our missile defense system with a device that manipulates the missile's navigational system. It would have been simpler to disengage it completely, but then we'd have no way of steering the missile to safety. It could just as easily land in Central Park as it could a cornfield in Iowa. Ensuring there's no nuclear fallout is paramount to this operation." Blunt stroked his chin as he glanced at his notes. "Now, I thought it'd be beneficial if Jana Shadid could explain how the device works." Firestorm's resident engineer took a sip of water from the glass in front of her and proceeded to explain the details of how she designed the NAVDA, Navigational Disruptor Apparatus. "The device attaches to the missile itself
shaped like a welded pen, and is designed to avoid human detection, she said. When the missile becomes active, so does the Navda. It then alerts us and creates an opening for us to take control of the navigational controls. However, our control is limited to a 10-minute window. During that time, we can send the missile on any trajectory we like, but after that, the signal will die out. Blunt grunted. Can the launch party retake control? She nodded. They can. But the problem is that the Navda reorients the entire GPS system, so the missile still won't go where they want it to. And if you course correct quickly, you should be able to send it someplace safe to destroy it. Like the ocean? One of the CIA officials asked. Exactly, Jana said. With this attack likely originating from the eastern seaboard, we should be able to get it out over the Atlantic in short order. So this should be pretty straightforward, correct? Blunt asked. Jana held up her index finger. In theory, yes. But we can't do this on our own. And why is that? We need a highly trained and specialized agent to handle the deprogramming of the missile's GPS, Jana said. Blunt gestured with his hands for her to continue. Because? Because the original programming was conducted in Cyrillic, Jana said. If only we knew someone who was fluent in Russian and also adept at computers, Black said with a wry grin as he looked at Katerina. She smiled. That's why you brought me here, right? I mean, you don't just let former FSB agents into your country without good reason, no? Blunt shifted in his chair. We're grateful for your willingness to help out, Agent Lucan, but I'd rather have you simply walk someone through the process of handling this. If word were to ever get out that we were using Russians to dismantle Russian technology, we might find ourselves in a precarious foreign relations situation. I'm friends with the Secretary of State, and I can promise you that I don't want to be in her doghouse. One of the CIA officials spoke up. I understand your concerns, Senator Blunt, but that's a highly specialized person, and I'm not sure we have anyone who possesses both those skill sets. If Katerina is willing, I don't see why that's a problem. She'll be in a war room with all of us. We have outside contractors assist us regularly on operations. This isn't as uncommon as you might think. Blunt shrugged. If that's the situation we're in and you're comfortable with having Agent Lucan direct this operation, I'm fine with it. We'll just need to get the deputy director to approve this, one of the CIA officials said. That shouldn't be too difficult, Blunt said. Since Robert Besserman is a good friend of mine, I'll be happy to make the call on behalf of this team, if that's all right. Of course it is, sir. Okay, Blunt said as he slapped the table and then stood. We just need to make sure we can get Agent Lucan a place near Fort Belvoir, so she can be ready once the missile is launched. We've estimated that we may have less than 20 minutes to respond once the missile is launched, Jana said. So she needs to be very close. Roger that, Blunt said. You guys handle Agent Lucan's accommodations, and I'll call Besserman. I don't know, JD, said Besserman, his voice booming over the speaker in Blunt's car. How much do we really know about this Agent Lucan? Look, I was skeptical at first, too, believe me, Blunt said. I'm not keen on the idea of letting any Russians set foot in any of our sacred intelligence spaces. But so many people have vetted her story, both here and on the ground in Russia, and every time it's checked out. Doesn't that make you suspicious? It could, if I didn't know her backstory. But those bastards at the FSB allowed her father to be murdered, and according to my agents, she wanted revenge on the man who did it, as well as on the Russian government for trying to incite a war with the U.S. Besserman sighed. That's her story, JD. Have we heard any credible intelligence reports that suggest the Russians would be trying to provoke us? It's war by proxy, Blunt said.
They sell their weapons to terrorists or whoever hates us enough to purchase a nuclear weapon and launch it at us. They do damage to the American psyche while killing hundreds of thousands of people, making us look weak. It's not the old Soviet way, but it's effective, and it's actually a money-making scheme. You got to admit that it's genius in a way. I mean, if we could sell weapons to terrorists who wanted to attack China, you know we'd do it. You have a point, Besserman said. It's genius in its design, but I still have my reservations about Agent Lucan. Duly noted, Blunt said. I promise to make sure we have people watching her every move, as well as her every keystroke. Well, if you're so insistent on this, I'll trust your judgment, Besserman said. But don't you dare let her out of your sight while she's on the property. I wouldn't dream of it, Blunt said. Chapter 35. Fort Belvoir, Virginia. Titus Black held the door open for Shields and Katerina as they entered the command center at Fort Belvoir. He was flanked by a pair of CIA cyber analysts and 2 security specialists. Greeting them at the door were several architects behind the ballistic missile defense system housed on site. One of the guards gestured toward the glass panel situated next to the metal detector. "What's this?" Shields asked. "Everyone that enters this facility is fingerprinted," one of the security officers said. "It's non-negotiable, in case you were wondering." She nodded and placed her hand on the glass. A red light swept back and forth before turning green. Then the guard gestured for her to proceed. "I'd rather not," Katerina said. "I've done some awful things, even to U.S. agents." Black shrugged. "That's all in the past. You're with us now. You have no need to worry." Katerina froze for a moment before following Shields' lead. Once the light was green, she was ushered inside. Black was about to begin the procedure when he saw Blunt lumbering up the stairs, leaning hard on his cane. "How hard was it to convince Besserman?" "I've faced far more daunting situations," Blunt said, "but he gave in once I gave him personal assurances." Black arched an eyebrow. "Personal assurances? What kind of personal assurances exactly?" "I promised Besserman that we'd keep an eye on Katerina and wouldn't let her out of our sight while we're here." "Where is she gonna go?" Blunt shrugged. "No idea. I just wanted to convey that message so we all keep our eyes on her. Can you help me with that?" "Of course," Black said. Blunt smiled. "She is pleasant to look at, isn't she?" Black didn't answer. "Oh, that's right. You and Shields have a thing, and you're probably worried that word might leak out that you think another woman is attractive." Black rolled his eyes and sighed. "Perhaps we just have different tastes in women. I could have sworn you were into attractive, fiery women." "I am," Black said, "but only the patriotic kind." "Not a bad policy," Blunt said, before gesturing toward the hall. "Shall we?" Black headed down the hallway, walking swiftly to keep pace with the front of the group headed for the command center. When they entered the room, several officers were already waiting for them. "We understand you have some vital information for us that might help bolster our system?" a young officer asked. Shields glanced at Katerina. "She does." "And how do you intend to upload this program?" the officer asked. "I have it all on a flash device right here," Katerina said, holding up a small device. The man held out his hand. "I'm going to need to check it for viruses, please." Katerina smiled and gave the drive to him. While they were waiting for his approval, a young woman directed them to an empty desk in the far corner of the room. They walked past a series of desks, all accompanied by people equipped with headsets and staring at computer screens while typing furiously. They were all mumbling phrases into their headsets, almost hypnotically. "What's that all about?" Black asked. We don't get to see how the sausage is made very often. The officer escorting them chuckled. We're communicating with remote observation posts around the world. We have satellites watching in the skies, but they aren't foolproof, especially with today's technology. But a good low-level radar never fails. So you have people monitoring these all over the world? Black asked. The man nodded. It seems tedious, maybe even a bit redundant, but it's effective. Did you know that we've shot down a half-dozen long-range ballistic missiles aimed at the United States in the past 5 years? Black arched an eyebrow. I wasn't aware of that. And that's the way we like to keep it. We're able to keep everyone safe at night without worrying about what could happen to them. And it strengthens our diplomatic position, especially with those countries who attempt to get away with such atrocities. We weaken their standing with the UN by discreetly sharing that information, which ultimately discourages such attacks again. It's a win-win for us. Apparently not everyone is discouraged, Shield said. Some countries are led by slow leaders, the officer said. They get the message real quick when their aid packages are eliminated, and their citizens suffer in various ways. It either leads to the people voting in another leader, or an uprising, the kind we may or may not help, if you know what I mean. I know what you mean, Black said. It's a wild world out there. After the brief tour ended, 2 analysts sat down with Katerina. She was reluctant to go with them, but Black assured her that it would be all right. You're trying to help us, Black said. You're not in Russia anymore. She offered a faint smile. I've been around long enough to know there isn't as drastic of a difference as you think. Black shrugged as she walked off, unwilling to ponder whether her statement was true or not. He didn't care. His job was to eliminate security threats in the U.S. in the most precise way possible, by any means possible. But he wasn't concerned with her talking about her program with the computer techs. They led her to an interview room, where Black and Shields watched the conversation with Blunt. Black found it boring, mostly comprised of jargon that might as well have been an alien language. What do you think of her? Blunt asked. She's been in the fire with us, Shields said. If she's pulling one over on us, she's damn good. Blunt looked at Black. And you? She's had my back every single time. If she was going to kill me, I think she would have done so by now. Blunt gnawed on his cigar. Unless this was the final destination in a giant setup. We're not being played, Black said, if that's what you're getting at. You two have convinced me otherwise, Blunt said. But Besserman stirred up valid concerns, making me suspicious all over again. Yet you've allowed her in here, Shield said. You must not be that suspicious. Blunt held up his index finger. But with the caveat that I must watch her every move. I doubt she's going to pull something, Black said. Blunt drew back and cocked his head to one side. What's happened to you lately, Agent Black? You never trusted anyone until recently. Now it seems you trust everyone. Black looked at Shields. I blame her. Finding a good woman'll do that to you, Blunt said. When Katerina emerged 15 minutes later, the analysts gave the green light to proceed with her program. They worked with her to upload it to their system, creating a more seamless integration between the NBMD and her software to hack the missile's navigational system. She made them promise to delete it after they were done, so she couldn't be considered a traitor by the Russians, in case they ever captured her. According to Katerina, they agreed, though Black didn't believe that for 1 second. The analysts would have told her anything to assuage her fears in order to get that software downloaded. Feel better? Black asked as he walked over to her. A more relaxed smile spread across her face. I do. Thank you. They're getting a terminal set up so I can help them upload the program. They all took a seat at a conference table in a room next door. "Did you ever think you would be here?" Blunt asked Katerina.
"Not like this, no," she said. "My father raised me to hate Americans. But a funny thing happens when you actually meet some of them. Makes me wonder if the best pathway to peace would be for countries to mingle with citizens of other countries, to appreciate their culture and way of life, and to keep people from making those who think differently are villains."
Blunt pulled his cigar out of his mouth before pointing at Katerina. "That's some good wisdom right there, and it's lacking in leadership in most places. The more divided people are, the easier it is to control them. It's what the FSB sought to do to your country for the past decade." Shields slowly shook her head.
"It's worked pretty well, too."
Katerina shrugged.
"I don't get involved in the psychological warfare, but I do know that all those things are correctable simply by meeting the right person."
"Did your father ever change?" Black asked. A wide smile spread across Katerina's face.
"As a matter of fact, it did. I found out that he'd signed up to take online courses at an American university. I was shocked to find out that he'd learned English, but he did it because he wanted to be able to subvert the U.S. if it ever invaded and took over Russia. 2 weeks before he was murdered, I went home and talked with him about this. He was adamant that the Americans were no longer our enemies. He even told me that he wondered if he needed to keep monitoring the nuclear weapon anymore."
Blunt arched an eyebrow. "Think that's what got him killed?"
Katrina shook her head. "There were other reasons. Mainly that the missile was worth something on the black market, and my father could have been a pest if they didn't deal with him accordingly. I know how the FSB operates. It's what makes the most sense."
A technical officer poked his head inside the room. "We're ready for you, Agent Lucan." The rest of the team watched as Katerina uploaded the program to the US NBMD mainframe. The process took a half hour, and Black noticed Blunt never took his eyes off her. Once they were finished, one of the security guards walked them back to the entrance. However, when they reached the doors, another analyst raced down the hallway and shouted after them. He slid to a stop, struggling to catch his breath. "What is it?" Blunt asked.
"The missile," the man said. "It's been activated. Hurry!"
Chapter 36. Black was the first in line behind the man ushering everyone back to the command center. Soldiers rushed back and forth across the room, some delivering messages to those in charge, while others hustled to their computer terminals. General Adam Tiller stood at the front of the room, twirling his reading glasses as a woman briefed him on the situation. On the far wall, a large monitor displayed the position of the missile and possible targets on a large map of the Western Hemisphere. One of the general's aides gestured for Katerina to sit at one of the terminals and instructed her on how they were going to handle the hacking of the missile's navigational system. Black studied the screen and furrowed his brow. "Now isn't that interesting?" Shields looked at him.
"What's interesting?"
"The missile isn't being launched from Venezuela. It's from an island I've never noticed before in the Caribbean." "That's an uninhabited island," one of the general's aides said. "I'm not sure who technically owns it, but the only people on the island right now are working to launch that missile, according to our satellite imaging." Tiller turned toward Katerina. "Why didn't the device you put on the missile also contain tracking? We could have taken care of this nonsense before we got to this level."
"It did, sir," Katerina said. "But when they transport the missile, it's encased in a container designed to prevent GPS transmission."
Tiller narrowed his eyes. "How vetted is this woman?" "Plenty of people, sir," Blunt said, "including your own officers here." "And you believe this bullshit?" Tiller asked. Blunt shrugged. You asked a question and she answered it. Sounds plausible based on what I know about transporting long-range missiles, but at this point, I think we should trust her. Do you think she'd be here right now trying to stop a nuclear weapon from hitting the eastern seaboard of the U.S. if she was a Russian plant? I got briefed yesterday about this, and everything just seems a bit too convenient. Katerina glared at Tiller. Well, if I get up and walk away from this computer, thousands of people in Washington, myself included, will all die. Do you think I came here on a suicide mission? I don't know why you're here, Tiller said, but I intend to get to the bottom of it one way or another. Black leaned over and spoke in a hushed tone to Katerina. Just do whatever you can to stop the missile. We'll deal with the general. Katerina returned her attention to her monitor and started typing. After almost a minute, she started cursing in Russian. What's the matter? Tiller asked. I'm having problems overriding the navigational system, she said. Something isn't working right. Do we know when this missile will launch? Tiller asked. It appears to be in the pre-launch sequence already, sir, one of the aides said. Based on what we know about this missile, it will go up in the next minute or so. Tiller shook his head and scowled. And if we don't have control by the time it launches? I'll have control, Katerina said. Tiller gestured for one of the guards to come over. Watch her, he mouthed. Black's eyes bounced between Katerina's terminal and the large screen on the far wall. She told him that if she didn't get control before the missile was launched, she'd have a more difficult time, quite possibly even failing at the task. I wish I could help, Shield said. Black nodded. That makes two of us. Maybe three if you count General Tiller. He looks like he'd rather be doing something about it. The most challenging aspect of leadership, Blunt said, butting into their conversation, is just sitting back and trusting your people to do what they're trained to do. After a few more seconds passed, Katerina shouted, I got it! Tiller smacked his hands together. Someone get her the coordinates for where we want to send the missile. An aide placed a piece of paper next to Katerina's keyboard with a precise coordinate, far out into the Atlantic Ocean, away from anyone. Tiller wanted the NBMD system to detonate the missile underwater, something the U.S. Navy had done plenty of times in the past, with minimal fallout. The radiation would be low as well as the environmental impact, while most importantly, the weapon would never be able to be used again. A few gasps went up around the room as the missile roared skyward, the scene captured by intelligence satellites. Do we know where they are targeting? Tiller asked. Katerina nodded and read off the original coordinates. That's right in the heart of Washington, one of the aides said. We need to notify President Young, Tiller said. If this goes awry, we need to make sure he's out of there. We'll be fine, Katerina said. She entered the numbers into the program and waited. Black watched as she clenched her fists and slammed them down on the table. That can't be good, he said. I can't get in, she said. I've been locked out somehow. What do you mean? Tiller said. I mean, I can't get in through the back door I set up on the missile's onboard computer. Something has gone wrong. One hell of a time to recognize that, don't you think? Tiller asked. Trust me, this isn't how I planned it, she said. Or maybe it's exactly how you planned it, Tiller said with a growl. General, please, give her some space to work, Black said. She doesn't have much time, and I can't imagine hovering over her shoulder and attacking her abilities is going to help. She's not going to help either, Tiller said. This was all a setup. This isn't a setup, General, Black said. Just be patient. Be patient? Tiller asked as he set his jaw. According to her, she's got about 9 minutes to figure this out or else we're all going to die. Every single one of us in this room will likely die. Forgive me if I'm not patient. I'm just not interested in dying today. Katerina's fingers flew across the keyboard. Meanwhile, Shields stooped down and studied Katerina's monitor to see if she could help. After a few seconds, she pointed at a line of code.
"Look at this," Shields said. "There's something wrong right here. Can I?"
Katerina slid aside, yielding the position in front of the terminal to Shields, who went to work. 30 seconds later, she pounded the return key and smiled triumphantly.
"I think we've got it,"
Shields said. She moved aside, giving Katerina her spot back.
"Great job. How come I didn't see that?"
"Forget about it," Shields said. "Just enter those coordinates and get on with it." Katerina continued typing before announcing that she had finished. Her work was reflected on the large screen at the back of the room, which now showed the missile as heading toward a deserted portion of the Atlantic. "Thank you," Tiller said, a faint smile spreading across his lips as he looked at Katerina. "We're not out of the woods yet, sir," one of the aides said. "We have to destroy the missile underwater." "Make it happen," Tiller said. Black joined the rest of the officers and soldiers who'd been crowding around Katerina's desk as they moved toward the front of the room. All eyes were glued on the trajectory of the missile. After a couple of minutes, the U.S. fired a missile timed to hit the same coordinates underwater as the nuclear weapon. A countdown ticked away in the upper right-hand corner of the screen. As the two objects on the screen grew closer, a satellite image replaced the map, zeroing in on the exact spot in the Atlantic. Seconds later, an explosion lit up the screen as the two missiles collided beneath the surface. Plumes of water shot skyward, creating a large ripple that went out in every direction. Tiller pumped his fist and looked at Blunt, shouting over the loud cheer that erupted in the room. "Guess she was on our side after all." Blunt nodded. "Fortunately, she was." Black smiled as he looked at Shields. Then his face went blank. "Where's Katerina?" She turned and looked toward the monitor, but the seat was empty.
"She was right there."
"Sir?" an officer said to Tiller as he rushed over toward him. "The Russian isn't here." "What do you mean she isn't here?" Tiller asked. "She left the premises 5 minutes ago, sir. She's gone." "Find her," Tiller barked. "That's not the only thing that's gone," the officer said. "What else?" "During the excitement, we had a cybersecurity breach, sir, and thousands of sensitive documents were downloaded, including the names of some of our top intelligence agents." Black didn't wait to hear anything else. He grabbed Shields, and they raced toward the exit to find Katerina before she disappeared forever. Chapter 37. Katerina swept the broken glass out of the front seat of Agent Black's car before hot-wiring the engine. She smiled as it hummed before jamming the car into gear. She offered a polite smile to the guard at the gate and then exited Fort Belvoir. After driving a few seconds, she glanced over her shoulder, anticipating that a cavalcade of military police would be in pursuit. But they weren't. "I vanished right underneath their noses." Katerina never expected to be allowed to just walk out. She had a plan for how to convince the officers tasked with watching her to let her leave the command center for a moment to use the bathroom. But she didn't have to say a word. Everyone was so caught up in watching the nuclear missile disappear into the ocean, they never gave her a second thought. And that was fine with her. She glanced at the phone she'd lifted off one of the guards. The app she'd downloaded and quickly logged into displayed a blinking blue dot on Dangerfield Island, just off the Potomac River. She sped toward the location, which was 15 miles away according to her app. As Katerina maneuvered through the streets, she tried to imagine what she'd say and how she'd handle the encounter. Despite saving thousands of Americans, she was far more concerned about one life, the one she wanted to snuff out herself. She could have guided the nuclear weapon to the exact location, But that would have been the easy way out. There was still work to be done, questions to be answered, and she wasn't about to let it slip away. Katerina turned north onto George Washington Memorial Parkway, jamming her foot down on the accelerator pedal. She glanced at the gun on the passenger seat, another item she'd lifted from an unaware guard. If she managed to succeed, she considered that moving to the United States and working as a pickpocket might prove more lucrative than she ever imagined. Even the people most trained to withstand combat couldn't be bothered with a simple lift by a thief. A half-hour later, she pulled into the parking lot of Dangerfield Island, which had ceased to be an island long ago. Dusk had fallen on the park, which was home to a marina and a sailor's paradise. It wasn't a bad place for conservationists either, if they could withstand the noise from Ronald Reagan Airport located just north and a stone's throw away. However, when she arrived, she realized why there was something going on, an event that posed plenty of problems for her if she didn't act quickly. Once Katerina parked, she rushed toward a large open field surrounded by trees. In the center, dozens of hot air balloons, already engaged in a twilight burn. Spectators crowded around the balloons, staring upward as pilots lit their burners, creating an awe-inducing image. However, she didn't have time to gawk at the colorful balloons around her. She was there for one reason and one reason alone, and she wasn't about to lose her focus. Katerina glanced down at her phone, directing her through the crowd. The blue dot moved, and moved again. She wondered how accurate the app was, or if someone was playing a cruel prank on her. As she moved closer to the dot, it blinked faster and faster. Finally, she glanced around and determined that there was nowhere else to hide. The shoreline was in front of her, as was the blue dot. If the app was accurate, she would meet the target in just a few seconds. She took a deep breath and continued walking toward a white van parked by itself at the far reaches of the park. The lights on the van were off, but Katerina couldn't be sure that she'd already been spotted. However, there was no one sitting in the front seat. That's odd. She stopped and looked around, scanning the area. But the blue dot on the phone kept flashing, signaling that she was almost on top of the target. Yet the only object in sight other than the van were a couple of trees. She looked up and inspected the branches, all nearly empty from the early autumn winds that whipped along the Potomac River. A few leaves desperately hung on in the breeze, refusing to succumb to Mother Nature. Katerina walked around the van, inspecting every detail. She put her hand on the hood, which was warm but not hot. Whoever had driven here had done so a few hours ago, but any travel had been recent. She circled the van once more before the back doors flew open. As she turned to run away, she felt a hand grab her shirt and pull her backward. Before she could put up much of a fight, the man dragged her inside and yanked her shoes off before pushing her away. Katerina tumbled onto the ground, rolling for a few meters before coming to a stop. By the time she regained her wits and stood, the van's engine ignited and rumbled. Katerina rushed toward the street, trying to position herself in the way of the van. Once she did, the driver put his foot on the pedal and revved the engine several times. Then he stomped on the gas. The van raced toward Katerina, the headlights bouncing along the way. She tried to stay in the position as long as she could, before realizing that she was now a target. Diving to the side, Katerina turned around to watch the van jump a curb and then strike a tree. She wondered if the driver was knocked out and eased near the van. But before she could open any doors or gain her wits about her, the man darted out of the driver's side and raced toward the balloons, now all lit by the roaring burners beneath the baskets. The fires leaping above each basket illuminated the eye-catching designs splashed along the sides of the bloated canvases. If she hadn't been so focused, she would have taken a moment to admire the beautiful nighttime scene. But as it was, Pierre Toussaint was ducking and dodging through the crowd with her shoes.
What is he doing?
Moments later, she saw her shoes fly into the air in one direction, while he turned toward the other. But Katerina wasn't going to be distracted. Barefoot but focused, she refused to lose him amidst the mass of people. However, it became increasingly more difficult to keep up with him. The combination of darkening skies and a crowded field kept her from seeing much more than silhouettes beneath the hot air balloon Bourne. The blue dot on her phone had stopped blinking, meaning he'd discovered the device and disabled it. If she was going to catch Toussaint, she'd have to do it the old-fashioned way. She'd have to run him down herself. Under normal circumstances, Toussaint may have been able to vanish completely, but this setting was far from normal. Anytime he bumped into someone, they shrieked and darted away, giving away his position at every turn. After a couple more minutes of pursuit, she realized just how desperate Toussaint was to get away from her when one of the balloons started to ascend. The owners tried to pull the balloon back to the ground, but Toussaint took flight, saluting Katerina as he did. She didn't hesitate, rushing over to another balloon and pulling up the anchor. Seconds later, she was afloat as well.
"I'm going to kill you!"
Katerina shouted in Russian. Toussaint laughed before firing a shot at Katerina's basket. She ducked, waiting for a few seconds to peer above the edge. But before she could, she felt a tug in a forward direction. Her basket wobbled beneath her. Cautiously, she peered over the edge and noticed a familiar face scrambling up on one of the ropes left dangling during her hasty departure.
"Agent Black," she cried, "get off now! I don't want to have to hurt you."
Black continued to work his way up the rope. "Funny," he said as he reached the top with his weapon drawn. "I was about to say the same thing to you." Chapter 38. Black scrambled up the rope, ignoring Katerina's warnings. From the ground, he heard the balloon's owner shouting for someone to stop the robbery in progress. Black decided to do his best to oblige the man's request, but not for any altruistic reasons. Katerina had been a Trojan horse, one that he fell for. If she got away with whatever she'd done to the computers at Fort Belvoir, he'd never forgive himself. However, his hands burning from climbing up the rope as it dangled some 50 feet off the ground, he had to ask himself another question. What the hell is Katerina doing in a balloon? Before this moment, everything had been so clear about Katerina. She was an FSB agent who'd quit, angry over the fact that her own agency had a role in killing her father, if not committing the heinous act outright. By all accounts, her father Sergei had been a model Russian citizen, protecting the location of the Soviet warhead for years, even long after the fall of the USSR. He transferred that loyalty to Russia and remained steadfast in hiding its existence from the prying eyes of satellite maps. But something had changed in the months leading up to his death. The site had been unmasked by U.S. intelligence, becoming a highly monitored location. Then the weapon was moved, a brazen move that was easily detected. Black could only draw one conclusion. Katerina had set up the entire operation, inviting him to play his part dutifully, even if unaware. But when Katerina disappeared from Fort Belvoir and stole Shields' car, everything made sense. At various points throughout the operation, Shields had voiced her concerns over the former Russian FSB agent. But whenever Shields raised objections, Black ignored her, wanting to believe Katerina and her story. Now he regretted everything. Being played a fool never felt emptier or more sickening. Ironically, Black hadn't heeded Shields, thinking she was perhaps being a jealous girlfriend in the way she warned Black. After all, Katerina contained all the superficial traits necessary to seduce just about any man. However, it was Katerina's story, one full of revenge and betrayal, that made him believe he could trust her. She'd read him well and struck all the right notes in convincing him that her pursuit of Pierre Toussaint was a noble quest. Now that it was revealed to be a sham, Black wasn't about to let her get away with anything more than wounding his pride. Yet for someone who planned such a meticulous operation, surely she would have had a better getaway plan than a hot air balloon. It seemed to be the nagging kink in his entire theory. Why would she think escaping in a balloon would ever be a good idea? As Black pulled himself up into the basket, he was met with a swift punch to the face. His left hand slipped, mostly from surprise at the vicious blow. Clinging to the basket with his right hand, he swung his other hand back onto the edge and leaned back, tilting the basket slightly to one side.
"It's not going to work, Agent Black," Katerina said. "You shouldn't have come after me."
He took a deep breath and counted to 3 in his head before unleashing a furious attempt to dump Katerina out of the basket.
"If you succeed, you'll never know what happened. Never mind catch the real person behind this infiltration of your security system," she said.
"I already know who that person is," Black said, trying to convince himself. "It's you, and I'm going to make sure you spend every day for the rest of your life thinking about this mistake."
"You're, how do you say it, barking up the wrong tree," she said.
Black threw his leg over the side, joining Katerina in the basket. "Do you even know how to pilot one of these things?"
"Of course I do," she said.
"Then why aren't you heating the air if you're trying to get away?" Black asked. "Someone familiar with piloting these things would have stayed on the burners."
"Who says I'm trying to get away?"
Katerina said. "What do you mean?" Black asked, eyeing her closely.
"I know you feel like you're a fool for believing me," she said. "But the real fool is me, for thinking that I wasn't a pawn in this game. But I was being manipulated to do exactly what I did. My superiors knew how I would react to the news of my father being murdered by my own fellow agents. Everything was planned to get us to where we are today."
Black stroked his chin, unsure of whether he was being played again by the Russian agent. "And was this planned?"
"Does it look like it was planned?"
"You don't know how to fly this thing, do you?" Katerina shook her head.
"But if you could help me, I would be most grateful. Pierre Toussaint is going to get away if you don't help me stop him."
He furrowed his brow before glancing over his shoulder. He looked up toward the other balloon just ahead of them, before locking eyes with Katerina again. "You want me to believe that's Toussaint in that balloon up there?" he asked.
Katerina nodded. "It's the truth. My own government manipulated me so that I would do exactly what I've done so far."
Black shook his head. "I don't believe you."
"Then perhaps you should ask why I don't have any shoes," she said.
"It seems odd, but not relevant."
"Do you remember when we were captured in Azerbaijan?"
Black sighed. "How could I forget?"
"Well, at one point, they removed my shoes and then later replaced them," she said. "I thought it was odd, but I later inspected them and couldn't find anything different. But when I came after Toussaint—"
"Wait a minute. How did you know where Toussaint was?"
"I have my ways."
"You expect me to believe that you just know where he is at all times?"
"To be completely honest, Toussaint is on retainer with the FSB. It's mostly so we can track his movements with the phone we gave him. At least, that's what I was told. But it's apparent to me now that his relationship with the agency was something more. When everyone was watching the missile get destroyed, I logged in and found Toussaint's location." "And you decided to just come after him?" "Is that so hard to believe?" Katerina said. "He still murdered my father, and I want to make him pay." Black wasn't sure how to proceed. In the span of a couple of minutes, he had suddenly become unsure of what to believe about Katerina. His hours of training told him she was lying. As bewitching as her story was, he struggled to believe it. Yet her actions seemed to align with what she was saying. He reached up and grabbed the handle that opened the burner. The balloon rose higher, the heat from the flame warming his face in the chilly autumn air. "Thank you," Katerina said. Black's phone rang with a call from Shields. "Did you find her yet?" she asked. "Yeah, she's right here with me," Black said. "Whatever you do, don't trust her," Shields said. "That little stunt she pulled breached the system, and she downloaded the locations of all the NBMD system's defense sites. If someone targeted them all, the entire country would be vulnerable." "Thanks for the heads up," Black said, before hanging up. He turned and looked at Katerina. "What is it?" she asked. "I'm not sure I believe you," Black said, as the balloon soared higher. Following after the other one, Katerina said contained Toussaint. Before the conversation continued, a bullet glanced off the side of the basket. Black dove down, but Katerina didn't react as quickly. A second shot hit her, and she collapsed. Chapter 39. Black knelt next to Katerina to dress her wound. The bullet struck her in the chest, lodging there. Black applied pressure to her chest in an effort to stop the bleeding. He took off his sweatshirt and used it to absorb the blood that was pouring out of Katerina. She closed her eyes, struggling to breathe. "Katerina," Black said, "stay with me. Look at me." She opened her eyes. "You believe me, don't you?" Black maintained pressure on Katerina's chest before poking his head just above the top of the basket. As soon as he did, he saw the shooter from the other basket raise his weapon. Another shot pinged off the side. "I'm not sure what to believe," Black said. "Think about why else I would be here," she said, her face turning pale. "I just got a call from my partner. She told me that all of the defense site locations were downloaded from the NBMD system's server. That seems pretty intentional to me, and you were the only one there who could have pulled that off." "I left as soon as I found Toussaint's position," she said. "If you think I was waiting around for some file to download, you aren't half the agent I thought you were." Black brushed off the insult. He refused to let the tactic work on him, the kind where she appeals to his ego and how sharp of an agent he is. "I'm not interested in your flattery," Black said. "I operate off of a healthy mix of facts and instinct." "Then what's your instinct telling you now?" she asked. "My instinct is that I need to rely on the facts, instead of allowing myself to be swayed by your emotional pleas." "My father is dead," she said, setting her jaw. "This is not emotional. This is revenge. What else could I possibly do to prove that to you?" Black kept pressure on her wound. "Give me some intel. Something sensitive." "I have a secure server with thousands of FSB documents on it," she said. "Will that make you believe?" Black shrugged. "Maybe." Katerina gave him the information needed to log on to the server. Then he called Shields and asked her to check it out. "It's hard to say without verifying from other sources," Shields said, "but it looks like it checks out." "Thanks," Black said. "Keep tracking us. I have no idea where we're going to land, but when we do, Katerina is going to require serious medical attention." "You believe me?"
Katerina said, her face perking up for the first time since she was shot. Black nodded. I do.
Good, she said. Now we need to catch that bastard Toussaint before he escapes.
Black peered over the top of the basket, preparing to drop back down after spotting Toussaint. But he wasn't anywhere to be seen. What the hell? Black said, as he scanned the night sky. Toussaint seemed to have vanished. Then Black looked down over the edge and noticed a balloon scraping the treetops. He's about to land, Black said.
Where are we exactly?
Katerina asked.
We're heading due east, just northeast of Andrews Air Base. I know where he's going, she said.
How do you know?
Toussaint is obviously working with the FSB. They have a safe house near here used only in extreme emergencies. It's how he'll escape the country.
Where exactly is this place? She shrugged and closed her eyes.
I don't have an address. I just know how to get there.
You've used it before? Black asked.
Several times, she said. But I swear this will be the last. Even if it's the last thing I do. Toussaint will pay for murdering my father. We just need to get on the ground.
She moaned as she moved on her side, her forehead beading up with sweat. Black called Shields. I know where Toussaint is headed. We're coming down soon, so please have a medical team waiting on the ground.
Roger that, Shields said. And Black?
Yeah.
Have you ever landed a hot air balloon before?
That'd be a negative.
Then be careful, she said. It's not nearly as easy as it looks.
Black peered over the edge again at Toussaint's balloon, which seemed just seconds away from touching down. Then Black knelt and asked Katerina how she was doing.
Hurry, she said. I'm not long for this world.
Chapter 40. Black guided the balloon on the other side of the hill from where Toussaint landed. After having taken plenty of fire, the last thing Black wanted was to become an easier target for a grounded enemy. When they hit the ground, Katerina winced and groaned. Lights flashed in the distance as an ambulance raced toward them. It's gonna be all right, Black said as he checked Katerina's wound.
No, it's not, she said. And that's okay. But you must stop Toussaint.
I will, but you need to tell me, how do I get to this safe house? Katerina gave him directions, including the coordinates for the location that she'd committed to memory. Are you sure there's still time? Black asked. How do I know I'm not being led into a trap?
He needs a laptop computer to process the information and transmit it, she said. There's only so much he can do without a computer.
Black kept the pressure on her wound. But how did he know you would find him?
Like I said, this whole thing has been one giant game of manipulation. The FSB knows their agents all too well.
But you're still helping me, Black said.
Maybe that's the one thing they didn't account for.
Black's gaze met hers. A true patriot cares more about innocent people than an ideology. And that's who you are, Katerina. You're a true patriot.
Go, she said. Find him, before he puts your entire country at risk.
Black exited the basket and motioned for the oncoming paramedics to his position. Once they arrived, he quickly briefed them before meeting up with Shields. Are you ready? He asked, as she handed him a jacket and a shoulder holster that included a pair of guns and extra ammunition. She nodded.
Do you have the coordinates?
Right here, he said, tapping his phone.
Then let's get going.
As they started off, Black took one last peek over his shoulder at the scene. The paramedics had already placed Katerina on a gurney and were carrying her toward their ambulance.
She's in good hands, Shields said. She'll be all right.
I wish I shared your optimism, Black said. You didn't see that bullet wound. They hustled along the ravine for a few minutes.
You wanted her story to be real, didn't you? Shields asked.
I'm not fooled very often, but it makes me sick when I am, he said. I second-guess all of my decisions and replay every conversation in my head. I just knew she couldn't have fooled me, even after you told me what she did at Fort Belvoir.
You hardly ever trust anyone. Why her?
Black took a deep breath as he followed the coordinates on his phone. He led Shields across a shallow spot in the river. When he reached the other side, he finally answered. Her anger was real and raw when I met her, Black said. But I must admit that I was questioning whether I was just being swayed by her convincing charm and her relentless determination to exact revenge on Toussaint. Once I decided she was real, I didn't want to imagine I was wrong.
It could have cost you, Shields said. You need to hold your opinions about people as lightly as possible.
I've been let down before, he said, so I understand being cautious. But if Katerina had fooled me, I wouldn't have blamed myself. I wanted to help her as much as she wanted to help me. If my own government had killed my father for an operation, I don't know if I could contain the rage I'd feel within me. I sensed the same anger in her, and I wanted to help her make them suffer.
Well, we're only going to do that if we catch Toussaint.
Black nodded. We need to step it up. After another 10 minutes, Black stopped. Did you bring those binoculars?
Right here, she said, as she unzipped her rucksack.
Black took the binoculars and peered at a small house just off the river.
Is that the one? She asked.
He nodded. According to Katerina.
If Toussaint is already there, he may have already uploaded the files, Shields said.
Let's hurry. They rushed up to the house and peered inside one of the windows. Black found Toussaint sitting at a table in the kitchen on the far wall, furiously typing on the keyboard. A gun was positioned right next to the mouse.
I can cut the connection to the internet,
Shields said. Do it. I'll wait for your signal. Shields hustled around the side of the house. A minute later, she returned and flashed him a thumbs-up sign. Then Black crept onto the front porch and tried the door handle. It didn't budge. He drew back and kicked at the door, popping it open. Toussaint already had his weapon in hand and fired a couple of shots. Black ducked and rolled across the floor, taking cover behind the couch. Toussaint didn't wait to get into a protracted gunfight. Before Black could see what was going on, the weapons dealer was racing down the basement steps. Black checked the computer, which didn't have any flash drives connected to it. Then he cautiously began his pursuit. Easing down the steps, he wondered for a moment if he was walking into a trap. He paused before rounding the corner, where he found a boathouse with the doors wide open. An engine roared to life, spraying water everywhere as it headed south into the Patuxent River. Black heard gunshots and rushed up the hill along the side of the house to find Shields firing at Toussaint. The shots didn't slow him down as he continued to hum before disappearing into the night. Just when I thought you couldn't miss, Black said with a slight smile on his face.
This isn't funny, you know, Shields said. It's dark out.
Always making excuses, Black said. But we better not have any for Blunt after this operation is a wrap. We need to catch Toussaint, and do it 10 minutes ago.
I remember a dock with a boat a few houses back, Shields said.
Black didn't wait for her to give specific instructions, spinning on his heels and racing toward it. Shields was right behind him before pointing it out.
There it is,
she said, as they rounded a bend in the river and found it. Black jumped inside and hot-wired the engine, while Shields untied the ropes. Once she joined him, Black pushed the throttle up as the boat lurched forward through the water.
Contact the Coast Guard,
Black shouted over the roar of the engine. "We're going to need them." Chapter 41. Black kept his eyes locked on the boat speeding in front of him. Toussaint had managed to escape their initial encounter before pulling an unexpected move by taking the chase onto the water. Black had been prepared for just about anything, except this. "Are we gaining on him?" Shields asked. Black shrugged. "It's hard to tell, but if I had to guess, I'd say we're just keeping pace." He looked down at the gas gauge, which displayed a quarter of a tank remaining. Tapping it, he hoped that it would magically increase to at least a half full, but it didn't budge. "You look concerned," Shields said over the whine of the engine. "I am," Black said. "We don't have enough gas to pursue him all the way to the Potomac, and even if we did, that would create more problems to deal with. He could go anywhere then and beach his boat at any number of places, and we have no idea if he'd be able to get some FSB agents embedded here to help him. We'd be worse off than we are right now, which is saying something." "Those Coast Guard ships should be approaching any minute," Shields said. "I gave them our position, so I'd expect them to be here very soon." As they rounded a bend in the Patuxent River, Shields pointed straight ahead. "There they are," she said. Moments later, Toussaint turned his boat around. "What's he doing?" Shields asked. "I think he wants to play a game of chicken," Black said. "Is he insane?" "Just desperate," Black said, as he checked the throttle to make sure it was jammed forward all the way. "And you're going to play this with him?" "Someone will blink," Black said. "Hopefully it'll be him, and then I'll be able to catch him or at least slow him down in time for the Coast Guard to capture him." "I don't like the sound of this plan," Shields said. "I'm open to suggestions," Black said, "but at the moment this seems like our best option." Shields stood there without saying a word. "Well," Black began, "what other ideas do you have?" "Nothing, I guess." "Okay," Black said. "Chicken it is." The wind whipped in Black's face, along with the spray of the brine water. He narrowed his focus on the lit boat racing toward them. After a few seconds, he turned to Shields. "You better prepare to get in the water." "This is insane," she said. "Do you know how difficult it is for me to swim with my prosthetic leg?" "Not personally, but you've warned me that it's not easy. And that's why I'm telling you now before he's right up on us." "How long before he gets here?" she asked. 30 seconds tops." Shields cursed as she sat down and unstrapped her leg. She tucked it into one of the compartments beneath the seat cushions. "You're not going to stay on this boat, are you?" she asked. He nodded. "You're crazy. You can't leave me out in the middle of the river." "If something happens to me, the Coast Guard will pick you up." "Come on, Titus," she said. "This isn't the best idea." "You keep saying that, but you aren't giving me any other options. Now get ready and I'll tell you when to jump." Black held the wheel steady as Toussaint bore down on their position. 3, 2, 1, jump! Shields dove into the water off the side of the boat. Black gave a quick glance to see how clear she was off the side before directing his focus in front of him. As Toussaint tore across the water toward Black, he didn't blink. As the two boats collided, Black waited until the initial collision to jump into the water. When he did, he watched Toussaint do the same. Black swam toward Toussaint, who was already ripping through the water to the near side of the shore, which was some 100 meters away. However, Black quickly gained on the weapons dealer before overcoming him. Black grabbed Toussaint by his ankle and pulled him back. He spun and took a swing at Black, landing a glancing blow. But Black twisted in the water and recoiled before delivering a vicious hit. Toussaint regrouped and stared down Black, their eyes reflecting the moonlight overhead bouncing off the water. Black glanced south toward the oncoming Coast Guard ships. "It's over," Black said. "You have nowhere to go." "But I can still kill you," Toussaint said as he raised a knife out of the water. "You're going to die tonight if you don't surrender," Black said. "So will you." Black shook his head. "I'm here for Katerina and her father." "So noble. You Americans never know when to quit," Toussaint said, before slashing toward Black. Black leaned back, dodging the initial swipe from Toussaint's blade. However, what Black didn't realize was that Toussaint had two knives. The first one missed, but the second one skimmed Black just below his throat. Stunned by the blow, Black drew his leg back and tried to kick off from Toussaint, but he drove one of his knives into Black's thigh. Black screamed in pain as Toussaint jammed his other knife into Black's other leg. With both of Toussaint's hands clutching blades, Black seized the opportunity to deliver a punch to Toussaint. He teetered in the water for a moment before regaining his buoyancy. He yanked one of the knives out of Black's leg, and then the other. Then Toussaint lunged toward Black again in an attempt to plunge a fatal jab into him. But as Toussaint drew his knife back to strike, he stopped suddenly and dropped his knife. As he spun around in the water, Black saw Shields treading water behind Toussaint. Then Black noticed the knife handle sticking out of Toussaint's neck. "I didn't miss that time," she said with a wry grin. Black smiled as he drew back and punched Toussaint in the head, knocking him unconscious. Shields pulled out a flare gun and shot it skyward. Moments later, the Coast Guard roared up to their position and helped get the two agents aboard as well as Toussaint, who was gasping for air. "Good work," Black said, giving Shields a fist bump. "I couldn't let you down twice today," she said. "Besides, do you know how difficult it is to tread water with just one leg? Trust me, it's not easy." Black chuckled. "I'm sure Katerina would have been happy to know that you were the one who finished off Toussaint." Chapter 42. Minersville, Pennsylvania. Black limped into the interview room at the Schuylkill Federal Prison. His doctor had advised him to use crutches or stay in a wheelchair, but Black wasn't keen on either of those options. He winced as he walked, each step a painful reminder of his fight with Toussaint in the water. Shields shook her head as she took a seat next to him. "What is your opposition to any assistance in your life whatsoever? It's like you're subjecting yourself to this pain on purpose." Black shrugged. "I don't like how crutches feel under my armpits. Have you ever used crutches?" Shields rolled her eyes and then looked down at her prosthetic leg. "I might have some experience with them." "And see, you got a fake leg so you wouldn't have to use them. It's obvious you understand where I'm coming from." Shields smiled and then leaned over, kissing him on the cheek. "You need help." A guard tapped on the door before opening it. He led Katerina Lukin inside and pulled out a chair for her at the table across from Black and Shields. Nobody said anything until the guard left the room. "Thank you," Katerina said, as tears started streaming down her face. "I appreciate you believing me." Shields reached over and held Katerina's hand. "You probably haven't even had time to grieve your father, have you?" Katerina shook her head. "He was a good man, willing to do anything for his country. He couldn't have been prouder when he heard that I was joining the FSB." "He sounded like a good man," Black said. "If only he'd have known his country would murder him and turn his daughter into a traitor," Katerina said, her voice trailing off. A silence fell over the room for a few moments. "Are you really a traitor if your country betrays you?" Black asked. "That's a good question.
One I've been contemplating as I've been sitting in this prison over the past few days," Katerina said. "I don't feel anything for Russia after what the FSB did to me, all in the name of patriotism. My skills were only deemed important if my handlers could manipulate me to do their bidding. They didn't even have the decency to ask me to do something like this, which I would have gladly given up everything to infiltrate this country and steal the information they were after. But instead they chose a route that made me little more than a puppet." "Well, we've spoken with our superiors about a conditional release for you," Shields said. "And? They've agreed to let you remain in the U.S., provided you meet a few requirements." She shook her head. "If they release me, the FSB will hunt me down and kill me. Or worse, take me back to Russia, where I'll be tortured before they finally discard me." "We can talk to them again," Shields said. Katerina sighed. "I should have just died. It would have been easier that way. I'm a woman without a country. I don't want to go back to the one that betrayed me, and this one doesn't care about me either." "You committed no crime," Black said. "In fact, you prevented a deadly attack on U.S. soil. You should be hailed a hero." "Maybe," she said with a shrug. "But it certainly doesn't feel that way, other than you two saying so." Black leaned forward on the table. "There might be another way." "I hope so," Katerina said. "I can't live like this, but I don't want to give the FSB the satisfaction of capturing or killing me." Black stood, and Shields followed his lead. "We'll be in touch very soon." Chapter 43. Washington, D.C. J.D. Blunt chewed on his unlit cigar as his Firestorm team trickled into the room. He offered faint hints of a smile at the appearance of each one. When Black and Shields entered, he clapped slowly. "There are my two heroes," Blunt said. Black grimaced as he sat down. He held up his hand and shook his head. "Please, we don't need that." "Looks like you might need some crutches," Blunt said, nodding at Black's legs. "Just some time off," Black said. "So, do we get time off for having leg pain?" Shields asked. "What about if we're missing a leg?" "You might as well take that thing off and hit me over the head with it," Black said, "because that's basically what you've been doing anyway over the past few days." She smirked. "It's fun." Once everyone else finished taking their seats at the table, Blunt called the meeting to order. "First off, well done on another mission, Agent Black and Agent Shields. And to the rest of you who supported them, fantastic job. You were able to stop a nuclear attack, as well as prevent the theft of some sensitive information." "That's a kind way of simplifying a complicated situation," Shields said. Blunt shrugged. "Well, I like simple. And on that note, I wanted to announce that we're adding a new member of the team. Katerina Lukin will be joining us as analyst and Eastern European expert, starting next Monday. She'll be based out of this office and will be forbidden from entering the field. But I think she'll be a valuable asset. She'll be heavily monitored, of course. However, I'm excited about her joining Firestorm." "Excellent news," Shields said. "She's a pro." "That wasn't always your take on her," Blunt said. "But we're all free to change our opinions about people, aren't we?" "Of course we are," Alex said. "I thought Agent Black was a major asshole until just a few weeks ago." "Very funny," Black said, shooting her a sideways glance. "Well, we could spend the rest of the morning roasting each other, but we do have some business to address, beginning with the disappearance of Cicely Calhoun." "Nothing came of finding the Fullgood assassin?" Black asked. "Someone killed him before he could divulge any major secrets about the organization.
despite Edge's best efforts, Blunt said. Sad but true, Edge said. I was fortunate to get out of there with my life. Which is why we're going to make Calhoun pay whenever we find her, Blunt said. But in the meantime, she's already hard at work on her next scheme. And this time she's not messing around. Is she going after you? Shields asked. No, Blunt said. It's worse. She's targeting the president. At least that's what we think. Bold, Black said. If it's really her, Blunt said, that's what we need to determine. And the only way to figure that out is to solve who's behind these veiled attacks. Blunt passed out the dossiers he'd had prepared on the case. We need everyone in on this one, he said. Once the meeting concluded, Black and Shields lingered to talk with Blunt. He leaned back in his chair and propped his feet on the table, while Black shut the door. What is it? Blunt asked. We wanted to thank you for trusting us, Black said, even when it seemed like we didn't deserve it. Blunt grunted. I only trust you because you're right far more often than not. And thank you for not using us, Shields said. Katarina's story shook you two, didn't it? Blunt asked without waiting for them to answer. Well, don't worry. I'll never do that to you. But I can't make the same promise for anyone else in the federal government. Just keep your head down and keep doing your job. Of course, sir, Black said. It's all we ever do. The end. This concludes The Patriot, Book 9 in the Titus Black series, by R.J. Patterson. Performed by Kyle Tait. The executive producer is Eric West. Copyright 2021 by R.J. Patterson. Production copyright 2026 by R.J. Patterson. Thanks for listening.